Papirrines y pantuflitas, muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Espero que le estén pasando muy bien. Feliz miércoles. Mitad de semana, ya casi lo logramos. Además, el día de hoy tenemos Junta de la Reserva Federal. Se vienen muchísimos pesados a dar resultados de empresas. Y pues la cosa está caliente, la cosa está caliente. Y como siempre, ya saben, aquí estamos en un episodio del Casino del Tío Salo con todos ustedes. Ahorita les traigo a Farhan y a Alex para que podamos analizar todas las tablas decentemente y apropiadamente para seguir exprimiendo este mercado como se debe. Pero como siempre, antes de todo esto, ya saben que me encanta platicarles de tonterías que tengo en la cabeza. Y el día de hoy es un poco el análisis de lo que hemos estado viendo, regresando a las narrativas. Si están entrando aquí por primera vez en la historia, por alguna razón, lo siento mucho. Esa es la primera cosa. Y la segunda cosa que les tengo que decir es, nos gusta analizar aquí el mercado un poco diferente a todos. Obviamente sabemos leer tablas, entendemos todo esto, entendemos todo lo que es negocios, empresas, cuánto dinero hacen, cuánto dinero pierden, todas las cosas básicas de cualquier cosa, ¿no? Que cualquier pendejo puede aprender en un libro. Si el pendejo de Alejandro lo puede aprender, todos ustedes pueden definitivamente. Así que eso es lo sencillo. Yo creo que lo más divertido de analizar el mercado y analizar la economía es separarlos. Entender, la economía es solamente lo que todo el mundo alrededor de nosotros está viviendo, ¿no? En nuestro país, en nuestra ciudad, localmente, a nivel nacional también. Y del otro lado, también ver qué es lo que los medios nos están intentando vender, decir, para ver qué tipo de correlación existe acá. En este momento, el 2025, lo que hemos tenido últimamente es una narrativa general. Y ahora, esto lo veo del punto de marketing. Marketing es una de las cosas que más se me dan y es por eso que me gusta tanto analizarlo así. No estoy diciendo que sea religión, solamente les estoy dando mi punto de vista de lo que hago y por qué estoy haciendo los movimientos que hago yo para que aprendan, ¿no? Es lo único que me interesa. Si es que hay algo que aprender acá y pongan atención, que a fin de cuentas de eso se trata, es entretenimiento, no es que todo el mundo tenga, no es que hay personas que tengan todas las respuestas, pero esto nos ha ayudado muchísimo últimamente, ¿no? Bastante. Y esto nos ha ayudado mucho más que a todas las demás personas, porque ahora el Internet se ha vuelto tan fácil que está lleno de gente que solamente repite noticias que ven en la tele y con eso hacen sus canales y te dan el mismo análisis que todos ellos te dan, que las noticias te dan, etcétera. A esta gente los llamamos pacos acá porque son, yo tenía un perico de chiquito que repetía todo lo que decía. Entonces estas personas repiten todo lo que ven en la televisión y un paco no es malvado, un paco simplemente es alguien que quiere meterse una lanita en YouTube, quiere repetirles información que pueden leer ustedes mismos o que se las quiere contar y ustedes quieren pasar un poco de tiempo con alguien en vez de ustedes leer la noticia con ellos. Así que eso es lo que es un paco, no es, son malas personas. La neta, los pacos no saben mejor de lo que están haciendo y no es su culpa. Entonces, vamos a empezar esto con un poco de narrativas. Entendemos que la narrativa últimamente ha sido que vamos a ver más inflación, que el dólar se va a ir a cero, que los intereses de alguna forma van a bajar otra vez para poder imprimir más dinero, etcétera. Y la parte más buena de esta narrativa es que se está repitiendo el 2021, el 2020-2021, donde toda la bolsa va a volver a subir. Ahora, dentro de todo esto, hay pequeñas sorpresas que nos mandan, nos avientan a nuestro lado. Y dentro de ellas, una de ellas de lo que les habíamos platicado, que les había platicado honestamente el tonto de yo, es Jeff Bezos quieres que no te subas al tren de AI. En octubre 3, Jeff Bezos te dijo AI está en una burbuja y todos tus pacos favoritos te repitieron, güey, es que hay una burbuja de AI, hasta Jeff Bezos lo está viendo. Hay una burbuja en todo. No existe eso de que hay una burbuja en Bitcoin, no existe que hay una burbuja en la bolsa. Todo es una burbuja. Ninguno de estos valores vale realmente lo que debería. Es simplemente especulación y además todo esto está inflado por los fondos más grandes del planeta, que son los que mueven el dinero. Entonces, ¿por qué te diría Jeff Bezos en octubre 3 que hay una burbuja? Y para hacerte el cuento súper rápido, es porque desde el 3 de octubre que Nvidia estaba en $182, ¿no? Acá el 3 de octubre, hasta donde estamos ahorita, perdón, obviamente esto me tenía que tapar, hasta donde estamos ahorita es 15%. Jeff Bezos dijo esto para que te perdieras este último 15%, o mi objetivo en los 218, que está muy cerca, 211. Por eso Jeff Bezos te sale a repetir que es una burbuja. Ahora, esto es difícil de interpretar porque hay veces que cuando te dan información repetida, es cuando normalmente algo no va a pasar, pero normalmente usan a los mismos peones para hacer los mismos trucos. Y eso es algo que tenemos que aprender todos juntos. ¿Y a qué me refiero con esto? Jeff Bezos es usado, por ejemplo, para generar comportamiento en la gente. Y todo esto lo hemos visto antes. Por ejemplo, en este momento todo el mundo ha escuchado que todas las empresas tecnológicas están despidiendo a muchísima gente, que UPS despidió a 30,000 o va a despedir a 30,000 personas, Meta está despidiendo gente, etcétera. Y esto nos hace pensar a muchos de nosotros, wow, viene una recesión cabrona, ¿no? Ahora, los empleos y los despidos y todo esto son ciertos, definitivamente, y muchas personas lo están como poniendo bajo la mesa diciendo que es inteligencia artificial y también tiene muchísimo sentido. Lo que quiero que entiendan es cómo están usando la psicología en esto y acá es donde vamos a abrir el paréntesis y preguntarnos para qué lo están diciendo. Y esto es algo que a mucha gente se le olvida. Y de nuevo, todo esto se repite, pero quieren que hay veces que cuando lo repiten es para que creas que va a pasar exactamente lo mismo, ¿ok? Y les voy a poner esto enfrente de todos ustedes. ¿Se acuerdan que en el 2022, Mark Zuckerberg, noviembre 9 del 2022, despidieron a un chingo de personas, 3,600 posiciones, no me acuerdo cuántas personas exactamente, 11,000 empleados, aquí está, 11,000 empleados. Y esto fue en noviembre 9 del 2022, ¿ok? Entonces, ya que tienes esta relación construida con noviembre 9, 2022, Meta despidió a mucha gente, ¿qué fue lo que pasó en la acción de Meta? Y vamos rápido a Meta, noviembre del 2022, damas y caballeros, se van a cagar cuando vean esto. Adivinen qué pasó por ahí. Esto ocurre octubre 22, un mes antes. El fondo de Meta. Noviembre 22, el precio de Meta está aquí abajo en $112. Desde entonces ha hecho un 7X. ¿Ok? Ah, cabrón, no se los puse acá en pantalla. Perfecto, pinche genio, crack. Aquí está. Noviembre 22, Meta está acá en $112 y hoy estamos en $750. Este es un 7X, es un 700%. No tienes que ser un genio para entenderlo. No, es un 500%, discúlpeme. Es solamente un 500%, solamente un 5.5X en tu dinero, no un 7. Discúlpenme. Es muy temprano en la mañana y no he comido hace 3 días o más. Entonces lo pueden ver. Estas cosas que están haciendo en este momento es para hacerte pensar que todo se va a repetir, la historia se va a repetir. Te están diciendo inflación viene de vuelta, viene all season de vuelta, el dólar se va a ir a cero, hay despidos, los despidos son completamente alcistas, por supuesto, pero esta vez es diferente. En los últimos años del 2022 para acá, lo que hubo fue expansión de dinero. Toda la gente recibió ayudas de cierta forma y en este 2025, tarde en el 2025, hemos cortado todas estas ayudas, hemos cortado todas estas cosas que literalmente fueron los catalizadores de este mercado alcista que hemos tenido. Entonces, por ahora, lo que están vendiéndole a la gente es la idea de que tenés que estar en la bolsa 100%, si no la inflación te va a comer, que literalmente el 2022 se está repitiendo una vez más, ya te dijeron que compras el fondo. Y aquí es donde mucha gente se confunde y se confundirá, ¿no? Porque el punto tiene dos sentidos y se los voy a poner enfrente a todos ustedes. Me estás diciendo que lo que se repite, como por ejemplo con Jeff Bezos, que sale a decirte mamadas, es para que hagas lo contrario. ¿Por qué en esta tengo que hacer lo contrario? ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? En el 2022 nos dijeron que todos estos despidos estaban ocurriendo y los pusieron enfrente de todos ustedes para que todo el mundo se saliera de la bolsa y ellos tomaran el último putazo para arriba. No, ¿por qué eso no se va a repetir? Si lo que ocurre varias veces. Porque normalmente lo que hacen y buscan es que la gente no se acuerde de cosas y cosas que se repiten. Las cosas que se repiten normalmente, como por ejemplo, va a haber una pandemia y te dicen, no, 1,000 veces más que va a haber otra y otra y otra y otra. Si ellos te están diciendo de algo que odiaste, no va a ocurrir. Pero normalmente la gente no aprende de sus lecciones. Por ejemplo, lo de Twitter. Cuando Elon Musk compró Twitter, todo el mundo se salió. Mark Zuckerberg abrió una empresa que se llama Threads, o bueno, un nuevo sitio web dentro de Meta. Y Threads es Twitter, pero en Meta, ¿no? 2 años después volvieron a hacer lo mismo y todo el mundo, oh, Elon va a quebrar Twitter, bla, 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 nos vamos a Blue Sky. De Jack Dorsey, que fue idéntico que Twitter, pero de Jack Dorsey, que se llama Blue Sky. La gente no aprende nada. Pero los pacos tienen que repetir cosas y esto es lo que genera comportamiento. Por ejemplo, cuando dijeron, Jeff Bezos salió a decir, ¡ay, güey! Es que la burbuja de inteligencia artificial, Jeff Bezos te está vendiendo para que no compres inteligencia artificial y te salgas de tu posición y ellos puedan levantar el precio lo más alto. Recuerda que a fin de ciclos alcistas tienes que ver un putazo para arriba para hacer que todavía más gente cometa el error de decir, ok, vamos a ir a otro escalón para arriba, entonces me voy a subir ahorita para poder atraparlos en esas ventas. ¿Y por qué diríamos que esto es exactamente lo contrario que va a ocurrir en esta situación? Y lo contrario que va a ocurrir en esta situación y la razón por la que es porque en el pasado tuvimos inflación y ellos negaron que íbamos a tener inflación. Las generalidades más grandes son las que funcionan. Y ahora que estamos teniendo descuentos en todo, te están diciendo que viene más inflación, que viene más devaluación del dólar. Y esto es para gente que no ha aprendido mucho de esto, que simplemente continúan viendo esto como por hobby o creen que están bien metidos, pero si no se acuerdan de ninguna de estas cosas, en realidad, ¿qué tanto están aprendiendo del pasado? Entonces, lo que les recomiendo a todos, y yo sé que es muy difícil en el 2025 recordar cosas porque todos estamos viendo reels y shorts y TikToks de 30 segundos, por lo que nuestro cerebro está hecho mierda y no recuerda nada y no funciona para nada. Pero eso es lo que tenemos que recordar. En este momento nos están contando que todo va a continuar subiendo, que la Reserva Federal va a imprimir más dinero, que el déficit va a explotar, van a bajar los tipos, todo el mundo va a poder acceder a crédito. Y otra historia que te están contando al mismo tiempo en este momento es que BlackRock está comprando todas las casas, tal cual como lo hicieron cuando tuvimos este super putazo para arriba en el 2022. Te lo están repitiendo otra vez. Están diciendo que los fondos grandes están comprando todas las casas, por ende las casas no van a bajar y todo el mundo te está diciendo esto. El problema del Internet en el 2025 es que la muerte de expertos es real y también la gran cantidad de información que existe, que también es muy buena información de los dos lados. No todo el mundo tiene que estar siempre en lo correcto, ¿no? Con que te funcione a ti y estés haciendo dinero, ¿qué más te da si lo que piensas pasó o no, si te está funcionando en la cartera, ¿no? Si estás viendo tu cuenta de banco crecer, si estás teniendo excelentes retornos, te da igual. Siempre y cuando vayas alineado con lo que estás aprendiendo y lo estés utilizando correctamente, no importa si la narrativa se te va un poco por aquí, por allá, si te equivocaste en una cosa o dos, siempre y cuando tu dinero esté creciendo. Y eso es lo que estamos intentando hacer en este canal. Ahora, con eso dicho, nos están diciendo que las casas no van a bajar de precio y que la Reserva Federal va a bajar tipos. Si ponen atención a la bajada de tipos, y esto es muy interesante, todas las veces pasadas que han bajado tipos 50 puntos porcentuales o más, hemos tenido un colapso en la bolsa. ¿Ok? Esto ocurrió en el 2008, 2080, todo ciclo ha sido así. Y en este ciclo estábamos esperando lo mismo cuando bajaron los tipos en septiembre para Joe Biden del 2024 y los bajaron por 50 puntos básicos. ¿Y qué fue lo que ocurrió? Lo contrario. Pero ahora, no continuaron bajando tipos y los tipos reales no bajaron, subieron. Esta vez los tipos reales están bajando y la Reserva Federal está bajando tipos, pero ya educaron a todo el mundo que la última vez que esto pasó, continuó el mercado alcista donde estábamos. Solamente tengan eso presente. Y otra cosa que deben de tener presente, en mi opinión, es lo siguiente. ¿Ok? Prepárense. Permítanme un segundo. Es mi tabla de Bitcoin, que ha funcionado súper bien y tristemente vendí mi corto de 16,200 acá en 14,450 y 488, creo que era la orden. Entonces me perdí de este gran bajadón, sabiendo que iba a haber un bajadón. Y esta tabla continúa funcionando. Vean los pum, 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 todo esto, cada que lo toca, funciona. Y la razón por la que reentré al mercado, porque les dije, ya me gané bastante dinero, me voy a quedar fuera, fue por lo tonto y lo rápido que llegó aquí. Entonces, a veces pasa, vas a llorar haciendo dinero, pues no hay pedo, ¿no? Te llevaste, digamos, $500 en vez de 1,500, ¿no? Te ganaste dinero, no te pongas a llorar, pero eso es una lección para mí y para todos ustedes también. Todo está bien y todo continuamos para arriba, pero la razón en realidad por la que habíamos renunciado al mercado fue todo el dinero que hicimos en esto. Estos cortos. Entonces, vamos ahora, ahorita donde estamos parados, me voy a quedar fuera y voy a esperar otra vez a que algo potente venga. Y con eso dicho, los quiero invitar a todos ustedes, si quieren aprender estas cosas tan locas, pueden caer absolutamente gratis a nuestro Discord. Aquí nosotros les damos toda la información que necesitan. Tenemos nuestro canal de alertas para que todos reciban para que toda la gente que está en las alertas de Elite Trading Academy, de los trades en los que estamos entrando, aquí los tienen y les lleguen push notifications. Se los recomiendo mucho. También tenemos los análisis de el buen Alex por acá. Todos te están dando trades gratis, etcétera. Lo mismo con Farhan. Y también tienes las pendejadas que yo les digo, que de nuevo estamos buscando esto. Tienen aquí mi tabla de Bitcoin, tienen el rango actualizado, funcionó perfecto. Una vez que pegamos por arriba, fuimos al rango de 116. Se lo recomiendo mucho. Aquí tienen la tabla, literalmente esto, no he cambiado los rangos, lo único que agregamos fue el 110-700, que es un nivel muy importante. Y ya verán por qué pronto deberíamos de rebotar si somos alcistas acá en el siguiente movimiento, y si somos bajistas lo deberíamos de romper sin problema, ¿ok? Para que tengan eso en mente. También pueden entrar aquí a nuestros videos, pueden acá ver nuestros enlaces oficiales y tienen acá nuestros live stream notifications. Pero más importante que todo, tienen acá nuestro criptolingo. Ahora, si no entiendes lo que estamos diciendo y no entiendes lo que dice acá, te recomiendo muchísimo que cheques nuestro curso en nuestro sitio web. Cuesta $29. Les prometo, no nos vamos a hacer ricos con esto. Y es solamente para que puedas hablar el lenguaje de trading. Y una vez que lo veas, 1 hora 40 minutos, videos que es súper básico, se llama de cero a trader, para que puedas aprender literalmente de no sé nada de tablas a poder ver esto y entender lo que estamos diciendo. No te vas a volver un experto de la noche a la mañana, pero viendo los live streams que son gratis 3 veces a la semana, te vas a volver un monstruo, cabrón. Entonces aquí tenemos esto para todos ustedes, y para todos ustedes que quieren tradear futuros y que no saben cómo usar estos exchanges, tenemos un trato con Bitunix, también con Bluffing y también con BTCC, que sigo prometiéndoles que voy a poner esto, pero no lo he hecho por huevón. Así que tenemos aquí Bitunix, un video de 11 minutos. Y por cierto, ves este video y sabes usar todos los exchanges de futuros, literalmente. Le picas acá al sitio para irte a registrar y usa nuestros enlaces para poder participar en todas las dinámicas. Tenemos concursos de tradings, giveaways, etcétera. Ahí están. Entonces, en 11 minutitos te enseña este video absolutamente gratis cómo abrir tu cuenta, cómo fondearla, cómo mandar dinero dentro de tu cuenta a tu cuenta de futuros, cómo usar futuros, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un corto, cómo encontrar tu asset que quieras hacerle un corto o largo, cómo hacer un stop loss, cómo poner un take profit y cómo sacar tu dinero de la cuenta. Aquí lo tienes todo en un video de 11 minutos para que lo puedas usar, y sirve una vez más para todos los exchanges. Este es el video más completo que tenemos hasta ahorita, y les voy a hacer un update del de Bluffing cuando le pico en tutos, que está acá. Y acá está pues cómo leer alertas para la gente que tiene el sistema de alertas de trading. También les voy a hacer un video que ya lo había hecho en realidad en una clase, pero pues no lo he subido. Aquí estamos en cómo tradear en Bluffing también, para que lo tengan. Y tenemos el otro exchange que es BTCC, que les vamos a poner esto pronto, donde también puedes tradear futuros de acciones como Tesla, Nvidia, y no te deje Jeff Bezos fuera de la jugada, cabrón, porque es un hijo de puta. Así que recuérdenlo. Y con eso dicho, vámonos a lo bueno. Aquí tengo a Alex y a Farhan. Vamos a darle para adelante. Vamos a ver qué están haciendo los Bitcoins. Y vamos a ver ese comportamiento, damas y caballeros. Guten morning.
Buenos días, muchachos, from CDMX.
By the way, I was watching Formula One, and they had we had a race, obviously, in Mexico City. And the lady presenting it goes, and now the national anthem of Mexico City. I was like, oh, that's a new one. I didn't know that Mexico City had a national anthem and that was a country in its own. But you learn something new about your country every day, boys, which is really exciting.
Imagine they just started playing the Star Spangled Banner.
That'd be amazing. Oh my God, people would have fucking cried on the stands.
Hey, if you want, actually, not even that. Just play one of Trump's things, and he'll be sucking Mexico off the next day. You're like, you know what? I've had another look at these illegals. I think they're okay. They're not too bad.
They're not too bad, the illegals. They made me great burritos. They were delicious. I got a little bit farty, though. No one likes to get farty, but...
Taco Bowls. Can't forget the Taco Bowl. Trump
That's right. Dude, I'm so mad that I'm mad after making money, but I'm still, I sold that fucking short at 114.4 something. High force, like let's say 500, and right now look at that. I would have fucking printed even more again. So Alex, what do you got for us?
Logical though, because you're just playing the ranges. 114.2 is that mid-range, but yeah, I know the daily was telling, and this was pretty dirty, actually. Let's just go back here. What has occurred the last 2 days? Well, with a nice move up, we pressed 116. We talked last stream about an hourly setup. It was just, to me, screaming a bearish setup here. Remember, we had that shooting star. We talked about that being, I believe, on the 3 hour. Yes, right here. So there was our invalidation. This is why we can use these. They're pretty nice. It being on a 3 hour told me, okay, we're now putting in a topping candle. You've had a pretty nice move up so far. Technically speaking, on the daily, you did have a trend shift here. We're using 116 as the last major lower high. You could have been aggressive, though, and use that 114 as well. We talked about this. Taking out that high, though, really did now put it into an uptrend potentially. But we talked about the scenario where I'm not going to be the guy longing 116, but rather if you took Farron's long around that 111, 100, great trade there, honestly, on Farron's part. Good spot to de-risk, though. Because for me, after you make a higher high, often more than not on Bitcoin, you have a lot of people longing here. And we know how trend works. Very often you form a higher high break that then goes for a higher low. Now, for me, when we were gauging that lower time frame setup on stream, and we talked about it, 116 was the spot. We said here, technically, you would want to see this. I think we were in a bearish SFP right here. Yes. And again, just little details. This is why even the lower time frame can be your friend, because right when we had made this move up, we talked about, okay, if we rally up in price divergence here, 116 is the spot to short. Now, what you noticed was you went up, you bounced off the 21. You did get that hourly 9 reclaim. Remember, we talked about that. That was a good sign to see some upside. And potentially the area of interest was 116 becoming retested, either flipped into resistance or you'll get the reclaim and start actually pushing up to $121,000. Now, why it's dirty for me was because you made that move up, and it was a pretty nice bounce when we were streaming, almost going to 116, almost a 1% move on the hourly. But what you noticed was it got front ran. It started to reject. From that point, you did end up going down 2% almost. So really, if you were watching that 116 short zone, you still would have made some money. But why it got dirty was into the next daily. You actually lost 114,200. This was guiding your bias into essentially testing the $112,000 region, which was my direct target from 116 shorts down to here. But it got dirty because you got a nice fill of this wick, and actually you got that 116 test. 116 got tested. It was specifically 116,050. But when we go to the hourly, I mean, nothing really shifted here. Nothing changed. You just got the bearish retest, something you were gauging into the early mornings of November, into Monday session. So now you potentially here. Let's go to the 4 hour. It'll be better. So you're potentially now within a new range. You're bouncing off $112,000. I'll delete this, and you can just see it's a big zone. $112,000 is a big spot. Visually, what do you see to the left side here? Well, you lost $112,000, and that then gave you a 3% red candle down on a 4 hour. So we can safely say that this $112,000 region is pretty important. Maybe we got lucky here. Let's just keep looking. You lost $112,000. You flipped it into resistance, giving you a very easy short. I mean, this was a 2.5% candle from that rejection zone, 2-wick low. You were able to catch a 7% short on a 4 hour trigger. Really not bad. And you can even see into this region, we were testing $112,000 on the major dump that had to bottom us out, apparently, to everyone. What you noticed was really it started, I guess the hourly doesn't show it as good. Let's go back to the 4 hour. For me, it really did start to dump hard. Let's go back here. Once you lost at 112, you can see bulls tried to pick it back up, holding above $112,000. Moving down, 1093 is still a big spot before going up. But still, I mean, this is a spot where you can see very big dumps occur. You've seen it here. You've seen it here. You even saw it here. So for this today, moving forward, we're just gauging $112,000. Trading on now on the daily would make sense, because now what you have is, okay, well, you're not in a daily buy trigger for me. You've fallen back under the 34. That does not mean that we're bearish and we're about to go down. You still have support from the 21, the 100, and the 9. So whenever I see us falling back within the moving average range, generally you go to the 9. You'll just swipe down. Now, depending on what occurs here will be very important. Today, bulls need to just solidify $112,000 throwback to a spring, getting us back above the 34, making your move to the 114 region. Now, if you've been here watching us for a while, you're just playing the ranges, unfortunately, again. And that can be either a good thing or a bad thing. It just depends on your trading style. But these ranges are where people make money. It can be, oh, you've hit resistance, let me short. Oh, you've hit support, let me close. Hashtag Alejandro. Very smart, very logical, easy trading here. But now when you're, in the middle of it, you need to always remember you're playing the extremities. So if you're not positioned at specifically the daily 9, which again would have been the spot, you've been bouncing off of that, or that $112,000 region, this is a no trade zone into today. You're rather than waiting to see if the daily will give you a buy trigger, falling back above the 34, holding it, potentially going up to that 114 too. Now, for me, we are at the spot where this should be the next higher low. This is the spot where bulls need to pick up. They need to SR flip this zone. What was resistance flipped into support, not losing the EMA 100. This is the exact scenario we talked about on Monday's stream, which was if you're even the most bullish bull, you're still gauging some kind of throwback here. Now, it's either then going to get bought up at 114.2 or it will move all the way down to $112,000. When viewing the 2-day, we were gauging that. Just a nice throwback down to the 2-day 9. Closing in 10 hours. This is a big spot. Ideally, right, bulls pick up, start buying, form some kind of doji above the EMA 34. That'll give you confluence of the daily being back within a buy trigger. And then you could potentially look for a setup. So today is not the most optimal day to be, positioning if this is going to be bullish. If this is going to be bullish, you rather just will make more money, in my opinion, waiting on today's close, seeing where it does close, and then playing potentially this wick low as your risk. Because in theory, if this is just going to be the throwback higher low, we can be betting on that, gauging this high not safe, potentially targeting 121,000, which I still believe is a great spot to de-risk. I don't know if you're going to go to a new high from this point. And why I'm unsure still is because, well, you're just still putting in massive volatility setups. And you did have, just like what we showed on that 3-hour, 4-hour, hourly, often with deviations, Bitcoin can be dirty and eventually just rally right back up to that point. Now here, when we were gauging the deviation, you did form a new high, but then you ended up rejecting. So it's the same idea. If you end up coming to this zone, I'm not getting uber bullish at $121,000. I simply know if we really do start flipping this into support, holding it, this will be a major shift. You get even 3 candle closures, even 2 5-day candle closures above $121,000. Have you ever had that before? No, you've had one dump. Okay, cool. If this starts flipping this into support, all while you're potentially priming a volatility setup, you're going to have to start longing this for a breakout. But until then, I'm not going to be front running this idea. This will give me time to position. The traders, aggressive traders, will get chopped out in the new range, which will be tight. And this would make a lot of sense to be consolidating in a very tight range before a breakout. This is where we become very predatory. Trading view feels a little slow today. Hopefully it's not laggy on the viewer side. It feels a little slow. One of those days. But, right, so if you're bullish, today's not the best day to be positioning, in my opinion. You rather should just wait, see if you get back above the 34, and then play the ranges to the upside. If you're bearish, this is a interesting spot because while you're just gauging this 34 to reject you down. You need this rejection to actually lose $112,000. Once you lose $112,000, that's where we can start shorting again. Now, depending on your own risk metrics, right, I would feel even comfortable to start positioning if a 4-hour lost it, because what we've seen is very often, more than not, the 4-hour, once it does flip 112,000 into resistance, this is where you like to make those nice red dildos down. Now, the 4-hour is still in a downtrend. And so if you take out that last low, or just going to the daily, taking out today's low, this could be a really good sign that you are going to break down. Now, we don't just aggressively short that idea. You then can take that idea on a 4-hour, wait 2 hours and see, okay, if this comes down, what does this open up? Well, if you've been here, the 4-hour EMA 100 is often a pretty good spot to take a cheeky short. Go here. Now look at that naked chart. Throw this on. It can be long or short. I like using this EMA 100 on the 4-hour. I think this is a really good spot to at least understand where the lower time frames are trying to go. You're still bouncing off of it, right? So even in this example, you still did get a nice bounce off of it. But this is why it's a good reason on why if you come all the way back down, take out today's low, well, you better hope this holds and doesn't take this low out, because if so, you could start really dumping. You start dumping from this region. We know we don't position in the mid-range of things. That's the gray zone. Let's just see if you capitulate down. Aggressive shorts come in, you take them out, you test EMA 100. This can be your positioning. And then you can, it's just the same thing we've been saying. You can just target down to here and play the levels. Now, for me, the 4-hour is still on a downtrend, so we'll still respect that. This still looks like it's potentially forming the next major lower high. And those are all implications for today's low. If you don't see today's low get taken out, but rather this starts bouncing off that 112,300, 112,400 region, or the EMA 100, that can start then formulating your idea that, yeah, today's close could be in favor of bulls. Getting back above the 34 can start helping you position within this tight range. Until then, though, I mean, shorts are lower time frame trading. Longs are trading the daily and just simply waiting. We can even go to the 12-hour here. We can throw the 9. Very much like the 4-hour EMA 100, you can go to the 9 and just play the 12-hour setup. See, it's a little more tricky for longs, right? Because you lost the 12-hour 9, you've reclaimed it. This is just tricky. It's trickier. So that's why you're just better off waiting to see, is this chop? Are you going to lose the EMA 9 on the 12-hour? Or are you going to get a bounce, hold it, confluence into tomorrow, tonight, potentially long? Still very tricky, though. It is very tricky. And really, I will be honest with everyone here. It's not the most promising sign to see Bitcoin lose 114,000 just straight up like that.
Well, from the start, the weakness was really a big thing. And also, you remember at the beginning of October, how everyone was like, October! And I told you that there is this guy that's always like on X. We're not going to mention his name. There's no need. That always, he gets great information, but to use against him, right? So he was like, October's coming. So now we know the market's going to bump. And I was like, dude, October is going to mean shit. And especially because we started it right now. He went end of the year melt up, weak utility, strong seasonality, and the calm before the storm. So yeah, doesn't look good. Doesn't look good. I was gonna actually comment on his shit, like whatever you get your info is really useful, but not how you use it. But I don't think it's relevant if I should comment that or not.
I think it's very important. So well.
I swear to God, but I think it's very important for people to know that. So now we're all expecting the Santa rally, and it's worked out pretty much for the past 3 years. So yeah, I think we're looking good, and I think the weakness in Bitcoin makes sense. And I don't know where I read yesterday, someone was saying, first you get stocks, then you get gold, and then you get Bitcoin and cryptos to go up. It's completely the opposite way around. So this is going to be really fun. I think weakness here is really going to take us somewhere, but I'm still expecting November. Like I said, I gotta buy a little bit into the chart that I showed you where we had the spike. So I'm expecting still a move up for around November 10th, between now and November 10th, and then a real harsh drop afterwards.
Yeah,
But
and I am on that camp, honestly.
yeah, I'm liking the bullish side that everyone's still very bullish and people are like, 4-year cycle is dead. There's no deflation. There's only inflation. There's only money printing, blah, blah, blah. Like it feels really good right now.
Yeah, it really does, honestly. Specifically because it's just almost the same environment as the beginning of October is what you were saying, really. And that was
Yes, sir.
major opportunity if you shorted it. Now, for me, I am on the camp too. November is going to be I think you're going to see volatility fire off potentially the end of this month into November. Now, for me, it would just be too easy to just lose the EMA 100, reject here, and just start breaking down into November. I'm more in the camp. You're still going to see some predatoriness to bulls into November, very similar to what you saw into October. Would make a lot of sense to just kind of get a nice October or November bounce right into the beginning of the month. But where I'm a little, hung up on that idea is here. Does the daily then try to higher low, start moving up in the coming days for then maybe a November breakout to 121,000 before the big nuke? Maybe, but it's going to be dependent on the higher low being formed today. Because if you do start just rejecting this region, losing $112,000, you are literally just back within here when you were really dumping hard. So it's a little more trickier. Really, I would prefer bulls actually stick to landing, form the higher low, and move up, because this will give me a better short into November. Whereas if you do just start rolling over from here, you will just have to play the ranges down. It becomes more aggressive the more you go down. So obviously people then start becoming used to shorting, right? And then you get these squeezes up. So we still can't discredit the daily trend shift. You've now officially got the pullback we talked about, which I think was like, what, 4%? Almost 4%, 3.7%. So good job if you caught this on the short end. I would de-risk here at 112,000, and I would simply be waiting, sitting on your hands. We have 4-hour setups ready to short if we get a breakdown. But if this daily ends up grinding a higher low out here, then you're going to be more in the camp of wanting to respect the trend. It's your friend. And until you actually really, in my opinion, take out October 22nd's low, this still is in a tricky spot where even if you break down and come back, aren't you just back testing the SMA 200? Yeah, you are. And then if you just go here, it's like a 5-day. Aren't you just throwing it back to the 34? Yeah. So it's still really tricky to me. But Bitcoin is in a spot today where you will, in my opinion, either see bulls pick up or bears start taking back control. And 112,000 is still my spot.
I'm sorry to say, FOMC today.
I did not remember that. No,
there you go.
That's a big thing, and that's why the markets are tricky. I guess that's actually, it makes a lot of sense on why it looks like this. Could go up, could go down. Place your bets. Go to the casino. But for me, yeah, if you lose 112,000, all that'll mean is you're going to have a really great chance then of testing the SMA 200, which is now lined up perfectly with our 1093. 1093 is a red line because it's the capitulation line. If you end up losing it, rejecting it, this is the start. This should have been, in my opinion, the start of the move down. So we'll use the same idea. If you just start losing the zone, confluence with the daily SMA 200, you're going to see a big move down. 105K, and potentially you'll see that 100 low 101K tapped. Now CME, it's a different view. You go to CME here, you can see, okay, if you start really losing the daily EMA 100 on CME, you're going to get an aggressive drop to 104s. This low needs to hold. So if this low doesn't hold, because remember when we were gauging the setup here, it's a very easy setup, and we can remember this for if we end up losing this EMA 100, this was a brainless short on spot and CME. I mean, we all took it. It was great money. So if we end up losing this, you can get the same setup, target to the SMA 200. But here, this low really does need to hold. This was like the major low that bulls are trying to just foot here, put in and start moving up. If you come back down, take this low out, I think personally you're going to see a major capitulation down to like 93K, 95K. Because if you were a bull, what low are you using? Well, you're just using this low. SMA 200 throwback, we're good to go up. I'm bullish. Let's move up. So if you end up just dumping down to this low, there's probably a good chance people are going to just cover and sell off. So just be mindful of that. And that's why today with FOMC, yeah, I still stand on if you're trying to long, probably better not to today. Just wait until tomorrow. I didn't even know FOMC was today. So that actually just gives me more bias, more confluence on more standing on that statement. Probably not a good day to position if you're trying to long. If you're short, again, you're not getting any short trigger here. You're simply waiting for 112,000 to get lost. Shorts of the EMA 100 on the 4-hour, target down to 109.3. But still here, you could bounce, you could not. So this is like a no trade zone. Be very mindful of all of this. Bitcoin's still technically in a daily uptrend, but just be very aware. Once you lose 112,000, things will shift. We'll be bearish again, and we can start max shorting this, because my max short rule is allowed once you lose the EMA 100. That worked beautifully here. Lost the EMA 100, still holding the mean line, but my max short rule, I'm allowed to be aggressive here, so I'm just going to take shorts at the EMA 100. Very easily printed an 8% in 3 days. So we can just use that same logic here. You haven't lost it. And even if you lose it today and dump, you more often than not do rally up, and then you put in a bearish retest. This was a 3% move to retest to then dump. So that's what I have on Bitcoin spot. Sit on your hands, wait. If you caught the long and sold here, GG. And if you're short and you're, sitting here in profits, consider covering, because well, you can just get a whole short trade here once you lose the daily EMA 100. And the fact that it's really close to 112,000 really does make it easier for us, honestly. It's a lot easier to short this if it gives us the setup than over here. And over here was really good money. So I'm going to run with that idea. We'll go down to tether dominance. And actually, before I quickly want to just look at the weekly. Just quickly, I just want to see what it looks like. It doesn't hurt to take a look. And still, same idea on the 5-day, right? You could just test the 5-day 34. Weekly could just come in for a weekly 21 test. This is important to note because the weekly 21 has been the big bounce zone. Like at least in this zone since August, you have been putting in pretty big bounces off the 21. You've lost it one session here. You got to reclaim. So this just keeps you in check. If you're shorting really aggressively here, it's still not allowed yet. It's still in a tricky spot. And even if you lose the weekly 9, you dump, maybe into November, that's your rally. Maybe if you just start dumping, maybe into November, you get that weekly 9 test. We've seen this before. You were so back. Let me show you an example of this. Right here, we're so back. We rally right up to the weekly 9 and then reject and form a new low. That could also be a scenario. We won't be predictive, but it could be. Well, in the back of our head, just keep that noted. You are losing this 9 potentially in 4 days. If you do lose it and this just dumps, that still will be a good spot potentially to open a short in November, which then could tell you, yeah, 116 is the good spot to have a stop still. And November could just be muted by a 114 rally, but that still could mean you're going to come all the way down to here, rally all the way back up to the weekly 9, and there's your we're so back rally. Let me tell grandma and grandpa to buy Bitcoin. And mind you, weekly volatility is still primed, 2-week as well. Actually more tricky on the 2-week. It wants to load here. Because what do we see? Well, How much more confluence do you have? This is pretty much a good way to end Bitcoin. If you lose 112,000 to 2-week 9, you will get a target down to the low 104s. So you do have setups that still can take you a lot lower. Even the 34 is at 95K. Isn't that interesting? That's exactly where its CME zone is. So, if you're longing, hoping we're so back, to me, this just looks like you've taken out shorts, you've taken out longs, you've then trapped shorts. You could move up a little bit, but here was the move. And so you're just really, this is like totally predatory. Does not want you to be positioned before the big move, which tells me that the big move is coming. I mean, you boys know how this gets when you're doing this. So you're gonna see the major move here soon, very soon, possibly in November, maybe in the next 11 days, honestly. Because, well, this just is terrible. And it's funny because you're just like right back within this range. And this is why I said, unfortunately, you are back within this range, because in the midst of all these candles, look at that, in the midst of, let's just measure it up. In the midst of a 9% move up, that's funny. And a 9% move down, you're just right back in that range at 112, which is opportunity for all of us. That's a really good thing, because if you felt like you missed the short, you could be getting that. And if you felt like you missed the longs, we could be getting that. So it's just more, it needs our attention here. And this is trying to get you off Bitcoin. It's a scam. The trades are bad. You sign off, and then you get that 30% move. That's super easy. And you're like, oh man, I should have been paying attention. So now we'll go to the tether dominance here. We'll take a little look-ski here and see what we're dealing with. Now, what were we saying in Monday? Okay, so Monday we were, okay, yeah, this makes sense. I have to like put my thoughts together. It's like a story. So when we went down to the 4.69% for the culture, and remember the low unfortunately was 4.68%. Wish it was 4.69%, but I digress. We were talking about the fact that this is the spring zone. This is the spot that you will need to see bulls pick up, form a green daily candle, and actually reclaim above 4.78%. You did that. So you got the reclaim. You held the 34. Now, this is a good spot because what we talked about, if you get back above 4.78%, this will give you a bias on going back up to the daily 9. Now, depending on what occurs here, you'll either reject the daily 9, roll over, or this will really start trying to solidify a bottom. Why was I talking about maybe this being a bottom zone? Well, when we go to the 5-day, we notice the 5-day EMA 9 was just simply tested on that move down. It wants to populate just like that. Nothing crazy about that at all. We needed this 5-day EMA 100 to hold. It did not, but we talked about the scenario where this 5-day closes under the EMA 100 but holds 4.78%. You'll get a bias on going right back up to that zone, either rejection or a reclaim. We have 3 days to go. You're still above it. You haven't full on rejected it down. That's a telling sign. So in 3 days, if you do end up getting back above this EMA 100 on the 5-day, has anything shifted for bulls here at all? Have they lost any weakness? No, actually, rather they are strong. They potentially have solidified a major retest of this 5-day 9, potentially putting in a 5-day higher low and actually getting a major shift of price here, price structure here, which is just a reclaim of an EMA 100. Haven't really been able to do that. So we can actually hold 5 days, go by 10 days. Now we're in November. We can possibly get a nice bullzuka move up to the 5.2% from this point. I don't think it's going to happen in 3 days, though. I think it could easily do this, there's your price structure shift, and then you bounce. Because you have not been able to hold above this EMA 100. You reclaimed it, you threw it back, and then this should have moved up. It did not. You then deviated it. It's predatory, took this low out, all while just testing this 5-day 9. And now you potentially can start moving up. So if you're max longing at 116, I'm just not seeing the reasoning yet. Here you have a nice median retest, and this gives you in my opinion, great confluence of that idea, which is if you hold the zone, you are going to see a move to the top side of the 38.2% at 5.35%. It's a 9% move. And this doesn't look too bearish to me. It looks like a 5-day median got reclaimed. We then went up and we threw it back. Now we've tested the 5-day median. 5-day median gets reclaimed. You couldn't even test it here. Tried to, but you didn't. You tested it in this region in April. Interesting. We know what happened in April. That was off the back of that 5-day median retest before moving up to the top side of the 38.2% and even going past that on a wick. What is that? Oh, okay. See, that's an interesting thing here. You aggressively come down, you test the 5-day median, which is also the 5-day EMA 9 and also the meme line. On that retest, you then end up going up 19%. Why that's interesting is because it looks very similar to here. Meme line, 5-day 9, median. That's why this is a big spot. And you still have time. There's no FOMO here. You don't need to get into shorts yet. You just simply wait for the 5-day, see if this holds the zone. And maybe then into November, you'll get that push up. Even here, we'll give you another entry on shorts. Flipping this, well, could not be flipping the support, might. And that'll be your big move. So that's an interesting sign on actually tether dominance. Yeah. I always like looking at tether dominance. It's always nice. Now, I'll be wrong on this. If this 5-day rejects, moves down, takes out this 5-day low. If you take this 5-day low out, you'll probably start dumping the 4.4%. Now the 2-day is about to reclaim the 9. This just gives you confluence of the strength here. The fact that bulls are trying to pick up. This is all very telling. And you're getting contraction on volatility, something we wanted, while price is moving up. Could just play into, yeah, maybe perhaps bulls are in control here. Excuse me. Now the weekly is a good perspective because you're just playing between the EMA 100 and the 34. We talked about this. It's just in a moving average range. But also why I really was convinced this could be a spring was because you had support of the weekly 9 too. There just wasn't too many things saying this isn't a sell trigger, but rather you're just testing support. Now, that doesn't mean you can't reject here, and you clearly can see you've been rejecting the EMA 100. So this tells me that this is a really good spot of confluence to just keep watching. If you get back above the weekly EMA 100, well, there's not going to be really much stopping bulls from just breaking out from here, going to the 5.8%. And visually, we can understand that, right? Like 5%'s been the rejection zone. You have not been able to hold it. You even rejected it in this region. But also, if you don't like meme lines, then weekly EMA 100 is a major zone. You've seen big dumps occur from this spot. And you've also seen big pumps occur just off the back of one retest. So we'll go here. You got a reclaim. You've retested it. We'll just measure from the EMA 100, leading to a 17% move. So the fact that you have a spot that's been rejecting, consistent resistance, but has been tested a few times now, really. And even in this chop, you tested it 3 times, telling you that, yeah, if you get back up to around 5%, pretty good chance this will just break out. You potentially will get a throwback retest here, which just interprets into potentially a short on Bitcoin. So really, this was why I was saying probably not a good spot to be longing 116. Didn't really see the reason behind that. And rather, this 4.69% was a nice spring zone. You did bounce pretty nice. I don't know exactly how much you did. Oh, wow. You ended up bouncing 2%. But the important part is The fact that it held the 34, so you diminished the idea of going lower. You held the meme line. We've talked about 4.69% a lot. So that's a big spot being held. You've seen this hold before big moves. Just look at that. But then most importantly, getting back above 4.79% ultimately opens back up this range here that we've seen. Let's not forget what has occurred here back in June, where you just held above it and that just led up only for a little bit. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10%. Are you above the daily EMA 100? Yes. Are you above the SMA 200? Yes. Is the weekly 9 holding? Yes. Okay. Is the monthly 9 about to get reclaimed? Yes. Oh, so that to me is bullish. That's very bullish. So just be very aware of that. And in 2 days, what could you get here? Well, you could get a monthly 9 reclaim. You could get a nice push up, so maybe trapping aggressive shorts on the idea that this rolls over, gives you that throwback again. 4.69% gets tested, which was resistance. This is your move up into November. We're so back, let me just long into November, into Christmas rally. And that just is what takes you to the 34 again. And we'll use the same idea, maybe into December. You reclaim this, you throw it back, there's your shift of structure. And there's your bear market. You can just start moving up to the zones. So I see a lot of actionable setups into November. I'm not too horny to trade into the end of October personally, specifically today when we have FOMC. And I also think the first week of November could be quite predatory to shorts. Meaning if you're holding shorts here, you would be cautious. If you're holding shorts and you're scaling shorts into November, your bet is just open and a move up. Where I really know how strong this monthly 9 is, I know how strong the 4.69% is, I would actually rather want to bet on a throwback scenario than maybe a monthly spring. And that could mean you're still going to get a 4 to 3% move down, which means you could get a 4% move on Bitcoin up. We'll take it from here. So maybe you take out that high. Let's go back here to the weekly. All right, maybe this weekly gets sour. Maybe into November you do rally 4%. And that just does the little stupid thing it does, which takes out this last weekly high. Everyone's max shorting into this. We probably get a move down, just leading to a liquidity grab on into November. Would be interesting to see. Takes this out and then moves down. Which still tells me 116 could be the spot into November I want to position. And even if you start coming all the way down to the 109s, I don't want to take shorts here yet. I'd rather, 4-hour setups are 4-hour setups. Don't diminish that, please. But right, if this 4-hour setup takes you to 109.3 and you printed 3% off that, or 2%, probably a good spot to de-risk because on Tether Dominance, the monthly, if it reclaims the 9, probably going to retest it. And then that's where you start aggressively shorting Bitcoin. Here, it's just tricky, up or down still. And we all can see that, so that's good. Now, just for my own curiosity, I just want to see what USDC versus USDT is. Using USDC, most should not. You don't have a lot of data with it. But I'm curious to see where that median is. Was it maybe this chart? It's down. No, it's definitely not that. So it was on here. No. Is it the opposite? Maybe it's this one. We were looking at this.
Are you looking for USDC dominance?
Oh, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's funny. And then let me go here to the bi-monthly. Because I want to look at the monthly and bi-monthly medians. Because what I noticed when we looked at this a few months ago, really the big rally started once the monthly median got reclaimed, held it, and then that was your bear market. Again, USDC dominance is totally not as dependable as tether dominance, but still something I wanted to see. And really, you're still under the 38.2%. Median actually shifted up. You're still holding within this range. I guess we'll just see if you hold 2%. See if you get back above the 34. Because without the HBDR, this would be actually a buy trigger on a monthly. You got back above the 34. That move up was about a 30% move once you reclaimed it. It just couldn't hold it. So even here, this still very well could retest 3% to like maybe even 7% into November. So just an interesting perspective. I'll have to see where that monthly median shifts to, but something to watch here. We'll go to Bitcoin dominance now. So to me, Bitcoin dominance is not really doing well. You need to see the monthly 9 hold. If it doesn't, this is just a massive liquidity grab and also a bearish retest of the monthly 9, which has been holding this entire bull market, now possibly flipped into resistance. Now, if you're bearish, you would expect 2 days this flips red. So you just need a sell-off to occur here. You want a sell-off, and you simply want this monthly 34 to get lost, going in for the December low, 2024 December low taken out. Now on a bi-monthly, it looks better. And you can just see if this low gets taken out, this is where you really can start dumping hard. This can confirm a bear market on Bitcoin dominance. You have a monthly trend shift, monthly 9 rejection. These are my lower time frame mean lines. We'll clean the chart up a bit. We'll extend this out, giving you a target down to like 50.5% to maybe even 46%. It's not looking the most healthiest here. Just a slow move up, but rejecting the 21. So you're possibly playing between the 9, the 21. It's not looking the best though with these wicks. It looks more like distribution to me. You have to be very aware of that. If you lose this weekly 9, you're going to see a major move down to 58%. Just a stair step up, elevator down type price action. So just be aware of that while weekly volatility is giving you a setup on Bitcoin dominance. So you have a weekly silver cross, very close to a weekly silver cross. So if this starts coming down, you're going to cause the 21 to flip under the 55, giving you a weekly silver cross. At that point, the weekly 9 could just be simply lined up with 59.7% into November, giving you a pretty easy gauge on if you're going to move down or not. Let's see the weekly HBDR. Okay, so you're pressing the 50%. If you reject that, next zone will be the 38.2%. You've already tested a few times. Or no, yeah, no, you were basing off of it. Now it's down to here. But you visually can see if you start taking out these lows, next spot will be closer to 57.9 to 58%. So big spot. Bulls really just need to bounce and get above the 34 here. It's going to be important because this could roll over, and that's what they don't want. Because if this rolls over here, then that'll just really flip the monthly red. And you don't want this monthly to flip red. That'll look really bad, really bad. So we'll have to see. Now the monthly is holding the silver cross. You're just holding the 21. This is why if this flips red, takes this monthly low out in 2 days, it's not going to look very good. You're going to then have a target to the 34, which is testing the 55, which is just really diminishing the silver cross on the monthly, which has been holding for a few months. I mean, it crossed here in February 2025, so a few months indeed. So that's all I really have on Bitcoin. In summary, You're watching $112,000. That's the spot you need to hold. The higher low will be solidified right in that region at 112,000. You just use the daily 9 to make it easy for yourself. Ideally, this spot holds. Could even mean you're going to do this, not take out today's low, and then start moving up into the next few days. You as a bear know that this will get a little dirty if the 4-hour EMA 100 gets lost, or even just using the daily loss of 112,000. That worked out well here, which tells me that these ranges are still being very well respected. You've rejected 116, you went to 114, you've lost that, now you're at 112. If you lose 112, you're going to see a big dump to 109. That's your big sign as a bull, like this needs to hold here, or you're going to start dumping. And if you test this low 109.3, well, you better hope that holds, because if not, everything we were talking about in terms of downside targets, for me, will just be greater. You'll have to just look for a lower. On this move up, if it was a major bull trap and now you're breaking down, that's a lot more weak than here. We need to then really look at that as a lot of liquidity trapped, and you could potentially get another big sell-off again, potentially. That's all just dependent on if 112,000 holds. And is it? Yes, it is currently holding. So just be very mindful of that. But the 4 hours in a downtrend, you've hit the 4-hour EMA 100. So again, are bulls trying to run with the idea that this won't take this low out and you'll just start moving up? Unsure. And you won't know really until the daily. With FOMC today, you're just better off waiting. You'll probably make more money and lose less if you just don't trade today. Because even if you aggressively dump down and go to 109s in November starts, we know that, well, tether dominance still could give us that throwback, which could lead into what Alejandro was saying, maybe a predatory November, mid-November, you then start dumping hard on Bitcoin because, well, this just solidified the throwback, comes down, and boom, you rally up.
Why would it go down if there's the Santa rally that everyone is promising me, though? It's worked out the past years, just like October. So what?
I have a theory. I have a theory about this Santa rally.
Go ahead.
I think Santa Claus parked his sleigh at one of these houses, and somebody put some heroin laced hay there, and Rudolph had like a overdose, and then he had a Jane moment where his sleigh collided with the Boeing 747 in midair. You know, it's one of those situations.
Oh no, Santa! I guess we'll see if your theory is right. If Santa doesn't show up for the rally, then we know he's dead. On fentanyl too. What if you saw Santa Claus doing like the Fenty pose, the one where he's like bending over in a really weird way, and he's all skinny now?
I think I've seen a few in fucking that liberal state, and I've lost
Oregon,
it.
California.
Yeah, in Oregon, I've seen that already in Oregon on the streets, of course.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Oh,
No,
we got 3 of those guys back in Portland.
There you go. Really
There
though,
you
you
go.
get your Santa rally off this. This is your Santa rally. Honestly, it could just be this simple.
Yeah.
Just right, like a monthly 9's been rejecting for multiple months. You will green dildo up maybe at the end of this month, but still could give you a pullback, which then means we're so back on Bitcoin. And that could play into what we had in the beginning of this month, which is up and then bigly down, but then this bigly down ideally sticks, and this is just the start of a major downtrend. Now we'll quickly know, and really, I think it's safe to say you will get a move soon. This is going to confirm a volatility setup on the monthly. So you could have it, this just keeps contracting, or this into November confirms it, into December you get the fire off, and it just ever so slightly gives you a volatility setup before the big move up on volatility, not move up on Bitcoin. Volatility here is saying, yeah, I mean, last volatility setup was October of 2023. We all know what happened. So it reclaiming the monthly 9, giving you a volatility setup, I think is a pretty big sign on why, yeah, if you go to 109.3s on Bitcoin, maybe it will hold, but there you should look for maybe a short at 114s and just wait and see, because it will be funny if you just capitulate into November, December to then consolidate into the new year. It would be nice.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
The whole reason why we're not getting Santa Claus rally is because the women are not in the kitchen. fucking.
They're not in the kitchen. Are they not
No.
making me a sandwich? That's because everyone's broke.
They're all fucking broke. They're poor.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
My favorite comedian is Andrew Tate.
He is phenomenal, I gotta say. The stupid shit that he says, he's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Well, actually,
It's sad
my
if people
favorite.
take it seriously, but it's great. It's so much. It's so entertaining.
Oh, the king of rage bait.
That's right.
I used to kind of fall for that rage bait too. Where
Me too.
I was telling Alex, I was like, "Did you see what he said? This is just retarded." And Alex goes, "You have to ignore those ones."
Yep. Yeah. Well done. Well done, sir.
Yeah, Tate's funny.
So on the daily, we are currently getting momentum, freshly entering into the bullish control zone with volatility going into an expansion phase. Right now, the jewel is pressing up against the bullish control zone. Makes sense to get a little bit of a rejection here. Plus, we did take out the last major lower high. So you have to imagine how many people were omega bullish taking out the last major lower high. Probably entered long somewhere around this zone. Got to take those guys out. Got to make sure nobody makes any money in this market. And now the area where I would look for a pullback would be somewhere around this 38.2%, which is currently at around roughly $111,000 area. And that would give us the ability to break this previous low on momentum. Ideally, may break this one here as well, and that'll put in hidden bullish divergence with a consolidation somewhere around this 38.2%, and then that can give us a move into that $120,000 zone. Let's go into the 5-day because a lot of bias is based off of that. We did get a previous 5-day close that reclaimed all of our major EMAs. The 5-day that I'm comparing this one to right now is the one over here, where we were trading below our 5, our 9, and our 21. We had the 5 crossing below the 9, and we had the 9 just about to cross below the 21, but they didn't quite cross. It was something similar on this one here, where on this one the 9 actually did cross below the 21, but the focus is the 5 crossing below the 9, and then the 9 getting close to the 21. Once you started to reclaim that area, kind of went sideways for a little bit right at the top there, 38.2%, before we reconnected with our 5 EMA, and then from the 5 EMA is where you got your next busting action move. So right now, what we did as similar that we did in this move here, we took out the last major lower high, especially on a closing basis, and then for the next 2 periods, you ended up going sideways, which is what I'm looking for at this moment. Going sideways for around 5 to 10 more days, consolidating around this zone, maybe getting a little bit of a pullback to that 111 zone, but currently we are holding over our this 21 EMA, and as long as we are holding over it on a closing basis, I'm looking for more sideways until these APR ranges step up a little bit more, and then we do have a bull moon coming up on November 6th. I believe that is like next week, and from there, as long as we're holding over $111,000 on a closing basis, I would say the probabilities are to the upside. And right now, that target is somewhere around $120,000 to $121,000 roughly. Not exactly all-time highs, just somewhere around that $120,000 to $121,000. This would
Man,
be the most.
that goes in line with what we've been saying. And honestly, right now, if nothing, honestly, right now, what I'll be looking is for longs to that
Me
to
too.
those dates. Just finding good entries, because right now this is not a good entry. You're still in the
I'm
middle
just waiting
of
for a
the
little bit lower, and then I'm going to start positioning long for
Yeah.
somewhere around 120 to 121.
Yes,
And I
sir.
think that's going to be the real predatory move. Get a nice rejection around 121,000. Then we're probably going to 95,000 after that.
Yep. Yeah, there. Exactly. Fuck. Wow.
And that'll
Now, before you continue, I'm going to stop you and say, you share another picture of delicious food today, tomorrow, or Friday on the chat. I will chop your balls when I see you next, okay?
Hey, that's healthy food.
I haven't eaten in 3.5 days. And then I
Oh,
look
no?
at that shit you're sending. Well, I'm
Oh, my
fasting.
bad. I didn't know that. My bad.
My stomach went when I saw that picture.
My bad. I did not know you were fasting.
No, get out of here. I'm just fucking with you.
But regarding the point of women in the kitchen, so I'm looking for basically something like that. What we happen here, and this is the bullish scenario. The bearish scenario is on this close, we end up losing this 21 EMA. Ideally, if you're going to be bearish, you want to lose the 5 EMA as well. And right now, you do have probabilities of coming down to the bottom 38.2% with a rejection of your median, which is around 114,000. And that bottom 38.2% puts you at about 107,000. And what's likely to happen once you're testing that $107,000 area is you're probably going to get a breakdown, because that'll give you you'll be so close to your 55. It's going to be a magnet for price action. So around 104, 105, you're going to be filling out this wick. It is possible that you can make a slightly lower low and end up bouncing from there. That is what I think is likely to happen. And end up making a lower low from this 101, somewhere around 95, 96,000, as this 100 EMA rises with every single close. Get a nice bounce off of that 100 EMA, and then run it up to our current, or run it up to new all-time highs. This would be the most predatory move. Get everybody excited with the move to 120, 121. Take out everybody who's short, just like this move up to 126 in October, and then you run it down to 95,000 after all of the shorts have been taken out, and people have started positioning long for new all-time highs. Take those guys out too, and give the fuck you candle to both sides, and then run it up to new all-time highs. And that would be quite the move. And if that were to happen, I think it's going to happen very fast and very aggressively. That bounce from 95,000 to the new highs of somewhere around like 140 to 150, and that'll probably be the last move of this crypto rally or crypto bull market or whatever you want to call it. Momentum on the 5-day is currently pointed to the upside, with volatility now at extreme lows at 9%. And we are currently forming, we were forming hidden bullish divergence, but then we ended up making a lower low right here. So now there is no possibility for hidden bullish divergence. And on the opposite hand, you are performing a sell signal on the jewel with the bearish cross in the background as well, which is more points in the camp of the bearish side. 2 days giving you a rejection of your top 38.2%. You are currently resting right above your median. Median puts you at that $111,000 area, which also makes that a significant area of support. As long as you are closing over that area, probabilities are at least another attempt to the upside from there. With momentum now breaking above the neutral zone, with volatility sitting at extreme lows, and the jewels losing the sell signal right above the bearish control zone. 4-hour currently freshly pointed to the downside, with volatility expanding. There's close to being possibility of bullish divergence once we break this current low of 112,450. What I'm looking to happen ideally right now is the break of this low, come down to somewhere around that 111 zone, bounce from there, momentum makes a higher low, that'll give us bullish divergence on the 4-hour, and that'll send us back up to somewhere around 115s. That is a lot of things that have to confirm for that situation to happen, though. Weekly now getting a rejection of our top 38.2%. Not the best look right now. And momentum is currently still pointing to the downside. We are currently making a higher low from this low here, and we're close to making a lower low on price, giving us the possibility of bullish divergence on the weekly, which hasn't happened yet. Once we get this move down to 111s, though, high probability that will happen. And then the confirmation for the divergence will be a close over 115,685, and that'll send us up to current all-time highs. We're not actually current all-time highs, a little bit below them, around like 123. And the jewel is now curving back over to this the bearish signal and losing the upwards curvature, and it's about to flash another sell signal. As long as we close below this 38.2%, this likely will flip to a sell signal, and that'll give us a move down to this 21 EMA right around that same 111 zone. Ideally, bulls want to hold that 111 zone on a closing basis. Go to the index now. Index is getting that move down to that 9 EMA slash 38.2% after getting a nice rejection of our median. That 38.2% right now sits just above 111 at 110.3, and the 9 EMA sits at around 112,000. So it gives you a zone between 112 and 110.3, which 111 sits right in between. And as long as we're closing on 2 week over 110,351, then probabilities are at the very least for a bounce from there. And that bounce likely takes us up to somewhere around that 120 zone. The target would be the median. I just don't think it'll get that high, which is currently at about 139. You'd likely get a rejection somewhere around 120 to 121, even if we are going to go to new all-time highs. Breaking this current low. So there is still a possibility of hidden bullish divergence here, since you have taken out this previous low. Price is still technically making a higher low over 108.295. Confirmation of that is going to be a close over 116.55. We were very close to getting that, but that ended up getting a rejection. Did say 14 days is an eternity in cryptocurrency land, and you still have 11 days left. It's only been 3 days since then, and everything's changed. Things can change in 20 minutes from here too. The jewel in the background is still giving you a sell signal. Index now once again red on the monthly. still giving you that rejection of the median, which gives you a move down to your 9 EMA. As long as you're holding over that 9 EMA, though, can't be looking for any lower than there. Below that 9 EMA, you have a magnet down to your 38.2%, which is currently around like $91,000. Momentum is still pointing to the upside in the monthly, still holding hidden bullish divergence as long as you're closing over about 107,412. But once you close below that area, you will form 3 drives of bearish divergence, giving you a minimum target of your 21, which is right now at about 86,000. Then we go to the RSI. Tether has now invalidated the bearish divergence to multiple drives, and the easy move from there would be your bullish control zone, which right now sits at about 5.19%. Putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence now in the 4-hour, confirmed in about an hour, will confirm with any close over about 4.88%. And that will give you a target of the critical zone, which right now sits at about 4.9%. Let's adjust this a little bit, changed it to about 82, see what the next realistic target would be. Now that puts about 4.93, not really much higher. Says that 4.9 to 5% area is going to be some resistance. Reset settings. Interesting to see that though, and you do have a bullish cross right now on the jewel, right above the bearish control zone, with volatility primed for actually especially going under into a contraction phase. So that is something to point out. But with the reclaim of all of your major EMAs, bullish divergence, a little bit less effective of a bullish divergence because it is in the bullish control zone, but this fresh drive nonetheless likely gives you a retest of somewhere around that 5% area at least. 2-hour has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 4.84%. Next target is the critical zone, currently sits at 5.19. Nothing. Nothing. You've already hit the easy target off of invalidating the bearish divergence, which is that bullish control zone. Nothing there. And nothing there. Now we'll go to Bitcoin. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, so now you have taken out this previous high, and the close is at about 115,088. We closed over here at below that. So that gives us possibility for hidden bearish divergence now. And that will confirm with any close below 112,132. That confirms that does give you a nice target of this 200 SMA, which is currently at around 109, 110,000. And this is going to slowly rise with every single close. That would be that move down to right around 110, 111. Ideally, you would, if you're bullish, you would want to see that hold, and then from there, you would like to see a move to new all-time highs or somewhere around 120 at least. But if you get a daily close below this 200 SMA, then I'm going to be looking for a bearish retest into that 200, and then the move down to about 95, 96. Four hours now putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 112,660, and that'll give us an easy target of the critical zone, which right now sits at about 110, 110.2. Interesting. Bullish divergence has been invalidated. Okay. 3 days less, multiple drive or regular bullish divergence active. This will be active as long as you're closing over about 106.61, and your next target on the divergence is going to be the simple moving average, which right now is at about 118.7, 118.8. Bullish control zone is at about 132. 5 days less active bullish divergence, which was confirmed on this last close. This also does give more bias that likely make some type of higher low around the zone, get that consolidation phase like we did right over here, and then send it up afterwards. And that bullish divergence will be active as long as you're closing above 106.61. Next target is the bullish control zone, which right now is at 131.8, so about 132. Same number as before. Weekly still has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 115,685. Next target is the bearish control zone, which is right now at 100, 101. Volatility is now getting fresh expansion from extreme lows as well. Very close to getting above 15%. Now we go to the index and go to 2 week. 2 weeks still has active multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 116.55. Now you've already hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone and the simple moving average. Next level is the neutral zone, which currently sits at about, actually the edge of the bullish control zone, it would be about 111. So that does line up with the idea of that bounce around 111. The next level below there is the neutral zone at 93.7, just below that 95 area, with volatility at 2 periods of 0%. Getting the invalidation of that bearish divergence with the close over 116.55 would give us a target of the critical zone, which right now is at about 165. Monthly, very close with that, still has that possibility of bearish divergence between this point, this point, and this point. That will be confirmed with any close below 107,412. That gives us an easy target of this 21 at about 87, 86,000. But until then, we still have that active hidden bullish divergence between these 2 points, with momentum making a lower low, price making a higher low, and that will be also active as long as you're closing above 107,412. So right now, the bullish divergence is still active. The bearish one hasn't been confirmed yet. Volatility is now back below the extreme low level at about 7%. A little bit of momentum. Daily is currently still flipped to the upside with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 110,450. Also lines up with that 110, 111 area. Still, that would just be a retest of our momentum pivot on the daily. 4 hours currently flipped to the downside. Volatility is still in expansion phase, and we will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 113,500. 2-day currently freshly flipped up, a rejection of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over 107,850. Very, very nice to see that pivot significantly below price. 5-day is currently freshly flipped to the downside. Let's go to the index and get a more accurate number. And it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below about $120,800. Interesting, that number went up. And it did firstly flip to the downside. Now the projection is going to be on this next open, you will be within the bearish control zone. So move up to 120 would just be would be a bearish retest of this pivot. Whereas a move down to 110, 111 would be the retest of our lower time frame pivots. Kind of lines up for that ultimate fuck you scenario of getting us a move up to about 120, 121, a rejection, and then a move below 100K from there.
Get those shorts ready at 121. 129.90 is what I have.
I'd love to get the long up to that area and then short up there.
Fuck yeah, that'd be legendary.
And on the weekly, we are also still flipped to the downside and will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,250. And volatility is now going into an expansion phase for many periods of 0%. And currently, we are still forming possibility of hidden bullish divergence. But once we take out this low on a closing basis at 108,296, then that possibility will be gone. Right now, to confirm that divergence, we have to close over 115,444, which we are currently below. Week also flipped to the downside with volatility at 2 periods of 0%, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 118,600. And the monthly is very close to freshly flipping to the downside. It will flip down in 2 days and 10 hours if we close below 115.50, let's say, or let's say just 115. And monthly flipping to the downside here would confirm bearish divergence between this point and this point, because you have made a lower high on momentum with a higher high on price, significantly higher high on price, and that would give you your first your next drive of confirmed bearish divergence within the critical zone. And this time around, you're very likely going to lose the critical zone and end up coming towards somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone. And that would be Bitcoin coming down to somewhere around like $95,000, maybe down to somewhere around 87, which would be the technical target on the multiple drives of bearish divergence around that 21 EMA. And at that sure, you could get a strong bounce off that 21 EMA, end up closing over 112, and then go on the monthly and then going new all-time highs from there. Just a little bit less likely at that point. still is not invalidated until you get that close below the 9 EMA, which at that point it's kind of hard to see it not closing below the 9 EMA. And once you get your monthly close below the 9 EMA, that confirms the next bear market and basically down only from there. So to wrap it up, on the higher time frames, it is now once again back into the bears' favor, with momentum on the monthly very close to flipping to the downside. Volatility is at extreme lows, and this time around, once we do flip down, this bearish divergence very likely takes us below the critical zone. And every single time previously that we've lost the critical zone, that's been it. Like it's the bear market has started. We've made a little bit of an attempt of a bounce, not really breaking any previous lower highs, and then just continuing to dump from there. So that would be the first precursor with monthly momentum flipping down, and then from there, the next confirmation is losing your monthly 9 EMA on a closing basis. On the low time frames, you are getting momentum flipping to the downside, making it likely you're going to test somewhere around that 110 to 111 zone. Right now, I do think that area will hold on a closing basis, and we will bounce from there into somewhere around like 120, 121, and get a nice rejection from that zone. And as long as you are rejecting that area, it's more likely from there you're going to drop below 100K, somewhere around 95, 96,000, maybe even your monthly bearish divergence target of somewhere around 86, 87. But if you can get a monthly close of your 9 EMA from there, from that move to the downside, then I think we're very likely going to go to new all-time highs very fast from there. And the invalidation for this move down right now is basically just getting to take over our current all-time highs.
Excellent, senor. Thank you so much. We have QBTS and CRM next. So however you guys want to split that bullshit.
I'll take whichever one.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, whatever.
And now, may I say, one interesting level that I'm looking at for this long would be right here. What became resistance, what was support became resistance and should confirm as support. Again, remember, breakout or breakdown zone most of the time gets retested. Lose it, boom, get retested, lose it for real, boom, can win it, boom, down, and then once you beat it, up. So I would
111.
This is right here at one. Let's call it 110,750.
Sounds good. Perfect.
To add to what you're looking at right now, which to me that's the area of interest that I'll be looking at today, tomorrow, the next days. See, I was quitting on for the full month, but this came so fast, the 1600, 200, the 116, 200, that it made me fucking come back. So there he goes. There goes my promises to myself.
I will be going max long at 107. I mean 100, whatever, 110,700. Thank you for the financial advice.
That spot though, that spot's not very far from 109.3s. Maybe a wick to 109.3, buy back above 110,700. It's not very far from that.
Oh yeah, I mean your invalidation is a big invalidation here. You want to play a low leverage long with higher size. I that's what I'm playing.
I see. Smart.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck if it goes down a little bit and stays there for 2 days and then goes back up. I think the fact that the pivot right now, the monthly pivot is 115,500, that almost guarantees that between now and the 31st, we're going to be playing around that area, right? To make people think, are we going to go below? Or are we going to close below? Or are we going to close above? So it always does that kind of bullshit. So
yeah, it'll never make it that easy and stay at 112 with the pivot's 115.
Exactly. And the other thing is Solana's still strong, which still adds to the long theory. It hasn't come down much as versus Bitcoin, which has. So just interesting. Thank you, boys. QBTS and CRM are next. All righty.
Perfect.
Perdón, me estoy ahogando con mi propia saliva. Estamos viendo Bitcoin, damas y caballeros, los Bitcoins. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo? Pueden ver que hemos estado en una tendencia alcista hasta acá, ¿no? De acá, acá, acá. Pero, tristemente, desde entonces hemos estado haciendo altos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Pero desde acá, el 17 de septiembre, que venimos a los $103,000, rebotamos hasta los 114, después volvimos a caer, encontramos soporte en nuestra línea meme en los 107. Este rango continúa ahí puesto para todos ustedes, lo tienen en el Discord, es completamente gratis para que no se me pierdan con esto. Y tenemos, vean lo bonito que está rebotando. Si, una vez más, ¿De qué se trata? ¿De qué se trata? ¿De qué se trata trading? Encontrar rangos y jugar los rangos, y es lo que estamos haciendo en este momento. Hicimos un corto acá, salió de huevos. Hicimos un long aquí abajo, salió de huevos. Y acá volvimos a poner el otro, les dije el viernes, ¿no? Cuando llegue el precio a 116,200, voy a entrar en corto, y yo creí que iba a tomar más tiempo, pero llegamos en putiza. Y ahora lo que nosotros creemos es que vamos a ver algo así. La pregunta es hasta dónde, y de ahí a esta línea meme. Y ahora esto va en confluencia con lo que habíamos puesto en... ¿Qué tabla es? Vamos a ver, la mensual es esta. Acá. Y esto todavía va en confluencia con lo que habíamos dicho antes. Pueden ver que acá está puesto y continúa esa apuesta. Pensamos que ahorita lo que va a hacer es engañar a todo el mundo que valió queso. Después lo que va a hacer es darse vuelta, ¿no? Después lo que va a hacer es darse vuelta. Y una vez más, estamos siguiendo la teoría de los wikazos. Para los que no están familiarizados con la teoría de los wikazos, es lo que ocurre en el peso mexicano, en la dominancia de Bitcoin. Se los voy a enseñar rapidísimo. No el nepe, la dominancia de Bitcoin, para que no me vayan a demandar, ¿no? Pero pueden ver, este wicazo normalmente tenemos un movimiento a la baja, después uno a la alza, para poder complementarlo. Pueden verlo acá. Esta es la dominancia de Bitcoin. Tuvimos este wicazo, cayó. Esto es lo que estoy esperando al revés. Si voy e invierto la tabla de Bitcoin se vería así. Entonces, ¿qué estoy esperando? Esto ahorita, que sería al 10 de noviembre, y después esto al 15 de diciembre, o hasta acá, 15 de diciembre, ¿ok? Es lo que estaría esperando. Esa es una inversión de esto. ¿Por qué? Una vez que haces uno de estos wicks, te engaña y te dice, no, hasta acá llegó todo, pero eventualmente lo rompe esa zona. Y aquí ya lo volvimos a hacer, lo que me dice que mínimo la dominancia de Bitcoin va a venir a los 64.83 otra vez pronto. Y una vez más, solamente para encontrar un poco de correlación, lo vimos en el peso. Perdón, un segundo, aquí estamos. En el 2024 tuvimos este pompazo del fondo del peso de 16.2 hasta los 18 en un día. O sea, fue un putazo así. Y de aquí volvió a caer. Y acá cuando yo vi esto fue de, güey, acabamos de cambiar de tendencia, esto no es normal. Y como esto bajó, todo el mundo fue de, no, el dólar, no, que ya, el peso se lo va a comer, y pito, hasta acá. Y ahora estamos retesteando la parte baja del canal en una tendencia alcista para el peso. Entonces, ¿qué quiso decir este wicazo? Que iba a haber continuación. Una vez más, si lo estamos viendo en Bitcoin, ¿cuál es? En Bitcoin es este wicazo que nos dio esta vela gigantesca. Podría decir que esta fue la continuación, pero no lo es, simplemente en cuánto tiempo, cuántas sesiones ha habido en la diaria. Entonces, ahorita vamos a buscar dónde está ese long, vamos a ponerles el análisis de todo en este momento para que lo tengan. Olvídense de lo que dice acá, es más, me voy a ir al índice para que no estén clavados en este pedo. Aquí lo tienen. Estamos jugando en este delicioso y bello rango en estos momentos, damas y caballeros. Lo pueden ver perfectamente. Haciendo altos más altos, continuamos en una tendencia alcista. Lo que sí estamos pintando es un doji, es una vela de indecisión, que es la última, la roja que están viendo acá. Un doji es el cuerpo en medio y las patas y las manos, ¿no? Para arriba, flaco y flaco, que se divide a la mitad. Esto te está diciendo, no sé a dónde voy, es indecisión. ¿No? Lo está jugando perfectamente. Bien, con eso dicho, en la trimestral todavía faltan 2 meses y 3 días para cerrar, pero estamos por encima de todos los promedios. El promedio del 5 está en $102,000, básicamente, el 9 en 83, etcétera. Lo que estamos monitoreando en nuestra tabla trimestral es la volatilidad de Bitcoin, porque cada que venimos al fondo, al punto más bajo de la volatilidad en el trimestral, entramos en un fondo, y cada que bajamos y contraemos volatilidad por debajo del promedio, encontramos el tope. Y esto ha ocurrido en todas estas ocasiones. Julio del 2020, ¿se acuerdan? Y adivinen qué, octubre del 2021. Lo mismo por acá en enero del 2018, cuando cayó el precio de Bitcoin, pero en julio del 2016 lo mismo. Y esto ha ocurrido una y otra vez. Este fue el setup de Hamas en octubre del 2023, hasta acá arriba, los $126,000, y ahora tienes esta contracción posiblemente dándose. Este sería, si es que llega a jugar tal cual, etcétera, fue el indicador más en la cara de todo el mundo que nadie ha mencionado por alguna razón. Pero nosotros tenemos un ojo en él, no estamos diciendo que vaya a ser correcto o no, pero lo estamos monitoreando y por ende estamos actuando de acuerdo, ¿no? A lo que estamos viendo y lo que estamos usando como nuestro análisis. Una vez más, tabla alcista definitivamente en todos lados. Vámonos a la mensual para no meter tanto ruido aquí con esto. Mensual nos empieza a decir que viene el movimiento más potente en probablemente, recuerden, nada está completamente dado. Este podría ser el movimiento más fuerte en la historia de Bitcoin, donde tienes la volatilidad mensual en el punto más bajo de toda su puta historia, esperando un movimiento. Tienes una vela de indecisión que está justamente jugando en este rango, que te dice, güey, no sé si 103 o si 126. Es una puta esta pinche Bitcoina. Tienes el promedio del 5 en los 111,541. Y en la tabla mensual, algo divertido, tienes tu pivote de Bitcoin en casi los 116, está en los 115. Al igual que, no, está en la de 2 semanas. Por ahora vamos a cerrar esta tabla en 2 días y 9 horas. Ya fuimos a retestear la media y el promedio del 9 nos aguantó. Aquí va a ser un juego de qué es lo primero que te vas a llevar a la alza o a la baja. El promedio del 9 o la 21, que una vez más, un rango. Te llevas el promedio del 9 a la baja, vas a los $90,000, te llevas la media y vas a los $188,000, que me prometieron hace no sé cuántos años, así que espero que sí, pero ya todo el mundo lo había tomado como dado, entonces me imagino que ahí es donde vamos. No les voy a poner más objetivos a la baja, yo creo que es suficiente el rango entre 90 y $188,000 para no perder el tiempo y ponernos como pendejos, ¿no? Bueno, cada quien se pone como puede. Otra cosa, además de la mensual, la de 2 semanas tiene otro setup de volatilidad de aquellos potentes y estos son movimientos grandes. No es el punto más bajo en toda la historia de la tabla, pero sí está efectivamente en 0 y es de los puntos más bajos que ha estado junto con estos otros momentos. El setup de Hamas que nos llevó a máximos históricos, el 2024 que nos llevó hasta el tope por ahí del 2025 y pueden ver que cada que contrae la volatilidad ocurre una corrección bastante fuerte después de estos setups, ¿ok? Que es como la trimestral. Estás en una clara tendencia alcista, continúas en ella, agarraste lo que era la zona del breakout, lo veniste y lo retesteaste y esto debería de darte la oportunidad de rebotar a la alza. Pero por ahora estás por debajo del promedio del 9 ¿cómo se llama? Estás por debajo del promedio del 9 y del 5 acá, pintando una vela topera, ni siquiera la pueden ver, ¿o sí? Esta parte de acá es literalmente el cuerpo de la vela y estamos acá. Ahora, una vez más, saben ustedes cómo pensamos y saben lo que estamos viendo. 114,102 es el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, para que lo tengan en mente. Semanal. Semanal también tenemos uno de los setups de volatilidad más potentes de toda la historia, o bueno, no de toda la historia porque ha tenido muchas partes donde ha hecho esto, pero nos está diciendo que viene un setup potente en la mensual, en la trimestral, con la contracción de la volatilidad, en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal, la de 5 días. Todo esto está apuntando para un movimiento muy grande en Bitcoin, a la alza o a la baja. Entonces, vamos a estar monitoreando esto. En la semanal también tienes esta vela súper topera culera. Estás por debajo del promedio del 9, que está en los 114,200. De poder romper 114,200, deberías de poder venir a visitar los 123,680. Y para cerrar esta vela todavía faltan 5 días, damas y caballeros, para que lo tengan en mente. Así que todavía le queda acción por ver. De poder ganar los 114, deberemos de romper los 115, luego los 115,500, que es el punto pivote en el momentum en la mensual, y de ahí podemos hablar de los 123,683, ¿ok? O si llegas a bajar, pierdes el promedio del 21 en los 111,348, los 108 se abren y serían una opción. Básicamente este piso, lo pueden ver acá, y pues ha rebotado en el promedio del 34 ya varias veces. Vamos a ver. La última vez que fuimos y caímos debajo del promedio del 34, ahorita no hemos cerrado nada debajo del promedio del 34, estamos retesteando después de esto y esto me sugiere que hay más debilidad de lo que pensamos, pero no lo está jugando todavía para enseñarnos la debilidad, no el pollo. Así que por ahora, arriba de 114, quieres 115,500, llevártelo, eso te da probabilidades de venir a los 123. Ahí la vamos a dejar para no darles más objetivos. Y a la baja, romper los 111,300 te lleva a los 108. 5 días. Aquí están. 5 días, clara como el agua. También tienes un setup de volatilidad potente que está jugando con los sentimientos de todo el mundo. Todavía no rompe a la alza. Estos son movimientos. En la de 5 días son movimientos de 30 a 35%. Imagínate la semanal, la de 2 semanas, la mensual, etcétera. Lo fuerte que es. Nos está rechazando la media. Estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. La media está en 115, 253, que es más o menos el punto pivote mensual para que lo tengan en mente. Acá tienen el promedio del 9 justamente en los 113,300 y el promedio del 5 en los 111,148 y el promedio del 34 en los 110,136 para que lo tengan en mente. De perder los 110,300, vamos a básicamente la parte baja de la zona azul en los 103. Y de poder romper la media en los 115,200, tenemos probabilidades, atentos, de ir a los $130,000. ¿Ok? Pongo la de 2 días a ver si continúa. Era la de 3 días. No, voy a poner la de 2 días. Hay tablas que te dicen toda la jugada perfecto. Bueno, esto va de acuerdo a lo que les estaba diciendo. 110,800 en la de 2 días es nuestro promedio del 9. Y ahí es donde yo esperaría que estamos haciendo esto por acá, ¿no? Es donde yo esperaría que encontremos después de este alto, bajo, para poder continuar a la alza. Y eso simplemente por cómo tengo el rango pintado de Bitcoin. Lo están viendo, volatilidad está ya contrayendo después de la expansión, pero la expansión fue para arriba y para abajo en esta tabla. La diaria más sencilla. Habíamos tenido volatilidad extrema entre la caída y ahora está contrayendo, pero empezó a expandir, pero no expandió. La diaria es importante para mí porque tienes una vela topera y tienes continuación instantáneamente, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Esto es mucho más bajista que alcista. Por eso espero que si ahorita la Reserva Federal o antes tenemos, recuerda, ¿cómo tradeas? No compras esto, o sea, eso es para los rookies. ¿Qué es lo que compras? Extremos. Si viene para abajo, tienes que tener tus objetivos y ahí es lo que compras para irte a long. Si esto instantáneamente hace esto, pues tienes que tener tus objetivos arriba para hacerle un corto. Y es justamente lo que va a pasar acá. Otra vez, ¿no? Siempre lo vemos. Y ahora, ¿qué es lo que ha pasado acá? Toda la gente que se metió desde aquí abajo está todavía en ganancias en sus longs hasta los 107, por lo que deberíamos dar un wicazo para eliminar la mayor cantidad de ganancias que existe en este nivel. ¿Ok? Y ahora con esta caída estamos dándole de comer a los shorts y es que tanto les queremos dar de comer contra los longs, ¿no? Es el juego del tira y afloja que no perdemos de. Voy a regresar a mi tabla, voy a quitar el HPDR solamente para comentarles rápidamente qué es lo que estamos viendo. Y es bastante sencillo, voy a quitar mis EMAs, ni siquiera los voy a tocar. Es lo siguiente. Esta línea meme que está acá está en los 100. Espérame, ¿es una línea meme o qué es? Porque no me deja nunca. Ah, sí, ya la puedo expandir para acá. Este nivel es muy importante para mí ahora, porque este nivel es el que nadie continúa tomándolo en cuenta, que ha funcionado perfecto y es lo que a nosotros en el Discord nos funcionó muy bien. El rango es, en mi opinión, perfecto en este momento para lo que estamos viviendo. Parte alta, parte baja, este es un rango entero, ¿ok? Y este es el siguiente rango para arriba hasta los 123, pero en realidad para mí este rango es de 116,200 a 121. El extremo son los 123, ¿ok? Para que lo tengan en mente. Y ahora jugamos todos estos cortos, bien, jugamos estos largos, bien. No me acuerdo si jugué esta o no. Jugamos estos cortos, bien. Continuamos bien en esto. Y ahora pueden ver que ha detenido, si has apostado todo este rango, estás imprimiendo billete. Estamos imprimiendo billete en este momento. Y nos da igual si va para arriba o para abajo, simplemente es poner objetivos. Primer objetivo a la baja es este rango en los 110, 700. Aquí es donde yo voy a poner mi primera entrada, 110, 700, con poco apalancamiento, con una posición grande. Eso quiere decir poner mucho dinero, pero apalancado poco para ganarle bien si es que se da, porque me voy a dar rango para equivocarme. Y eso puede ser hasta los 109, 500. 109,500 sería la segunda entrada. Solamente lo voy a dividir en estas dos y el apalancamiento, si es que llegáramos a los 107, no me va a matar. Esa es mi jugada. Abajo de esto, de este mínimo en los 106,600, me salgo. Este soy yo, una vez más. Y ahora, si vamos a jugar esto va a ser en long, ¿no? Para irnos para arriba. Y mi objetivo aquí arriba va a ser esta línea meme que está aquí arriba. Me continúo estirándola. Acá, en los 121. Son 100, sí, 121. 121, punto. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que esperamos? Un retroceso y a los 121. Si una vez más, aquí encontraste el fondo y instantáneamente después de la Junta de la Reserva Federal mueven el mercado y esto llega a 121, aquí es donde haces el corto. Yo aquí, como sea, voy a hacer corto. Lo que me gustaría es jugar el largo y después el corto, pero si no se me da el largo, porque estoy aquí abajo, el long, pues voy a entrar en corto y ya, se acabó. Es lo que creemos nosotros que, segundito, es lo que estamos viendo nosotros que podría ocurrir en Bitcoin y vamos a mantener un ojo en la volatilidad. Una vez más, nos da igual si vamos para arriba o para abajo, simplemente estamos viendo dónde prepararnos para entrar y dónde salir. Esa es la jugada de hacer trading, ¿ok? La gente está muy confundida de qué se trata esto. O sea, un ejemplo súper estúpido. Hay gente burlándose de mí. Ayer puse yo sarcásticamente, qué mal pedo que vendí mi short, ¿no? Que entré aquí arriba y lo vendí aquí abajo, ¿no? Que te llevas una buena lana haciendo un 33X, pero se están burlando. Viene siendo corto cuando has tenido toda esta acción para arriba, ¿ok? Vamos a ver para abajo, así un 18%, para arriba ha sido un 12%. O sea, ni la gente que viene a reírse de esto, que se las dan de cuentas de trading, saben lo que están diciendo, tíos. Por favor, pónganse ustedes a crear sus rangos, entiendan sus rangos, entiendan dónde son tus zonas de soporte, dónde son tus zonas de resistencia, cuáles son zonas elementales para tu trading, dónde vas a entrar una vez que el movimiento se dé y dónde vas a salir. Eso es lo que tienes que entender desde el principio. Nos da igual si Bitcoin va a 150, si va a 80, lo que sea, siempre y cuando sigamos dándole a estos rangos y entrando en las zonas importantes, saliendo en las zonas importantes donde hay fricción o lo que sea, vamos a seguir ganando. De esto se trata este pedo y eso es lo que queremos compartir con ustedes. Vamos a la dominancia de Bitcoin en putiza. La dominancia de Bitcoin me gusta verla en la mensual, es de hueva verla en pequeño. Les he dicho, para mí la dominancia de Bitcoin al hacer esto va a venir tranquilamente al 64%. Toda la gente que está buscando alt season, ya la tuvimos, pero pues bueno, continúan todos pidiéndola. Tienes este bajo que es un bajo más alto en la tabla. Simplemente hiciste un SFP y normalmente cuando haces un SFP, si vieron el curso, ¿qué es lo que pasa? De un movimiento violento al lado siguiente. Eso quiere decir que si una vez que entramos de vuelta a este canal, nos metemos acá, deberíamos de ir todavía más arriba a ese 64%. Entonces estoy siendo una putita conservadora con ese objetivo que tengo a corto plazo de Bitcoin, la dominancia de Bitcoin llegando al 60%. Y ahora, para que la gente que está apenas empezando en esto entienda, si la dominancia de Bitcoin va para arriba, esto no quiere decir que el precio de Bitcoin tiene que a huevo ir para arriba. La razón por qué es, cuando la dominancia de Bitcoin sube y el precio de Bitcoin está bajando, las altcoins son tan castigadas que toda la gente prefiere perder menos y estar en Bitcoin que salirse completamente del mercado. Entonces, en una bajada grande del mercado, puede la dominancia de Bitcoin irse hasta el cielo en putiza y eso no quiere decir que es bueno para el precio de Bitcoin. Ahora, también puedes ver del lado contrario lo siguiente, la dominancia de Bitcoin baja, el precio de Bitcoin sube, pero también el de las altcoins sube más. Esto puede ocurrir de las dos. Lo que yo personalmente pienso, que una vez más no quiero que te creas lo que te estoy diciendo, veas tu research, vea todos tus pacos favoritos, lo que necesites hacer para sacar tus conclusiones. Y la pregunta que te tienes que hacer en este momento es, si la dominancia de Bitcoin continúa para arriba, ¿vale la pena tener altcoins? Para mí el ciclo de los altcoins se terminó hace un rato. Lo vimos con Solana acá. Tuvimos un tope en enero del 2025 y desde entonces simplemente hemos estado aquí. Entonces todavía ya, y una vez más, ¿no? No es que no ha habido alt season. Es un 3,189% que hizo Solana. Una vez más, déjeme repito la cantidad, 3,198% a la alza. No sé qué estén esperando todos, que tal vez por tener dos monedas que valgan 2 pesos se vuelvan architrillonarios, pero esto para mí cuenta como pues, ya chingó. Otra, ¿no? XRP, el nuevo sistema financiero mundial, de acuerdo a todos. Desde aquí abajo. No. Tengo que ser justo y tengo que contar el mercado bajista del 2022. Acá. Desde acá hasta el tope. XRP hizo 1000% a la alza. ¿Ok? Y ahora Ethereum, aquí abajo. No, en realidad tenemos que tomar esto. Esto es el 2022. Es el más lento de todos, 458%. Una vez más, ¿qué están esperando todos? Y recuerda, el tema en todos lados, en redes sociales, etcétera, lo que están intentando hacer es hacer a la gente más tonta, que se acuerde de menos cosas y también más codiciosa y avara. Entonces, lo que están prometiéndole a todos es con dinero fácil, con poco dinero y dinero fácil, deberías de ganar mucho dinero. Esto ya es dinero fácil, no entiendo qué más, o sea, qué más está buscando la gente, pero también entiendo la perspectiva que les están dando. Y ahora, ¿quieres jugar la misma jugada que yo estoy monitoreando? Es esta. Por ahí del 10 de noviembre deberíamos de ver los 121 entre ahora y el 10 de noviembre, y para el 15 de diciembre, un mes y 5 días después, deberíamos de estar por aquí de los 97. Vamos a ver si juega, se los pongo todas las semanas acá, simplemente basado en la teoría de los wikazos. ¿Ok? Y pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Eso es básicamente Bitcoin. Ahí tienen su rango y cualquier cosa que necesiten está el rango en el Discord, que es completamente gratis para todos ustedes. Y si me han escrito por Instagram, ustedes saben que no les contesto jamás, ¿no? Créanme que no les voy a mandar jamás un mensaje por ningún lado para decirles, déjame monitorear y ayudarte con tus criptomonedas. Me caga la palabra criptomonedas para empezar. Y tampoco digo, hola chicos, ¿no? Tampoco. Entonces, no soy yo. Si alguien les escribe con mi nombre en cualquier tipo de situación, los van a estafar. Personalmente no le contesto mensajes de texto ni a mis amigos. ¿Ok? Estoy en ese espacio en mi vida. No me interesa el teléfono, estoy fuera del teléfono. Lo que menos quiero es meterme con todos ustedes a decirles qué hacer día a día. Les van a robar su dinero si siguen esas pendejadas. ¿Ok? Vámonos con la que tiene Alex ahora. Esto es el análisis de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Vámonos a... What is this, QBTS?
Yeah, QBTS.
Or CRM?
Now QBTS.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, an interesting chart. I already had a chart on it. We looked at it. If we look at the monthly, it's interesting because, you were in a multiple month consolidation phase here, all while really volatility was slowly trailing off what really bulls want to see. Actually, this is like the definition of bullish consolidation, if I'm going to be honest. Monthly, right? You have a monthly wick high that just solidly stayed below for multiple years. So then that getting reclaimed, a nice throwback to then, yeah, you were chopping on the monthly, but really you're just forming a bull flag, consolidating, and also trailing off this volatility that was pretty much maxed out. You then retested the monthly 9 before getting the spring, and then you've just been moving up. So here we're at a big spot on QBTS. You see the monthly 9 is moving closer to $20, sitting at $18 now. And it will be really important to see this monthly 9 move up towards the top side of this wick that was formed in July. That'll just help bulls in really confirming this being potentially a new range and or solidifying support right into that $20 region. Now, again, trickier chart though, because you've just been going up only. You had a nice red dildo down, but really I'm still gauging this chart as bullish, specifically as long as you hold the monthly or weekly EMA 9. Now on the weekly, I'm not going to use it on the monthly. You can use the 5, and I do like the weekly 5 here because it is lined up with the mean line. I'm seeing $32 being a big spot of support. We're really watching carefully to see if the weekly can close back above $32.29. If it can, this can give a good reason on potentially retesting that $35 region. And then when you gauge the daily, it becomes actually a lot more easier. You can see here, if the daily does reclaim the 9, you are back above the $33 region. $35 will be a big spot. You'll either reject that and start moving down, losing $33 to then maybe retesting all the way down to $30. Or you get a daily close back above $35. You're then gauging this wick high. This wick high gave you a massive daily shooting star. So if you take out this wick high, you're most likely in a breakout. And then you get HBDR confluence of that idea, $35 reclaim, taking out this wick high. I think safe to say, yeah, this is breaking out. Now we simply take this, which is viewing the HBDR ranges. I think that's easier for this chart than just forming meme lines on a daily. And you can just see 38.2%. If you take this wick high out, that was formed in October 28th, so yesterday. Yeah, I think you'll get an easy target up to that $38 region. And you can see here really getting back above October 20th high will then start opening up the doors like that $44 region to maybe a new all-time high. So this spot's really important for bulls to actually get some momentum here. A reclaim back above $35 really does start opening up a nice bullish trade here where this could start breaking out towards 38 and then maybe even testing towards 44. But that's going to be really dependent on today. You need to see today hold the daily 9. I think that's going to be important. And luckily for us, you do see it's lined up pretty easily with that $33 meme line support. So if you're really trying to gauge a trade here, I don't think it's worth playing within this tiny range. Rather, you're just going to wait for what you're expecting, which is a nice bullish breakout. You're then going to start longing. You can use this low as a stop. And then you'll just simply target these highs right here. You know, if it takes out this last major shooting star on the daily, most likely breaks out to this high, and then you potentially just can trade the moving averages. See if the daily 9 starts pressing up to around $35. To target really 44, that could get tested again. Now, whenever I say you get close to an all-time high, you'll either break it or you'll just form a price divergence, not break it, and roll over. Could be like this. And what this will look like on the weekly is potentially like I keep doing that. I'm trying to make it lower. I'm not good at art, so we'll retry this. Third time's a charm. Like that, and you get like a price divergence. That just illustrates to potentially a lower high before the lower low break, assuming you take out that last weekly low, really. But that still means you're still chopping, and even if you're bearish, you still are potentially, going to retest close to the high if $35 gets reclaimed. Because if you're bearish here, you're really looking for the daily 9 to reject here. You simply just want this to roll over in 4 hours, and you just need to sustain closures above $33.30. If you can do that, then yeah, you can start potentially looking at this as a breakdown, and really will confirm once you lose that 34. And this will actually start opening up a pretty big range right here, 55. You start seeing once you lose the 34, which has been holding, you've been solidly above it since September. It's going to open up the daily EMA 100. Last daily EMA 100 bounce was the major bottom, so just be aware of that. And this chart actually does like to bottom off the EMA 100, at least locally. So you saw it retested here, and then a nice bottom here. So it's a major zone. I think that's a big spot to be gauging if you are bearish and if you lose the 34 here. Because it does trade pretty clean. QBTS, you lose the 34, you reject, you literally get a free move down to the 100. That touches it to a T, that bottoms, and then you slowly start moving up. Reclaim the 9, reject the 21, move down. There's your bullish price structure. Start consolidating. Once you reclaim the 9 and actually held it, that was your nice breakout move. But even if you didn't trade moving averages, still, look at this. You reclaimed the meme line, you held it, 2, 3, expanded on the third closure. So I think this trade's pretty clean if you just respect the levels. So where we're currently at is, it's pretty high up there. It's still at $33, basically $34. The all-time high was $46. So what happens here is going to be quite important for bulls and bears. If you're bearish here, you just simply aren't expecting $35 to be reclaimed. you're running with this daily shooting star, and so you're just looking at any move up to here as a potentially opportunity. If you're bullish, still not a long zone here. I'm not seeing anything. You're better off waiting for 35 to actually get a daily closure above. That just, to me, makes a lot more sense. And even investing, do you really invest here? Probably not. Again, clean very trade. You make a higher high, you slowly come down, test the monthly 9, get a higher low, and then move up. Higher high break, slowly consolidate, test the monthly 9 before moving up. So you have a higher high break. Should I really be investing in this probably right now? No. Could you trade it? Yeah. Because even if we throw the 5 on, it's still at 23. So even into next month, you could get a move to like $25. But we already know what to be looking at if that does occur, right? The daily EMA 100, which has been the bottoming zone for this chart. So no need to overcomplicate it. That would make a lot more sense. Playing a monthly 5 with daily EMA 100. If you just took that little strategy instead of, longing the highs, but said, anytime we test the EMA 100, I'm just going to, nibble a little bit of the investment or even longs here. That's been working out. So there's just no need to overcomplicate it. And that's why this probably isn't the best spot to be investing for QBTS. And if you're trying to long it, wait for $35. If you're shorting it, run with this daily shooting star. Will reject. You should see follow through in 4 hours, taking you back at least under $33 before that big breakdown to 30 and possibly lower. Now, I'm unsure if this is bearish or bullish yet. How could I? You're still very bullish. You're still in a nice green monthly candle. But that's why I want to pay attention into November and really watch $33. If you maybe form that higher high, stay under $33 into next month, you could just play the range and move down. And again, maybe even test that monthly EMA 5. We just go to the weekly here. You even see the weekly 34, which hasn't been tested. And when it does, it's very similar to that daily EMA 100. All right, here, it's a better example. So we'll delete this and this, right? You can see big moves off the 34. Now, you don't test it a lot, but when you do, that is a big zone. That's important because it's moving up and it's closer to that $20 region, which again could just make an argument. This is a massive range. You're now at the top side and you're not rejecting, but if the daily does lose 33 with that daily shooting star, it will be a concern. So nice chart overall. Cool. Good higher high. I'm unsure when I looked at this last, but really in looking at this, it did trade pretty clean so far. And even this bi-monthly is closing in 2 days. And well, even this bi-monthly EMA 5 is at 1848. So maybe it shifts like 1880, which again just makes more of an argument on probably not why is the long up here. Not enough data yet. Let's see if even the bi-monthly closes above 35. So perspective is key with these kind of charts, because you've seen Oklo. I mean, we said the same thing, and Oklo did go in for the major, throwback. So I just be aware of that.
He really did. Fucking gigantic piece of shit.
And it didn't close above that 160 level. So the meme lines really do work here in these ranges. Might seem absurd, but they do work. I mean, the moves up are absurd. So
yeah, it's nuts that this was a 40% just adjustment real quick.
It's crazy because I'm like, dang, like we literally said this looks like such an easy short, actually.
Yeah, we just don't have Oklo to short. And also, that's kind of scary. This fucking thing moves like crazy on either direction.
Yeah. So, QBTS just reminds me of that a bit.
Yeah. This is quantum stuff. So people are like right now into the quantum stocks. And yeah, this is like the new fad, right? The new trend. Quantum stuff. Yeah, definitely making a big progress.
Yeah, Mr. White, science.
Oh, dude, I'm 5 episodes away from finishing it again. So good. It's I'm already when Hank finds out.
Yeah, it's the greatest episode of all time, greatest series of all time.
Oh, it is hands down. Like hands down, so good, that Breaking Bad. Thank you, Alex. And now next for you, senor, would be Chipotle, diarrhea.
Nice. Okay, cool. The
Does
Chipotle.
diarrhea have a ticker? It's probably
know.
Chipotle's.
It's POO.
Well done,
It's the
dude.
same. It's the same ticker as the president of China.
Well, what? Don't fucking come at me like that right now. You're already not in China. That doesn't count. All right? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. Guys, do you remember that Jeff Bezos told everyone that AI was a bubble?
Yeah, I remember that.
How'd that
Yeah,
go?
he helped. He was giving us tremendous advice.
I know. Jeff Bezos is always a homie. He always tells us how to win. He's the man.
I was like, if I were you, I'd short AI right now.
Yeah. God. And by the way, people never learn. It's crazy. Never. It's so easy. Either way, let's get it. QBTS. Voy a ponerla en la de 2 semanas porque hay muy pocos datos. Esto salió en diciembre del 2020. Creo que es justo ponerlo en una mensual también. Podemos ver esto. Salimos acá a cotizar con un máximo de 11.11. Después lo rompimos acá a los 12. Lo venimos a retestear acá en agosto del 2022 y luego caímos en el... No fue un mercado bajista. Esto va como en contra de todo lo que nosotros conocemos en fechas, ¿no? Pero desde entonces se ha vuelto desde el noviembre del 2024 muy de moda esto de invertir en cosas quantum y esta es una de esas acciones. Y va para arriba, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza, tienes toda esta acción a la alza, pero también pueden ver que esto es muy a la OCLO, como dice Alex, simplemente de la parte más alta del wick a la parte más baja del wick, ni siquiera de la vela, es un 27%. Y si lo quieres medir hasta abajo, vamos a ver cuánto mide esta vela. Un 48%, o sea, es una mamada este rango. Ya nos salimos de acá, de este rango, que pues nos dio un movimiento medido más o menos como por acá. Ya lo rompimos y ahora vamos más a la alza. Por ahora es muy difícil poder darte objetivos que sean realistas, simplemente porque va a haber continuación o no. Esta es una vela topera. ¿Qué está pasando? Todavía faltan 2 días y 5 minutos y 5 horas para cerrar esta vela. Pero si esta vela, por ejemplo, llega a cerrar por debajo de $29, se convierte en una vela topera. Ya yo estaría viendo si va a haber otro cierre por debajo de $29 en la siguiente. Pero una vez más, bastante difícil de ver. Pueden ver que ha estado en extremos ante esta caída y después de eso tuvimos la expansión de volatilidad que nos llevó aquí arriba. Tuvimos tantita más, pero la contracción es lo que nos está llevando acá. Nada que decirles por ahí. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos un doji en formación. Este doji sería formado con el precio yendo a 35. Ah, no, este ya pasó. No, pero tenemos otro doji acá. Perfecto. Entonces estaba diciéndolo bien. Pueden ver que nuestra última zona de breakout fue literalmente esta. La siguiente es justamente los $29. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque tienes resistencia. Una vez que lo rompes, se vuelve soporte. ¿Ok? Esta es nuestra zona de breakout. Antes era esta. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que puede pasar? Puedes venir a corregir tranquilamente a 28. Esto seguiría siendo muy alcista, pero también puedes venir a corregir a 23, a 24, $25, porque el promedio del 9 viene por acá. No has tocado el promedio del 9 desde el 15 de septiembre. No tienes por qué venir a tocarlo. Entonces, si quisieras entrar en largo, serían estas tus oportunidades, con este siendo tu máximo extremo. Si te llevas este mínimo, yo me saldría. Este mínimo está en, para no decirles mentiras, low 23.67. Me saldría, pero esto se ve muy, muy, muy gamified. No tiene tanto sentido esta tabla. Simplemente, si estás analizando tablas, no es métele y espera que quantum computing tenga hype por años. Es lo único que tiene sentido, porque yo sé que Elon felicitó a no sé quién en Twitter y esto, pero es para hacer esto, para que estas cosas suban y después te quiten todo tu dinero en la bajada, porque mientras más rápido suben, más rápido bajan. Por eso estoy esperando en OCLO cualquier corrección grande a los $50, $70 para aprovecharla. ¿Ok? Y es una caída gorda en OCLO. Lo mismo esperaría aquí, personalmente. Tienes vela topera, no tienes nada de seguimiento, tienes este estilo topera, pero no es una vela topera en sí, técnicamente hablando. y te habías tenido esta expansión de volatilidad y ahora vas ante una posible contracción. Si la volatilidad contrae, y vamos a ver qué pasó en la última contracción, simplemente nos fuimos del lado, literalmente del lado, fue desde acá hasta acá, y esta fue la expansión. Y expandimos del punto más bajo de la tabla, no, pero de los puntos más bajos de la tabla. Acá puedes ver que el 28 sería una excelente zona para agregar a tu posición o irte en long. Y una vez más, esta zona en los 24 con esta invalidación en los 23 sería tu segunda y mejor oportunidad. Te llegas a llevar los 23 y esto debería darse la vuelta a los 19 y probablemente perder los 19. Este es el problema de esta tabla. Esto puede hacer esto y continúa siendo alcista. Y no es que sea un problema de la tabla, es que es difícil hacerlo bien, ¿ok? Porque este bajón sería de 58% y una vez más seguiría siendo alcista. Diaria. Un poco de lo mismo. En la diaria mínimo tienes esto. Puedes agarrar este mínimo, juntarlo con esto y decir dónde es donde yo esperaría una corrección, más o menos esta zona. Y tendría sentido, esperaría que no venga a tocar los 24 y una vez más llevarte este mínimo. Así que yo jugaría esto. Cualquier pérdida de esta línea meme a la baja me saldría. Esa sería la forma más sencilla de hacerlo. Por ahora, si eres alcista y no quieres agregar, simplemente quieres continuar, lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte este máximo por acá, este alto en los 37.17, y con eso tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 39 y de ahí deberías de venir a revisitar altos históricos. Lo que no quieres ver perder es esta línea meme. Después, es que hay mucho aire. Después diría, pues no llevarte los 26 y de ahí los 23, ¿qué es? ¿Qué es lo que habíamos dicho? 23.67. Ahí lo tienen, eso es QBTS, no con tantos datos. Vamos a ver la que sigue, que es, si no me equivoco, dame un segundito, tío, CRM.
CRM, Salesforce. I've heard of the name, but I don't know what they do.
Salesforce, they're and it says it right there, package software. They kind of help you like with back-end analytics and all that shit for your business, I guess.
It's just something like Shopify.
Shopify is more of a storefront. This is more like the back-end, if you will, like what analytics you need, etc. I'm sure they're competing against each other, but honestly, I'm talking out of my ass. So there you have it.
Indeed. I also would like to talk out of my ass, so we're perfect.
Excellent. This is what ETA is all about, baby. That and extremely high leverage.
100x leverages out of the ass.
Yes.
Right, so on the monthly, we are getting a nice little move down to from the 50%, 61.8% on the HPDR, all the way down. We pre-tested the 55 EMA, tested the 88.3% on the HPDR, and this is a very high probability area for a bounce, and that bounce is playing out so far. From the wick low, we are currently up, let's see, about 11%. This bounce is currently giving us a rejection of this EMA cross of the 9 below the 21. And as long as we are closing below this area, it's more likely we are going to grind out some type of consolidation period between this cross and this 55 EMA. The confirmation of the breakout is going to be a close above this cluster of EMAs. The confirmation of the breakdown is going to be a close below this 55 EMA. And what's also going to lead the bias into what's more likely to happen is which direction these HPDR ranges move into. If they move to the upside, it's going to be more likely you're going to end up getting that breakout. If they move to the downside, it's going to be a lot more likely you're going to end up getting the breakdown, because then you're going to have a lot more room to run in that direction. Because if it moves to the downside, you're no longer going to be trading at the 78.6%. You're going to be trading somewhere around the 38.2%, and you're going to have a lot more room to run down before you test that 78.6% again. Right now, momentum is starting to flip back up with volatility flipping to the downside. You are taking out this previous low on momentum, which is around $234, and then this one here is at $252. Right now, you haven't taken out the low of 234, so you still have possibility for hidden bullish divergence here. This will confirm with any close over $258. If you can get that, that'll give you a target of somewhere around this 38.2% at about 278. But as long as you are closing below 38.2%, more likely you're just going to end up rolling over from there. Start closing above this 38.2%, then the probabilities start coming back in that you're going to retest your current all-time highs. Going to week. 2 week also flipping back up on momentum, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility currently approaching extreme lows. And the jewel has now lost the sell signal, flipping over into neutral within the bearish control zone. You're not making any possibility for bearish bullish divergence though, because you are making lower lows. Let's see if this is also making higher lows. So this is some slight bullish divergence here, which did confirm on this candle. The easy target has been hit, which is a retest of your 21 and 55. Right now, you are still around your 9 EMA. If you want, ideally, you want to continue to see this 9 EMA hold. If you want to see it test higher, if you lose the 9 EMA, it's going to be a lot more probable that you're going to come down to retest this 100 and this 38.2 at around like $245, $244. As long as this 38.2 is holding on a closing basis, though, it's more likely you're going to come back up for at least a bearish retest. Confirmation of the breakdown is going to be closing even slightly below this area, and then you're probably more likely going to come down to this 200 at around like $211. It's all really going to come down to the closes. Right now, we're at a very extreme area, and it's more of a no trade zone, and wait for the closures for confirmation. 5-day also kind of putting in a local top at the very least for the rejection of your 55 EMA, your top 38.2%. Right now, confirmation is going to be a loss of your median, which you're slightly above, which is at about $251. Close above your median, and then you're more likely for at least a bearish retest is 38.2%, around 263. Closing above this wick high confirms your busting action to your next area of somewhere around like 270 to 280. Very close to getting a bullish cross on the jewel as well in the bearish control zone. 2-day also currently flipped to the downside with the rejections of your 38.2%. You're getting a little bit of a bounce of your 21, although you are still below your 38.2%, which would make probabilities extremely high that you're going to come down at least to the median, which is at that same 245 area. Daily currently bouncing at that 38.2%. You do have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the daily. So ideally, you want to continue to see it, the daily bounce above the 38.2%, hold over this 21 EMA, and then you're likely to get at least another move to the upside to test this median at about like 256, 260. And your top side of 38.2% is at about $262. The confirmation for busting action is going to be closing over about 267. So as long as you're trading within this area, it's more likely going to be a bearish retest. What increases the bias for the busting action is that you do have a fresh upper cross, and you are just getting a retest of your cross right now. Momentum is close to flipping into the bearish control zone, but not there just yet. And you are now taking out all of your previous lows, while price is still making a higher low, giving you possibility for hidden bullish divergence. That'll confirm with any close over about 258.84. Currently, you're getting a sell signal low in your jewel. Isn't confirmed, but it is flashing. Target on that bullish divergence, by the way, would be this 200 at about $270. 4-hour currently freshly flipping to the downside below the moving average, with volatility now freshly going into an expansion phase, and this jewel's giving you a sell signal. The confirmation is going to be losing this 38.2% on a closing basis, and you're very likely going to dump to somewhere around 245. Ideally, you will bounce there, and if you do, then that takes you up to 270, lose 245, and this is going to break down. Let's go into the RSI. Monthly currently has bearish divergence. You've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. So your next target will be that once again, and that puts us at about $192. But currently the neutral zone is at about 252, which we're at right now. See if 192 lines up. It's close to our 100 EMA, very close actually. Nothing. 5 days about to bring a fresh drive of hitting bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 254. That gives us an easy target of our bearish control zone, which right now is at about 248, not really much lower. The next level is the critical zone, which is at a very beautiful number of 169. And volatility is now at many periods of 0%. The EMA easy target on that divergence will be your 200 at about 230. One. 2 days, 3 days also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below same number, 254. That gives us an easy target of the bearish control zone, which right now sits at about 228, right along 230. Daily, 2-day also putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below same number, 254, and that gives us an easy target of the bearish control zone. Currently it's at 232. Come on. Daily, nothing. And 4 hours putting in a fresh drive, confirming a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. You've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level is the bearish control zone. Currently it's at about 246. Quarterly freshly flipped to the downside, putting in bearish divergence because you are making a lower high in momentum. Price is making higher high, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $305 with volatility contracting. Monthly also flipped to the downside, with monthly now giving you volatility expansion, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 276. 2-week currently freshly flipped up, volatility going into a contraction phase, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 243. And you are currently just getting a retest of your 21 and 55, which are very close to silver crossing to the downside. This is going to almost certainly happen on this close. And once you get that silver cross, you'd likely get a nice dump ski associated with it down to this 200, right around like 212, like it's going to rise with every single close. So likely around around that 220 area. Weekly currently also flipped up with volatility at many periods of 0%, and you will remain up as long as you're closing over 242. 5-day also pointed up as long as you're closing over 243 or 244. 2-day also pointed up with volatility expansion as long as you're closing over 249. Daily currently freshly pointed down with volatility contraction off of that retest of the silver cross, and you're going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 259. 4-hour also flips to the downside as long as you're closing below $259. Let's say 260. And 2-hour now freshly flipped up with volatility expansion from many periods of 0%, and you're going to be flipped up as long as you're closing above 255. Go back up. On the higher time frames, this is now starting to shift to slightly bearish, with the momentum freshly flipping to the downside on the quarterly, putting in quarterly bearish divergence, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $305. And you are getting volatility expansion now on the monthly, momentum flipping to the downside. However, you're putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence on that hand, but it isn't confirmed just yet. And you're getting a slight momentum flipping now back to the upside on that 2-week, and which is about to give you a silver cross to the downside, telling you whenever that does confirm, as long as you're closing below about $265, that will confirm. Whatever move you get up on momentum is likely just going to be a retest of that silver cross before you end up going lower based off of that confirmed bearish divergence on the quarterly. On the lower time frames, like the 2-hour, momentum is starting to flip back up, which goes along with the retest of that daily silver cross and the bounce off that bottom 38.2%, telling you you're likely going to get a little bit of a bounce from here, which takes you into somewhere around 260 to 265. But as long as you're closing dailies below 265, you are likely to end up continuing to play out that quarterly bearish divergence into somewhere around $220 to $230. Assuming you can bounce off of that 220, 230 area, then from there, your next target is somewhere around 270 to 280. And your invalidation right now is going to be getting either a weekly close over about $296 or a tick above 367. Either one of those two things is going to rule out that move to the downside. Right now, that is more likely based off of the quarterly bearish divergence.
Damn, that's fucked up. Not really. AMD would be next, por favor, senor, for you.
Oh, another AI, which I'm assuming will be down based off of Mr. Bezos' comments.
Oh, for sure. Definitely not making an all-time high. Hang on. The best part is people, like everyone that watches the news and has like because everyone now just is an information provider for like other sources of information, so the information gets confusing. And now you got all those idiots that saw Jeff Bezos saying, no, there's a bubble. Oh my God. Poor guys. They've lost all of their money. Look at the bubble. Look at the bubble that Jeff Bezos was trying to warn everyone from. Hopefully Jeff Bezos didn't warn you to sell your shit at 164 and right now getting that pump with expansion of volatility on the quarterly.
Yeah, it's not possible that they don't want you in for the move up. No.
No. Again, the market is not rigged, Farhan. It only gets rigged once a year, twice a year by Binance or someone evil like that. But the whole market is free. It's a free market. That's
Yeah,
what they
because
told us all in school, and we all believe it like retards. So that's what
they have
we must
they
continue
have
to do.
morals. They have morals. They can manipulate it once, but they won't do it every day.
Of course not. It's a free market, man. This is America. This is America.
Reminds me of 2023 when everyone thought Elon's on their side by saying the market's going down into recession in 2023. Well, it was hitting all-time highs every day.
Isn't that incredible? He said a 2-year recession, and for 2 years the market has been going up. My man. Now you're seeing it perfectly now. There you go. This is really how it works. I know a lot of people make it out to be such a thing, but if there's a lot of idiots repeating something one of these big people said, the opposite will happen. That's it. It's rather simple. It's incredible.
Elon wants you to be a billionaire with him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I said right now. If I were Elon Musk, let's pretend that really Tesla gets Optimus, the robot, to be the one robot that everyone uses, right? For AI and for all chores. I wouldn't sell the robot. I would actually just rent it out to everyone. Reason why is instead of me giving away productivity for just $30,000 and it's infinite productivity, what if I could get a $500 a month or $700? Let's start with $500 a month payment, right, for the robots. And then once the robots take over the entire workforce in humanity, Elon demands that robots get paid more because he's going to increase the payments. Does that make sense? So he's now increasing the salary of the robot, which means he can increase the payment that people are making to him if he owns the monopoly of all robotics, if that makes any sense. And there, rich people would have an incentive to actually take prices up for production, which doesn't really matter because everyone else is on universal basic income. And that way they can just keep all the money. And people reply, like, because that's a thesis that I just put out. And they were like, no, people want to, what they want is for people to buy the robot and then they can make the money. Yeah, billionaires definitely love sharing their wealth with all of you guys. And now, can I have some of that crystal meth you're all trying, please? Is there?
I'll take some of that. I'll take some of that Jane spoon.
Oh, fuck yeah, me too. And then we'll snuggle up together and die.
And I'll walk in there and I won't rescue one of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You just come for the meth.
We're all doing our part here, okay? We're all doing our part here, guys.
And there's less risk of default for the robots too, because they'll just walk themselves back to the factory.
That's right. Absolutely. The other thing is, what you can do is also you sell the robot, but then you charge for software a month. Like if your robot's going to be a plumber, then you get the plumber upgrade, right? And then you can have a regular plumber or the best plumber in the world. Those are 2 payments that you can make. So you can also make money that way. For each skill that the robot learns, you rent that skill out. And then at the end of the day, you can still do the same thing. You can increase, you can increase those subscriptions basically, and also earn that salary, if you will. So that's another possibility.
Seeing what Elon did with Tesla, how literally everything went subscription based, I would bet my left nut that he's going to do subscription based.
Right? I mean, you have to be completely fucking, like I said, on crystal meth to believe that they're just going to give you something that's going to make you money and you're just going to chill. They're going to make the money. You're the one paying for it. And you're the one putting it everywhere. And they're the ones that are going to benefit from creating laws and saying, all right, the robots got to get paid more now because I'm going to charge people more, and the government send them a bigger check. So this is where wealth really skyrockets for these people to a different galaxy, which is pretty cool. And now think about owning all of the labor force, all of it. And then you're the one who controls when to get raises so you can get paid more. This is the most brilliant thing I've ever seen in my life. The more I see what these people do, the more I want to be a part of their little club. Please, guys, invite me. Please. I'll stop telling everyone what you're doing. I promise. Even though no one cares and they think I'm crazy.
At a certain point, don't they have to get a little worried that people are gonna like revolt?
No, people are really stupid. If you tell them that there's inflation and they're seeing discounts everywhere, they'll believe it. And if you don't believe me, just go outside and look it up right now on Twitter. That's how stupid we are. People will never revolt. They're thinking right now that they're going to get free money. That's what people think, that right now the Federal Reserve is going to end quantitative tightening, and then that's it, free money for everyone, because that's what we love doing. Everyone should be well off instead of like completely ruined forever. This is how dumb we are. So no, they're not going to revolt. Yeah.
We just need that one whale watcher account to post every 2 weeks that Trump is going to send stimulus checks.
That and by the way, that keeps happening. That's what keeps everyone like, nah, alt season's coming, even though Solana already did a 3,500%, even though XRP did 1,000 or 1,500%, even though Ethereum went 500% up. Yeah, no. That's definitely alt season's coming.
People think that alt season hasn't came because they haven't seen anything like 2021. But in 2021, there was 20,000 altcoins. Now there's over 26 million.
Yeah, dude, this is what I'm saying. People, as long as you change the scenario a little bit and you throw the narratives, they'll believe anything they read online. So no, there won't be any protest whatsoever or anything. Like, people now are more, dude, ChatGPT and all that, I really barely use them now. It's to make people dumber. They're already fucking stupid as fuck, believing everything they're told. But now they will have even less of a criteria to make their own decisions. So it's a bad epidemic of what's going on. I mean, you look at it from Reels, TikToks, Shorts. You know, they've destroyed everyone's memory. They don't even remember that Trump said every 3 months that he's going to send a check to everyone for $5,000. It's poetry, guys. If you told me that, if I was from another planet and came here and said, this is how Earth works, I'd be like, there's no way. They can't be that retarded. It's impossible. But then after being here for 3 weeks, I'd be like, no. You're absolutely right. We're fucking mentally stupid.
It's easier to convince everyone they're a genius than to convince them they're mentally retarded.
Yep. It's absolutely amazing. So either way, I'll get to this. Thank you so much. Very clear, by the way, Mr. Farjano. Ok. Estamos viendo, después de una expansión de volatilidad en la trimestral que ocurrió y empezó en enero del 2024, y eso nos llevó a máximos históricos por acá. Esta volatilidad ocurrió en esta zona, más o menos, en la de los 260, y nos llevó a los 369. Nice. Y desde entonces que hicimos este máximo histórico en enero del 2025, finales del 2024, como toda la bolsa, y tuvo sus correcciones de aranceles, hemos estado por acá. La cosa es, tenemos un cierre y otro cierre posible por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9 y del 5 en la trimestral. Esto nos pone en territorio bajista. Pueden ver que una vez que lo perdimos acá, tuvimos una caída de, digamos, el tope de esta vela en 255 hasta literalmente los 126, un recorte de 50%. Lo único que tuvimos que hacer fue cerrar por debajo del promedio del 9 una vez, una vela trimestral, y ahí lo tenías, ¿no? Y antes de eso nunca habíamos cerrado una vela trimestral debajo del 9 hasta acá. Y fue la única que cerró en octubre del 2016. Para que tengan una idea que si en 2 meses no podemos superar los 273, básicamente esto va a corregir agresivamente. Y si nos diera una corrección igualita a la pasada del tope de la vela, un 50%, eso nos debería llevar a los 137. ¿Ok? Ahora, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Bajos, altos, bajos más altos, altos más altos, bajos más altos, altos más altos. Pero acá es donde está cambiando el patrón de la tabla, aunque después de ser altos vas a buscar el bajo. Y lo que estarías esperando aquí es literalmente no salirte de este canal, no perder el promedio del 21 en la trimestral. De perder el promedio del 21 en la trimestral, te estás cayendo en el canal del canal, y eso quiere decir que vas a tener otro escenario más o menos como el del 2022. Y además tienes volatilidad contrayendo en la trimestral. Mensual, tienes expansión de volatilidad en una sesión y continúa a la alza. Denme un segundito para poder enseñárselos. La expansión de volatilidad, no crean que les voy a enseñar el NEP en este momento. Pueden ver que nuestra expansión de volatilidad ocurrió ante esta vela roja, pero lo extraño es que continuamos expandiendo bastante fuerte a la alza y esto está pintando para arriba. Ahora, si nos ponemos a ver, intentamos adivinar el futuro, ¿no? Tenemos alto, bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo. Esto ya en la mensual estás en una tendencia bajista. En la trimestral todavía no se confirma. ¿Por qué? Porque tienes este alto y tienes este bajo. te falta ver dónde vas a hacer el siguiente alto. ¿Lo vas a hacer acá, lo vas a hacer acá o ya lo hiciste acá y vas a continuar para abajo? En la mensual, la tabla sí es bajista. En la mensual tienes el alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo y un posible alto más bajo. Suena como mis amigos de Israel. Saludos a toda la banda en Israel. No quiero quitar eso. Ya ven, me sabotearon los judíos, güey. Es que es culpa de todo. Por ahora, en la mensual también estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9 y hemos estado por debajo del promedio del 9 desde marzo del 2025. Esto, nuestro criterio y el sistema que usamos en ETA en general, esto nos pone en muy, muy bajistas, ¿no? Gracias al cielo se ha movido de lado más que para abajo, pero pueden ver, cerraste por debajo del 34, por debajo del 34 y ahora tienes 2 días y 4 horas para poder cerrar encima de los 255. De no hacerla, esta expansión de volatilidad va a continuar a la baja y tu siguiente objetivo debería ser el promedio de los 200 y eso está en los $200. Y ahora, nunca lo hemos hecho, pero el objetivo que les había dado, si tenemos un corte de pelo igual que el del 2022, deberíamos de venir a los 125. Y en los 125 que tenemos, el S&P 200. Y ahí estaríamos haciendo un bajo más bajo que el pasado. O puede que lo hagas un poco más arriba porque este S&P 200 se mueve en los 137. Nunca has tocado el S&P 200 en la tabla mensual, pero de nuevo, si estás viendo el mismo tipo de recorte que vimos en el 2022, podrías tranquilamente pensar que los 200 son casi asegurados y los 100, más o menos por acá de los 135, pues van a ser un regalo para todos ustedes. Aunque déjenme ver algo rápido acá. Pondré otra línea meme acá yo, ¿Por qué? Porque S&P para abajo y después máximos históricos. Y acá una vez que caíste, haces el fondo. Y una vez que haces el fondo, básicamente un S&P, máximos históricos. Yo diría que tranquilamente puedes regresar a los 163. Y de dónde estás a los 163, mis estimados, es una caída de 34%. 33, 34% más o menos. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, tabla también es bajista. Pueden ver el por qué. Tranquilamente, altos, bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, alto más bajo. Y ahora lo que quieres ver es si vas a romper el alto o este va a ser el siguiente bajo. ¿Ok? Estás por debajo del promedio del 21, del 34, el 55 y estás a punto de dar un cruce plateado a la baja, un Silver Cross a la baja. La última vez que tuviste un Silver Cross a la baja fue el 2022 y en el 2022 pues vieron esa caída de 50 y tantos %. Y antes de eso, no, o sea, ya me voy a echar para atrás. Este cruce plateado podría ser una excelente forma de adelantarte a esto. Y aparte, recuerda, es un gráfico de 2 semanas que es bajista. Esto puede cambiar ya en 2 días. Esto cierra, en 9 días y 5 horas. Yo empezaría por la mensual porque tiene un cierre mucho más pronto viniendo y luego me fijaría en la de 2 semanas, ¿ok? Y también tienes volatilidad con posibilidad de expander de una de las zonas más bajas, no de toda la tabla, pero por debajo del 15%, lo que te daría un movimiento bastante acelerado y potente si es que se da para abajo para la alza, ¿no? Puede ser para las dos, pero por ahora estás en una tendencia bajista. Fuera de la trimestral, la mensual, la de 2 semanas todavía en tendencia bajista, semanal también estás en tendencia bajista, tienes ya el cruce plateado en la semanal. Estás cayendo por debajo del 9, ahora lo estás subiendo, pero estás retesteando literalmente el cruce plateado con el 55 acá, que fue lo que hiciste ya con esta vela. Y ahora también tienes en la semanal setup de nula volatilidad. La última vez que lo tuviste fue en septiembre del 2024 y eso fue para arriba. Vamos a ver si se repite la historia o si va a ser para abajo. Perdiendo el S&P 200 en los 232 te sales del canal y eso te pondría en camino a los 194 y luego a los 163. Diaria tienes volatilidad contrayendo después de la expansión. La expansión fue esta subida y ahora está bajando. La subida no fue tanto interesante. Y pondría yo atención acá, estás por debajo del promedio del 9. Si eres alcista, quieres cerrar por arriba de los 262 y después llevarte este máximo en los 266. 99. Si no puedes hacer eso, además te quedas atrapado. Has estado retesteando bajistamente desde que lo perdiste el S&P 200 diario. Y acá ni siquiera lo veniste a retestear acá y no lo has venido a retestear. Lo que sugiere que si lo vienes a retestear ahora, vas a tener mínimo un rechazo. Y ahora, ¿qué tanto va a ser eso? Ahí tendrás que ver y poder jugarlo en la diaria. Pero también la diaria se convierte en otra cosa. La diaria es alcista porque tienes esto, tienes bajos más altos y altos más altos. La cosa para continuar esto va a ser llevarte los 266 para arriba y después los 273. Eso te confirmaría que podrías estar rompiendo la tendencia bajista, pero altas temporalidades como la mensual, la de 2 semanas, la semanal, son bajistas y esto simplemente nos podría estar diciendo que venimos ante un rebote para después rechazar y sería poético si lo pudiera hacer así, venir a la línea de los 262, caer por acá, rebotar y después continuar cayendo, es lo que yo esperaría en esta tabla. Y pues ahí lo tienes. Por ahorita no tienes ningún trade seguro. Lo más fácil que podrías hacer es un long, pero ya estás bastante lejos. En los 252, tu invalidación sería los 242. Un corto tendrías que poner tu invalidación en los 266, estás literalmente en medio del rango. Entonces, cualquiera de los dos lados a donde vengas a jugar, bien, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la diaria, acá. Y esto, si esta vela llega a llevarse el promedio del 9, deberías de venir mínimo a los 262. Es algo que tienes que tener en mente, pero una vez más, hasta que no te lleves los 266, 267 y luego este otro máximo de acá, no va a continuar para nada, ¿ok? Perdón, me perdí de lo que estaba diciendo porque me llegó un mensaje de Tesla. Pero lo que estoy diciendo es cruce plateado. ¿Quieres no perderlo? Si llegas a perder el bajo de esta vela en los 249, este cruce plateado se deshace y pues continúas para abajo. Y simplemente hiciste este alto más bajo y ahora lo que vas a ir a buscar es un bajo más bajo y este no ha sido por completo. Así que atentos con esta tabla. All right, Mr. Alex, let's see what we got. Some Chipotle. All right,
Yes.
diarrhea.
Yeah, and unfortunately, unlike pedophilia, diarrhea is not Polish at all. I mean, it's just not going well. I had all these red vertical lines drawn. I'm wondering, what is this? What were we looking at Chipotle last time?
Let me see.
Uh,
Those
I'm
were setups
cycling-
of volatility setups. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I was cycling through all the time frames, wondering what were we looking at? Well, we were looking at each and every time the monthly BBWP gave us a setup. Often was pretty major moves. Now here, just represented there, you have low volatility on the monthly before the expansion. This was a downside move, essentially leading to, let's go there, 43%, insane. You then ended up getting another volatility setup, pretty terrible for bulls actually, before the firing off, giving you from that setup a 49% from here. So pretty, ugly stuff. We'll keep going. This was the bullish one we had, but this one only going to 50% on volatility. We'll still measure it. Here we go. Boom. It's a 27% move. And now it makes sense on why we were looking at this. We were really gauging a volatility setup here. Going into June, July, essentially. Unsure when we actually looked at Chipotle on stream, but there were a few points here, which was, you had lost the monthly 9 and really had lost all major moving averages, instantly just putting this very weak, very, very weak. You had the 9 crossing the 21 on the monthly. Never a good sign when you see a monthly 9 and 21 cross. Generally just means bears are in control. And you also had a nice monthly trend shift here on this red dildo. Any hopes of any higher low were really honestly not even there. Essentially, after you put in that low in April, yes, you rallied with markets, but that low in April wasn't very constructive. It actually just put everything into a downtrend on the macro. Yes, you made that move up, but you just formed a lower high. Now you have your lower low break here. And so really what occurs here is going to be important. For me, Chipotle is at support, and you can see that just shown here at $39. Lose that, you're going to see a major dump to $34.69 for the culture. That's not a good thing to see, specifically when you have a monthly candle closing in 2 days. But what we can say is so far you are holding above it. You still have 3% on this green candle. So the hopium is that this just holds above 39.20. If you can hold above 39.20, you can just see here. This can just look as support. But what you notice is going to the next zone at 43.30, you're under major resistance, essentially. We zoom out here. Really, when was the last time Chipotle was under this weekly SMA 200? Right, and it was during these periods here where you just went down, and it wasn't really good price action. So you can just see you've lost it, rallied up, rejected the 21, fell under the weekly SMA 200 before the big move down. And then even here, you tried to move up, reclaim the EMA 100, but could not expand from that point, which would have just simply been that SMA 200 before falling down. And then here, even on the first tap, you did reject, right? And you can see this rejection still gave you 11% move. Yes, it did start chopping, reclaiming, losing, reclaiming before it did sustain rallies above. So when we're looking at this and we see, yes, $39 is a big spot before, potentially going to 34. We also can see, $43 is a major zone. If you're bullish, you need to get back above that. $43 is a big zone. You're potentially here putting in the next major lower high on the weekly. You would be watching for any rejections at the SMA 200 on the weekly. But also, if you can get back above that, you potentially can start grinding out a weekly trend shift here. You see the EMA 21 is going to line up nicely with the SMA 200 probably in 1 or 2 weeks. So then that's a major zone. If you get back above that, that's your trigger to maybe going to $47. We'll measure out that real quick. Just I want to see. It's like a 9% range. It's not bad. But until then, it's really not looking good for bulls. The hopium was, yes, this throwback would expand you up. You would start testing the SMA 200 and reclaim it. But now what you're seeing is quite the opposite. You have a weekly top candle. You're losing the weekly 9, and even more so, you're rejecting it. Yes, the meme line is holding, but you've already hit it a few times here. So if you really start taking out specifically September 29th low, I'm going to be looking at that as the signs of a breakdown. And again, you've seen $39 act as strong resistance. You break down, you rally up, you reject, and then you just slowly, for a few weeks, start coming down towards that $34 region. So we can just use this price action to gauge here, right? So should we start shorting into this? Probably not. You should just wait to see follow through from the shooting star. Come down, break down, and then you can take shorts once the SR flip occurs here, targeting around $34. That way you're not getting chopped out here. This was a very logical trade. You've seen this zone reject before, and that'll just be more confluence, especially if you're running with the idea of the shooting star. Should at least help you form some lower high here. So really, Chipotle is looking terrible. I can even give more points to the bears. You're now brewing a weekly volatility setup. It's very cheeky, and really this could start expanding into next week. You are now under 15%, so really into next week, into November, this could just start firing off, getting you to that $34 region, if not a lot lower. $34 hopefully will hold. And if we go here back to the monthly,
that's a bad one.
You can see here, $34 really needs to hold. Are you fully convinced it's going to hold? No, but pretty much I'm looking or expecting for a move into November into this region. It's really hard not to say that when you're getting a monthly volatility setup firing off, and we know these fire off. I measured them in the beginning of this analysis, at least 20% moves. So we'll see here. Let's put this back where it was. Let's measure this out and kind of see how much we've dumped so far. So take it from here. Because mind you weren't, let me see here. Yeah, you weren't fully firing off in this whole candle. Now, I wonder if the 2-week had one. Maybe it helps us. No. Weekly. see, it was dirty because here you had a weekly volatility sort of firing off to the upside, and then bears took control. So I can measure this weekly as well. When bears took control, then you went to the extremes here. So like, yeah, like 30%. The point is, hard to be bullish here when this is freshly firing off. Hopium is, yeah, it gets to the 50%, starts moving down. But it's looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty bad, honestly. And you even see here the monthly 9s crossing the 34. Haven't seen that occur in a while. Last time that was here in 2016. And what occurred after? Well, yeah, you rallied to the monthly 9, which just ended up rejecting. You rejected 2 times here. Boom. And just here, we'll just measure it. That was a 17% monthly rejection, 1 candle. And then here. That was a 17% monthly rejection, 1 candle. The point is yeah, you've been solidly breaking down. Bulls are hoping for some mercy bounce here, but that doesn't have to occur immediately. You could just end up moving down to $34 like in November and then getting a bigger bounce. That bounce just takes you to the monthly 9, wherever that will occur. This will keep moving down. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Alondra. Terrible chart on the monthly. You can just visually see the breakdown, right? This zone, even in 2020, did not lose the monthly 34. So you've lost it and you've stayed under it. Bears are fully in control here. You're in no man's land. You can trade the meme lines, but really if you're not trading here or here, this is just kind of in the middle. And bears are going to have an objective taking this to $34. And look at that. I mean, you can see here 88.3% are at the monthly EMA 100. So you are near the extremes, assuming this doesn't update too much in 2 days, which it will. But what really I want to base here is even a rally up to the monthly 9 doesn't change anything. It's just in a monthly breakdown, similar to this rally up here, where you really were just testing the bottom side of the 38.2% while staying under it. So really, since the beginning of this entire year, actually, you've just been under it. It's weak. It's very weak. And I really wonder why Chipotle looks. So it's just earnings? Was it just earnings that just did it?
Well, if everything is more expensive for companies and they cannot pass it through inflation and they have to discount prices, you're getting the opposite effect of what happened in 2020 to 2025.
I see.
That's what no one's considering. The cost of deflation for businesses. It's not just about discounts and everyone benefiting from it. It's less margins. Like their margins gets absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, because this high, what was April 2024? So yeah, you've just been going down only since then, and even trading pretty clean. Like we just drew this just for the lower high observation, but still worked very clean. Could even actually fill it out a bit. Do something like this. You see the breakdown, and even if you get the rally to the quarterly 9, still would look like a bearish retest of this channel. And the quarterly, look at, you're under the 21. What occurred when you were under the quarterly 21? Well, let's just see. Okay, you lost it and you rejected it. You stayed under it. You then ended up dumping really hard. But from here, when you stayed under it, you chopped and then you went to the 34, the next target. That's sitting right now at $34. So that just gives me more confidence in why November, December, you could see a $34 Chipotle. There, that should hold ideally. Bull Jesus should step up and, well, they'll be clenching. Bulls will if we get down to there. But there's legitimate reasons on why you should be looking at that as a bounce zone. And the meme lines right there. And you've seen in this region, I've already circled it. So here, the low here was 35.26 before this big move up. So, if you get to a monthly EMA 100, you are more better off longing. There probably is going to be a reaction. Reaction could take you to the 9, could take you to the 5. Let's see. and the 5's at 43, but still a reaction nevertheless. And you would be gauging that right when you get another lower low break. Because for now, this could just be forming a monthly lower high. You have the monthly green candle, the wick up, the test of the 5 could reconnect into November, giving you potentially that lower low break under 38, maybe to 34 before the bigger bounce. Crazy. Crazy chart. Even on the yearly, you've been holding the 5, which you're potentially going to lose in 2 months. You do see, though, more confluence, 34. Where's the yearly 9? It's right there, 33.43. And really, honestly, since getting back above the yearly 9, that's just been the spot that markets like to bounce big from. I'll throw the 5 off so you don't see that. But here you can see when you populated the yearly 9, you closed under it one time. Here you reclaimed it, and you just stayed above it the entire time. So, you know, it's hard to see this and say, yeah, I don't see why we're not going to hit that, honestly. Especially when you know the monthly is already in a downtrend. So, you know, that's why I'm still in the camp. November, December, 34 on Chipotle there. Ideally gives a bounce, and that bounce ideally starts, you know, giving bulls a spine again. Until then, this is looking very weak. Looks like the weekly just put in another lower high. And you should be very cautious of this just dumping from this point, possibly into next week, specifically when you already have a volatility set up. As long as you're under the weekly SMA 200, you're not allowed to be bullish on this chart. If you get back above the weekly SMA 200, you're still not allowed to be bullish on this chart, but at least look for the new range to form, maybe $47. But with what we know at $47 on the monthly, you probably are better off just opening a short here. So really, it's like you could bounce 16%, but that's just going to be another short opportunity. You're really not allowed to get bullish on the chart until you get monthlies back above $47. And I think that is smart to say. You've seen the reactions here. They've led to good reactions for bulls that then ended up diminishing, but still good reactions nevertheless. But here, this is a bad zone. This is not where you really want to be trading, longing, or even investing in Chipotle until you at minimum reach that $34 region. There you can make an argument, right? If you invest and you want to, you know, invest some, well, at least you have a clear, logical area of where you're not going to invest, which is once you lose this zone. So if you into December lose it, okay, let me just cover all that any spot, and I don't really like just buying the dip because you could just buy the wrong dip, and that just wouldn't make too much sense. If you're going to take a 45% haircut on an investment, you could have closed at like a 2% loss. So just be very mindful of that. Looks like maybe even Nike's charts looking like it could really get dirty if you lose $34. So ideally, you won't lose that. Bulls will pick up.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, senor. And then we got the peso dollar for you.
Oh, nice. Sweet.
Yes, that's a good one. Chipotle. Ahora, ¿por qué está cayendo Chipotle y por qué está cayendo desde el 2024? La razón por qué son dos cosas juntas. Una, la primera, aquí es cuando empezamos a ver el deterioro económico, de acuerdo a lo que les he dicho, donde la gente tiene menos y menos dinero. ¿Ok? Eso quiere decir que los precios altos de Chipotle lo están llevando a la verga. La segunda cosa, y por qué es tan fuerte esta caída de julio del 2025 en esta vela trimestral, porque ahora tienes aranceles afectando los precios de la comida, de los aguacates, de la carne, de todo lo que tiene Chipotle, y eso está haciendo que sus márgenes se hagan más pequeños y los lleve a la verga. Esto fue el bajón del 2022, no tocamos el promedio del 21, esta vez cerramos por debajo del promedio del 21 y estamos básicamente siendo rechazados hasta el momento del promedio del 21. Antes de eso, en el 2020 tuvimos un SFP donde apenas tocamos el promedio del 21, pero logramos cerrar por encima del promedio del 9. Desde ese entonces, básicamente no habíamos visto No, en realidad, el 2016 habíamos visto el ajuste, perdimos el promedio del 21 y ajustamos bastante. Lo interesante en Chipotle es la gráfica mensual, pero lo pueden ver acá. En la trimestral, todavía tenemos hopium de hacer altos más altos y que esto no sea una tendencia completamente bajista en la trimestral, siempre y cuando no caigamos por debajo de los $33, que es esta vela. Si ya caes ahí, estás en territorio bajista y siguiente objetivo deberían de ser los 26. El máximo histórico de Chipotle es más o menos 69. Nice. Y estamos en 40. Eso es una caída y aquí es donde vamos a promediar las caídas buenas de Chipotle. Una caída de 41% donde estamos, al máximo 44%. En la caída del 2022, en el mercado bajista, tuvimos una caída solamente de 38%. La caída del 2020, que fue en putiza, fue mucho menor y fue una caída de, 56%. La caída del 2016 fue de acá a acá, un 67%. Y vamos a ver la caída del 2008, ¿por qué no? Ya estamos acá en el gráfico. Vamos a ver cómo le fue a Chipotle en el 2008. Tuvo una caída de 76%. El sabor de esto parece ser un promedio de 50% mínimo de máximo a caída, con un hasta 70% si la cosa se pone fea. Estamos en 44% hasta acá, 50% nos pone donde está el promedio del 34 en los $34, creo que nunca había pasado eso, y una caída estilo 2008 nos pondría en $19 y honestamente tendría sentido acá en el gráfico, ¿ok? Eso es básicamente lo que nos dice esto. Caída promedio sería aquí al 34 y ahora me voy a acercar un poco más para que lo vean. En la mensual hemos dicho esto, por debajo del promedio del 9, estamos en tendencia bajista y lo hemos estado desde enero del 2025. Desde entonces hemos estado abajo del promedio del 9, cerramos una vela, pero fue una tomada de liquidez y continuamos cayendo con una vela envolvente bajista y con confirmación instantánea. Ahora, puedes ver que tengo este rango puesto acá. No solamente perdiste el rango, veniste y lo retesteaste bajistamente. Si no te puedes trepar por encima del promedio del 55, que está en los $42 pronto, y superar los 43, esto continuará la tendencia bajista. En la mensual puedes ver la tendencia bajista claramente: alto, alto más bajo, alto más bajo, bajo, bajo más bajo y bajo más bajo. Ahora, lo preocupante para todos ustedes que estén long en Chipotle es esta volatilidad expandiendo ante esta caída tan potente. Y esa volatilidad expandiendo continúa expandiendo en la mensual a alto ritmo, y lo que sigue es el promedio del 100. ¿Cuántas veces hemos tocado el promedio del 100? Lo tocamos en el 2020, lo tocamos en el 2018, lo tocamos en el 2017 con esa caída del 16 que está acá, y lo perdimos. Desde antes no había populado jamás. Eso quiere decir que el promedio del 100 más vale que aguante por ahí de los $33, $34, que coincide con el promedio del $34 en la trimestral. Y esta sería tu oportunidad de long para que no te la lleve. Ahora, yo acá, pensando en lo que se viene y lo que está viviendo Chipotle, entraría con la mitad de lo que quiero meterme y haría otra aquí abajo. No sé dónde, pero de aquí puedes todavía caer mucho más. Por cierto, puedes irte a los $19, que sería el objetivo máximo. Esto sería un ajuste literalmente del tamaño de la pandemia. Así que, no, de la crisis financiera del 2008. Entonces tienes dos sopas en el canal, ¿no? Acá que te aguante. Y esto también sería una buena zona porque puedes ver todas las tomadas de liquidez, cómo es una zona de breakout, etcétera, en los $34. Y la siguiente zona a aguantar sería justamente acá los 27 a la baja. 2 semanas también tiene volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída, y pues esto parece ser un simple retesteo bajista. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que tuvimos en Chipotle un cruce plateado a la baja donde el amarillo va por abajo del naranja? Vamos a ver. Nos lo dio acá en el 2016, básicamente. La caída del 2016, y antes de eso, a ver si se dio aquí o no. No. Bueno, pues el 2008. Literalmente solo has visto 2 veces esta cosa ocurrir. Esta pérdida de tener un cruce plateado a la baja en Chipotle. ¿Y esto qué nos dice? Cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9 es una oportunidad para entrar en corto. Si no hay cómo hacer corto, simplemente esperarte a que se juegue todo el rango. Una vez más, primera parada 34, segunda parada 31, luego 26 y luego 19. Estás en una tendencia bajista clara en esta tabla de 2 semanas. Semanal, estoy seguro que estás a punto, si no es que ya tuviste el cruce plateado, ya lo tuviste. Desde acá atrás, continúas para abajo. Ahora el promedio del 100 está por encima de todos los demás promedios y el promedio del 200 está empezando a subir por los otros. También te está preparando un setup de volatilidad bastante chido. Estás por debajo del 15% en este momento y estos setups de volatilidad pues dan movimientos agresivos. Lo que tiene cara es que vas a venir a retestear el S&P 200 en los $43, esperaríamos este movimiento, y aquí hacer un alto más bajo que estos y dar continuación a esa zona de los $34 en Chipotle. La de harina había tenido un setup de volatilidad, pero después se echó para atrás y este setup de volatilidad lo dio a la baja, creo. Este falso, ¿sí? Para abajo, pero después se echó para atrás y ahora está reseteando volatilidad para continuar. Bajista de a madre y tienes todos los promedios aquí. Puede que ni siquiera llegues a los 43 y puede que tu retesteo sea esta parte baja del canal. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que tienes aquí? Un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Esto puede ser un patrón de fondo. Lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte los $44. Una vez que te lleves los $44, te diría, ok, esto se ve chido. Pero hasta entonces, esto es más bajista que alcista. Siguiente objetivo sería un retesteo bajista para después dar continuación a la baja a los 34, después de 24, de 34, ¿qué eran? ¿Los 30? La zona más o menos de los, no me acuerdo si eran 30 o 26, y de ahí los $19. Chipotle se ve bajista y esto simplemente te habla de cómo se ve la economía en Estados Unidos, en mi opinión. Y ahí lo tienen. Alrighty, señor, Mr. Farjano, AMD.
AMD.
The stock that Jeff Bezos told everyone not to buy. You want to make sure to stay out of those bubbles.
I'm currently short AMD based off of Mr. Bezos' comment. I took the financial advice.
Well done. Well done. He is the GOAT.
The GOAT of taking my money away.
That's right. What a piece of shit.
So on the quarterly on AMD, we are getting momentum freshly flipping back up. We flipped back up on this previous candle we closed. So that could have kind of told you that we were about to get some major busting action. And we are currently also forming some bullish divergence over here, which did also confirm on that previous candle, and that will give us a target right now of that top 38.2%. Also with volatility now expanding in support of that momentum to the upside, and that 38.2% is a good amount higher than where we are right now, about $80 higher, at about $343. As long as we are closing over the median, the 38.2% will be our target for price. Median is at about $222. We're also a good amount away from that. This 38.2% will move whenever the candle closes, but wherever that moves to at that point, if we haven't hit it yet, will be our target. I'm thinking that we're going to hit this 38.2% within this candle closure, because we still have 2 months left to go before this candle closes, and we're starting to get the busting action now. So I don't really see much stopping us from going to that 38.2% before the candle closes. And we are now losing the sell signal on the jewel, curving back around, giving us a neutral signal. I check the 6 month. 6 month also flipping back up, entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, and the 6 month is flipping around, losing the sell signal and maintaining the bullish control zone. We've been in the bullish control zone in AMD since about like 2018, 2019. And we're about to get a fresh close over the 38.2%. Not only are we over the 38.2%, we're over the 50%. Last time we had one of these moves set up was back in July of 2016. We closed over the 38.2%. We went sideways for a little bit, retested the silver cross, and then went straight, literally straight up with no pullbacks whatsoever on the 6 month. This was unabated move of 1,500% to the upside. Not too bad. So closing over this 50%, 38.2%, very likely you're going to go maybe sideways for a little bit, and then while these HPDR ranges step up like you had over here, and then you're probably going to see some insane busting action on AMD. Maybe not to the tune of NVIDIA, but you should see a decent size move up, at least to tap somewhere around $500, but likely higher at that point if we see something like we saw here. What is the market cap of AMD, I wonder? Because if it's way smaller than
It says
Nvidia,
right here,
then
it's $423 billion, half a trillion.
oh, so that gives it a lot of room to run up.
Yep.
Maybe
Nvidia is now
maybe
5 trillion, right?
yeah, I think so. Sheesh, crazy numbers to think about. I remember back when Apple first hit 2 trillion and everyone was going nuts.
Yeah, now 5 trillion Nvidia.
Just
And
a
Apple's
tranquilo
4
5
trillion
trillion.
now.
Just a tranquilo 5 trillion, 4 trillion. Peanuts, you know.
Isn't that like the entire Canadian economy? I saw someone posting that.
Yeah. I think Nvidia itself is bigger than all of Canada.
Oh, poor Canada.
Now Canada can never speak on American issues ever again until they're bigger than one of our companies.
That's never going to happen.
Well, then they can never speak again.
There you go. So fuck you and fuck you, Canada. There you go.
When I think about Canada, I think about the South Park Canadians.
Of course, me too. There's nothing else in my brain when I say Canada or Canadians. Nothing else, even though I've been to Canada many times, and it's a lovely place. But
I've never been there.
Honestly, you're not missing out on anything at all. Montreal is beautiful. Women are beautiful in Montreal, but we're all fucking taken or married or old, so we're all Gucci. And the food's okay.
Hasn't Montreal been renamed to Mumbai by now? I'm pretty sure it has.
It should. It's fucking dirty as fuck now. Yeah.
Oh, so I was thinking about a different type, but yeah, we'll stick with the dirty. So
no, I know what you're saying, but it's also really dirty. I'm saying we're talking about two separate things. Don't think that people from Mumbai makes a place dirty, please. I'm not saying that at all.
I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that either. Not at all.
There you go.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying that. Right. So on the monthly, we are reaching very extreme areas on momentum, reaching 93.6%. On both volatility and momentum, telling you maybe you might see a little bit of a move from here, but you're closer to a local top than not. And if you look at the HPDR, you're that like basically a ball sack hair from tapping the 95%. So maybe you can see a slight move up from here, tap somewhere around $270, $275. But if you do see that, that is going to be an opportunity for a short. And because you will have probabilities against you from closing above that area, it's going to be a lot more likely you're going to enter at the very least a consolidation phase from here, and you can enter. You can put that 275 whatever the wick high is at that point as your stop loss, and you'd be looking for a move down at least to test this 88.3% at around 230. But a lot more likely you're going to come and test somewhere around this closing high of around like 193 or $200 flat. That's a pretty good short right there. That's like let's do for the 95%. Down to about $200. Jeez, that's like 25-26% in your favor versus pretty small risk right there. Even if you're bullish on AMD, it's something that's worth taking. Let's go on 2 week. 2 week is also, now very close to flipping to the downside, putting in some bearish divergence, making the lower high on momentum. And this divergence will confirm with any close below $214.80. That gives you a nice target of somewhere around like $200 flat at this 90-year man. But the jewel is curving back around, giving you a fresh buy signal right around the critical zone, and you do have the pink crossing above the yellow. So your confirmation for your next busting action move is going to be a close over about $268 on a 2 week, and that takes you up to 300. Weekly is also at very extreme areas, about 95-96% on both momentum and volatility, getting over the 95% on the HPDR currently. So if you do see another move to the upside, it's going to be somewhere around that 97.5%, around that same 270s area. But probabilities at that point, once again, are very much against continuation. More likely you're going to get a little bit of a pullback. And you do currently have a gap that's right around $190 that goes along with the idea of tapping somewhere around $200. 5 day, same exact look as the weekly. Same area on the HPDR. 2 day now starting to flip back up, giving you the idea of one more move to the upside to tap that 270s area before you're getting your pullback. Momentum is now getting back over the moving average. Volatility is now going into expansion again, and you're getting a fresh buy signal on the jewel with the pink crossing above the yellow. But it's likely not going to be a very powerful cross because it's happening in the bullish control zone and pretty high in the bullish control zone. Maybe one move into the 270s. Our daily is now starting to flip down with volatility contracting, but you do have a fresh buy signal on the daily jewel, making it likely to get maybe a move down to around 250, but from there you should see about 270s. 4 hour freshly going into a contraction phase, ever so slightly below that moving average, with volatility contracting as well. 4-hour jewel still giving you a buy signal, still now entering into the critical zone. If you do see a pullback from here around that same 250 area, maybe about 247, 245, but from there I do think you will see 270s once these ranges step up. Moving to our side. That is one hell of a 6-month candle. Wow, price doubled in one candle. We are now invalidating the bearish divergence on the 6-month. The easy target from that will be the critical zone and the simple moving average around $338 to $380, somewhere around that $300 area. And volatility is now starting to expand from basically the lowest point it's ever been, right around the areas where we've gotten all of these previous volatility expansions. AMD might really be the next play. Quarterly now has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and that will be active as long as you're closing over $76.48. And when I say that, I don't mean enter right here at $260. I mean wait for the higher low. And your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be your critical zone, which right now is sitting at about 387, with volatility now going into an expansion phase. Okay. Weekly's got some bearish divergence currently. This will confirm with any close below $224.88. I'll give you a target of your 9 right around 210, maybe $200. 5-day also has that bearish divergence, similar target. 2 days got bearish divergence, confirms same number, and similar target right around $200. Zoom in right here real quick. 2 days also forming bearish divergence. That confirms when you close below 249.80, and that would give us a target of around 210. Lines up with 321. Daily currently has hidden bullish divergence, so this is very close to being invalidated and forming some bearish divergence, 3 drives on that hand, and that will confirm with any close below 257. That bearish divergence will give you a nice target of somewhere around $200. 4-hour now confirmed the bearish divergence, and that will be active as long as you're closing below about $264.58. Next target on the divergence is going to be the bearish control zone at about 219, and lines up with your 100 right around $200 for the 3 drives of bearish divergence. Moving to momentum. Six month is freshly flipping back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $166. This also told you that you were likely going to get some busting action off of this test of the 21 EMA. That monthly momentum flipped back up, maintaining the bullish control zone, likely gives you a test of the critical zone from there. The quarterly also freshly flipped up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and it's flipped up as long as you're closing over $188.55. Monthly also flipped up with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 124.50, 125. 2-week also freshly flipped up within the critical zone, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 239 or 240. Weekly also flipped up with volatility now at extremes, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 214, 215. 5-day also freshly flipped up, entering back into the critical zone with volatility at extremes, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 220. 2-day also flipped up with volatility at many periods of 100%, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 253. Daily currently flipped to the downside with volatility expanding on a double extreme, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 260, 260.50, right around that pivot currently. I believe 4 hours now freshly flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 265.75. And so all of the high time frames now are leaning very bullish. You're getting momentum freshly flipping back up on the 6-month, on the quarterly, maintaining the bullish control zone. Now volatility is coming from areas where all of the previous times you've had some insane busting action moves, which line up with bullish divergences appearing. But on the lower time frames and the medium time frames, you're getting bearish divergences across the board, lining up with price hitting the 95%, 97.5% of the HPDR, with the lower time frames slipping back up, like the 4 hour telling you maybe you're going to get one more push up to that 97.5% at around 270 to 200, like 75, $280. But whatever that move is, very likely is going to be the last leg on this rally, somewhere where you're going to find a local top. And then I do expect at the very least a couple of weeks of sideways from there before we are making another attempt around those or making another attempt at new all-time highs, so the HPDR ranges can step up, and that lines up with bearish divergences all the way down to your daily time frame, which are very close to being confirmed now. And that move brings you down to somewhere around $220 to $200 flat, and that whatever move to the downside we get, as long as we are closing daily basis over $200, I do think is going to be an opportunity for basically new all-time highs from there. And the invalidation for that will be, let's see, either getting a tick below about $76.48 or a weekly close below $149. Either one of those two
God
things.
damn.
Yeah, the tick one I have to take it very far down, but for the weekly close one, that one's a lot more close, a lot more safe, and even that is significantly below price action. So that's what usually happens whenever you get these insane busting action moves. Is your last high or low is a lot lower than price, where price currently is. Leaves a lot of room for some massive downside, which still maintains your structure to bullish structure to continue to new all-time highs. But somewhere around $200, I'm guessing, is going to be the spot. Somewhere around, maybe a slight tick below 200 for the 190s, but I think from there it's going to likely run to new all-time highs.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Thank God I listened to Jeff Bezos and sold my AMD right here. No. Thank you. Thank you, senor.
I put my house into puts
Good.
on AMD.
Good job. Now you're homeless, just like all of us. That's the way they want us. Perfect. Thank you. Esto es AMD, damas y caballeros. Voy a empezar con, ¿qué les parece vamos con la mensual porque se ve mejor? Esto es cuando tu Paco favorito te dijo que Jeff Bezos te dijo que vendieras. ¿Cómo va la cosa? Solamente, y lo repito solamente para que de verdad entiendan cómo estos güeyes que dirías, güey, ¿qué le importa a Jeff Bezos quitarnos nuestro dinero? Es lo que van a hacer, güey. No entiendo cuál sea su afán o la verga, pero así es como funciona este pedo. Me encantaría que no fuera así. Y cuando tu Paco favorito agarra cierta noticia que es tan sencilla de poner en todos lados, que la ves en todos lados, como lo que dijo Jeff Bezos, tienes que entender que es a propósito que quieren que llegue a ti esa noticia. Y estos son los resultados que vemos. Vamos a empezar con la de 6 meses porque AMD, no mames lo alcista que está. Por ahora pueden ver el gráfico de 6 meses, lo potente que es. Estamos cotizando en 261 y volatilidad está expandiendo, pero todavía no por encima del promedio. Si esta volatilidad, que por cierto viene del punto más bajo en la tabla en toda la historia, llega a expandir por encima del promedio, puedes ver que AMD sea probablemente el siguiente Nvidia. Y lo interesante de esto es, no importa qué tan bien o mal vaya la economía, recuerden que Meta, Google, Tesla tienen dinero ilimitado. Y ellos siempre van a poder continuar comprando estos chipsets, ¿ok? Y es por eso que hasta que no tengan los suficientes chipsets para poder crear la inteligencia artificial que están buscando, van a continuar vendiendo un chingo de ellos. Por eso para mí cuando me preguntan, entonces, ¿que la inteligencia artificial también va a corregir? Me cuesta mucho trabajo entender cómo sería eso, porque todas estas empresas todavía tienen dinero para seguir. Y el highlight que le están dando a esto lo están usando para hacer pensar que todos los índices y que toda la bolsa se va a comportar como ellos. Una vez más, Nvidia, AMD, Taiwan Semiconductors, no les vende a ustedes los chips a la gente que no tiene dinero. Se los vende a las empresas que tienen miles de trillones de dólares, ¿ok? Por eso es diferente y no lo puedes clasificar todo dentro del mismo paquete, porque no tiene sentido. Trimestral, tienes volatilidad expandiendo, hijo de puta, ante esta subida, y esto te lo va a confirmar en 2 meses. Así que tienes bastante tiempo para pensarla en AMD. Estamos creando alto histórico, viene de los puntos más bajos de la tabla en toda la historia, no el más, pero de los más, y esto nos dice que tiene fuerza el rally. Voy a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver con nosotros y vean dónde estamos parados. Nuestra media se encuentra justamente donde está esta línea meme y continuamos a la alza. Siguiente objetivo debería ser los $343, ¿ok? para que lo tengamos en mente con esta expansión de volatilidad en la trimestral. Mensual, tendencia alcista, expansión de volatilidad a la alza junto con el precio. Ya estamos tocando el 95%, pero podríamos tranquilamente venir al 97.5%. Vamos a ver cuánto tiempo. Faltan 2 días y 4 horas para cerrar esto. Idealmente, si eres muy alcista en este pedo, quieres que esté cerrando este mes por encima de los 271 y eso nos pondría en camino a estos 330 y veremos cómo se corrige el HBDR ante estos movimientos. 2 semanas tienes volatilidad también expandiendo, aunque no parezca. Ya había expandido de aquí a acá, pero volvió a expandir de acá a acá. Y recuerda, a estas acciones les gusta postear volatilidad en extrema, entonces todavía tienes camino para arriba. De poder romper los 268, el máximo histórico que acabas de lograr, deberías de poder venir a buscar los 300 en ese 88%. Así que todavía tiene camino para correr en la de 2 semanas. Y más viendo para acá atrás, puedes ver que normalmente le gusta topar en el 88.3% a AMD cuando trae fuerza. Sí. Acá también. Así que atentos. Un segundo, no sé qué cambié. Ahí está. Así que atentos a esto. Si Jeff Bezos les dice que vendan inteligencia artificial, pues métanle más. Solamente tienes que llevarte el máximo acá para poder dar continuación y buscar esos $300. Semanal, tienes volatilidad expandiendo, estás llegando a extremos, pero una vez más, tienes acá 3 extremos y además descansa tantito y vuelve a pintar extremo. Esto no es algo nuevo, es algo que le gusta hacer esta tabla y eso nos dice que el 97% en los 278 puede ser roto a la alza. Lo único que tenemos que hacer es primero cerrar por encima de los 267, después acá y de ahí iríamos a los $300. Diaria, vamos a ver, diaria nos dice que estamos en el 61.8%. Podemos ver que volatilidad había expandido, pero ahora está reseteando, lo que nos dice que probablemente vayamos a ver una corrección. Esta corrección, ¿cuál sería el lado bonito, el lado mediano y el lado culero? El lado bonito es simplemente a los 252 venir acá a la parte alta de la zona azul y rebotar. El siguiente objetivo sería en 240 y el último objetivo un poco abajo de mi línea meme, aunque yo diría mi línea meme es lo que usaría, pero vamos a marcar extremos en los 224 a los 211 con, ¿cómo se llama? Con el promedio del 34. Con la fuerza que lleva esto, no me sorprendería simplemente si derrite todos los objetivos a la alza y corrige tranquilamente a los 250 para dar continuación a los 270, de ahí a los 280, de ahí a los 300 y de ahí continuar. La única vela que está ya en extremos es la mensual, que está en el 95%. Vamos a ver cuántas veces hemos estado ahí con esto. Literalmente el 2018. Y ya. Entonces, esto nos dice que tal vez consolidemos un poco de lado antes de continuar, pero pues si estamos viendo Nvidia y todos ellos reventar, yo diría que 300, 330 son bastante factibles. La cosa es dónde vas a agregar, ¿no? Si ya te perdiste este rally, pues parece ser que los 226 a los 200 más o menos sería donde lo quieras hacer. Y aquí ver cómo suben las bandas. Pero puta madre lo alcista que está este pedo. Mr. Alex, let's go with the peso.
Nice. Yeah, the actually Forex is, we've been saying this, is in a very interesting zone for me. The peso is specifically in an interesting spot. We just correlated back to what occurred in February, May, and June of 2023, which was really just this starting to move really down. For me, I'm still not fully convinced this will dump, just based on the fact that you just haven't really been able to lose this green candle into October. And we still have 2 days to go and FOMC today, which tells me Forex is going to move somewhat. For me, though, we visually just can see really bulls need to just reclaim specifically back above the EMA 100 on the monthly. That's sitting at $18.67. So that's the big spot. You need to get back above that. If you're going to talk about, any kind of upside on the peso, granted, you don't just green dildo up and move up like that. But we know how Forex moves. Generally, it's very easy to the book. You reclaim, you throw back, you move up. It can just be that simple. What you don't want is it to reject the zone, move down, and then flip it into major resistance before reaching the SMA 200 on the monthly. And currently, that is what's brewing, is an SMA 200 retest sitting at $16, 16.925. So I'd be very cautious of that. You don't want this EMA 100 on the monthly to be flipped into major resistance. Just would not be good, and that just would be the start of a major breakdown. So we'll have to see where this shifts in 2 days. This is an interesting perspective. You are pressing the 95% on the monthly on a Forex pair. That's very impressive. And this at least can tell you that, okay, perhaps then you aren't going to break down into October, but wherever these shifts, these ranges, i.e. this shifts more down, could cause just more of a case to actually test that monthly SMA 200, which also will shift. It'll go up, maybe by a cent, 2 cents. But that's interesting. You're literally at the extremes on the monthly.
Check out the 6 month.
Let's do that.
Big fan of long with
Let's
a
do that.
volatility setup from one of the lowest points ever.
Yeah, almost a setup here. Literally was at what, 21% basically, before expanding, now reaching that almost 50% zone, which, mind you, on the 6 month, you haven't really ever stopped at the 50%. You've just kept going. So that's very healthy. This to me looks like it's just testing the 6 month EMA 21, which has been holding. That was the last spot that you started to expand. Let's keep looking at the 21. That also was a bottoming zone here in July 08. So 2008 in July, you hit the 21 and then moved up. And that was actually the only time you hit it. That's interesting.
And now for the first time, that 34.
Yeah, and then so the 34 populated, and yeah, you moved down. You went to the 6 month 9. Got a reclaim of that 21 major zone for you. Moved up, couldn't hold the throwback of the 9. Is it holding the throwback of the 21? And that's why you really in 2 months just need to simply see this get back above 1851. 1850, what's the number? 18.53110. Specifically, if we can just hold this meme line, more of an argument then to, this just being a throwback and potentially a higher low forming before that big break. That's why on the monthly, it looks heavy to me. It looks bad, but then when you do start really seeing like the HPDR, which we'll update in 2 days, it's hard to call for lower. Forex really does respect like the HPDR on a monthly. Hitting the 95% on a Forex pair is pretty insane. So it is hard to be bearish here, honestly, because this would be the bounce zone. But just staying under that monthly EMA 100 is not a good sign. Doesn't mean in November you can't just green dildo up and reclaim it, but I'd prefer to see that before October closes. Because here you can just see the bi-monthly losing this meme line, which just hasn't been a good sign into the following month or following candle. But again, could easily get bought up. FOMC, it hasn't occurred yet, right? I don't think so.
No. It's happening after we're done, basically at 11 or 10.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So
1 p.m. Eastern, I believe. 2 p.m. I don't know, but it's after we're done with it.
Okay, normally. Cool. And that will move Forex. So, and you are having setups here on the weekly, bi-weekly, even the weekly here hitting an extreme read, 0%. You're just grinding. You can even have a little channel here. Use this. You can just see it's right at the cusp. Something's going to occur here within the next, in my opinion, by next week, you should see either a breakdown or a break up. It's very easy for bulls here. If you just take out October 6 high and start reclaiming back above this weekly SMA 200, you have a really good argument about a bottom here. But that's very far from here, and just current perspective on the chart, not really looking too promising of a bounce. Just consistent lower highs, brewing a lower low break with low volatility, and just simply been rejecting the weekly 9, which isn't a silver cross. You can even see the 21, which again, silver cross is now under the SMA 200. So actually, maybe I recant that. It's not going to be an easy objective for bulls, but it's a logical, easy perspective to have, which where you can quickly shift. You have a cluster here. You have the last major lower high potential. Now, if this does break down, take the last, September 15th low, then yeah, this will be the next lower high, but it's just not confirmed yet. You're just putting in the higher low to lower high, forming that channel. That's often when you do get a volatility setup. So just be aware of that. We'll look at the dollar too. I think that's important. But I still
By the way,
this.
FOMC's in an hour.
Okay, cool. Perfect. And more, case on why I'm not fully convinced yet on the monthly just dumping from here to the SMA 200. Really, I'm just not fully convinced yet on that. It's just, if we go to the yearly looks like it had a failed breakdown, nice reclaim. You're just throwing it back. And you're really not that far from the yearly 9, to be honest. And honestly, the yearly 9 has been the spot that you should just be watching. Now that's sitting really nice near the mean line here. So in 2 months, we'll be able to understand if you're either now chopping on the yearly 9, breaking down to the 21, or holding this as a throwback. And honestly, this still looks more likely to hold as a throwback, just in my opinion. Because this would be the perfect trap scenario. You move down aggressively, hits a yearly 9, and then just bottoms. Can't say that hasn't happened. Moves down aggressively. Look at that, 25%. Bottoms at the yearly 9. Bottoms at the yearly 9. Just delete this so you can see. And then once it does bottom, you really can just go on a tear. Last retest of the yearly 9 before going up 72%. 4 years. So I understand the bear hopium. Trust me, I do. It's you've had a yearly trend shift. It's now forming a major yearly lower high. But for me, I'm going to just use last year's low to confirm that. So if you take this low out, yeah, this is cooked. Definitely really going to break down. And you most likely will hit $15.64. But honestly, we have to start looking into like the $13 region or just this zone here. Here and then here. Get like a little range. But until then, you really should then just be gauging that yearly 9 to hold. This is a throwback and this is a trap scenario. In order for that to really occur into 2026, you would need to just simply take this high out. So that's the objective. If you're not going to break this down and this isn't in a big downtrend, you need it to come up, reclaim, and then take the high out. And boom, we'll be so back. So just be very aware of this. The chart up here doesn't look really too bearish yet, but I can quickly see where it can be. And really, honestly, by the new year, you will know or have a better gauge on if this is really cooked or not. It's just too early to tell, in my opinion. You really could just bounce here, bottom, this yearly hammerhead holds, and you just go up from there. Let's see, you've had a yearly hammerhead. I mean, I guess this is a little dirty, but no, here you had one. This is better. Similar. So you had 2. No, you really haven't had one, actually. I'm not even going to count these. This was just clear, though. Clear as day. The wick body, you have no upper wick. You just have that full candle body. And that just plays into, that's a very bullish candle on the yearly. It truly is. So I just be very aware of that, specifically when you're testing that 6 months 21. Remember, we've bottomed off that before. I'll go to the quarterly. Quarterly isn't a sell, but that's why it's going to be important to just get back above the mean line. You can have chop here. And preferably chop above the quarterly 9 would be good. because you can just see it can get dirty. You really look at that. You even have the quarterly EMA 100 sitting at $15, very near that $14 region I was talking about. So it can get dirty, but you really do need to start seeing, in my opinion, bears pick up here before the end of the year, because this could just start turning into, you know, a fake breakdown. 2 days, this gets bought up, holds, retest this 9 into the end of the year, and then 2026 you start moving up that $22 region, and you just simply bottom off the bi-monthly EMA 100, which again has never been tested ever. That's interesting. So you would have been gauging some kind of reaction here. So that is the peso. Monthly is at extreme reads on HBDR. You're just hitting the extreme lows. So then you're either then going to wait, stay under 18, what is it, 1850, 18524 before October, or you get the reclaim and make an argument to maybe go up to that monthly 9, get a monthly trend shift potentially, and start bottoming out of here. Mind you, even just, and this will shift ideally, you know, this shifts. If it's bearish, this will just go more down, getting you out of the extreme read, giving bears potentially more leverage here to go down. But from this point, it's still the top, bottom side, 38.2% at $20.24. So pretty sold down here, honestly. Very sold off. So we'll go to the dollar. I think that's important because I'm interested to see what that is. You know, apparently this is like Zimbabwe's dollar. It's just not going to hold its value. Don't buy it. We're so doomed. But then you really start looking at it, and it is still at a, it's very similar to like the peso, honestly. You really could start really dumping hard, going to 92, 93, but you're just noticing like this is like chop, really. It's like chop. And you have a logical spot now, perspective, which is, okay, if you take out August 1st high, this could start trend shifting on the monthly. Now, you're not very far away from $98.81, which is a big zone that should hold. And you're not even that far from the monthly EMA 100 at 99.014. You get back above that, that's your potential argument that this is bottoming. So you're really not too far away, honestly. It's really could still in 2 days, you get the peso to actually start moving up. You know, where this monthly perspective just acts as a trap for people front running, because it's easy to say deviation, bearish retest, reject, move down to here, but that just seems too easy here. You're not really moving down, you're just chopping. But that's why in November, I'm still convinced Forex will definitely be more telling. And even after today, you could see volatility. You will see volatility, honestly. Monthly volatility read. Now you were expanding down off the read, but again, you just don't want to short into a monthly, to buy monthly, my apologies, buy monthly EMA 100, never logical, specifically on something like Forex pair. Again, it's just very to the book. Get back above, you're so back, you throw it back, you even bounce from there. You lost it one time here, and then you quickly deviated it before moving up. So if you've been here for the last 4 to 6 months, really it's been kind of a joke. The commentary on Forex, on crypto Twitter, or just Twitter as a whole. Because I remember just a few months ago, the euro was just the stuff, you need to get into the euro. Honestly, the euro is everything. And the dollar was just terrible. But really, I mean, it didn't look too bad, and it still isn't looking worse. I think we even specifically talked about this quarterly SMA 200 being the spot you just want to use. If you lose it, okay, now you have a real legitimate argument of this is probably not good for the dollar. But until then, I don't really get too bearish when you hit a quarterly SMA 200. It just doesn't make too much sense there. So you've had a move, you're at resistance, and even here you see it's pretty lined up with the meme line. This EMA 34 on the quarterly is 98.0 98.817. Cool. Meme line's 98.816. So that's just an easy gauge. You do, as a bull, if you're trying like me to make an argument this will go up, you need to get back above this EMA 34 very minimally by the end of the year. That way, then you can at least make the argument you're back within the moving average range. You at very minimum can go up to that 100.542 level. So it's really not that far away still. It's similar to what we were saying on the monthly. It's really not that far from the EMA 100. So it's all very close. We're in like a big spot here. I see the argument, though, on what bears are trying to do. I do see it, but even here, this bi-weekly, it's like you could reject the SMA 200, but it's just simply getting back above this bi-weekly 9 is a big sign. Holding the meme line is also a big sign off of a volatility setup on the bi-weekly.
Can I also help you with this so that you can get even more bearish? Because remember, just like Jeff Bezos warned us about the AI bubble, and then somehow the AI bubble just continued to go up. Scott Bessent, President Trump, and every economist and their mother is saying that this is the end of the dollar. So you know it's true. The dollar, there's no way it's going to go up. It's definitely going to go down because they always help us out like that. Like with AMD, it just worked out the other way around, and with NVIDIA and all of those things. But normally, they're always right. And they're saying that Bitcoin is going to take pressure off the US dollar. So Bitcoin's going to go to the moon, and the dollar is going to go to zero. And that's what everyone thinks. So you know that it's going to absolutely happen. That's why I'm on that camp.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, they definitely want us to win. And win so much. So
absolutely.
They're giving you the perfect time to short the dollar.
Isn't that incredible? Right here at the S&P at the bottom.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it just seems too, it's like, you really can make the argument for sure, the bear argument. I absolutely see it, and I talked about it. But again, you're not fully doing what you'd want, which is like, okay, if this was a bearish retest, you'd want this to start rejecting. Really is not. And you're just kind of teetering at the edge of like gloriness for bulls. You just got to get a little more up, just a little more up, and then you'll get there. And even similar to what we're just looking at here, I see the argument, like for sure, I see it. Definitely a dump in that 1695, 17. But then like you start seeing this, and you're like, well, you're like at literally the extremes. It really would not take much to get this up above 1854. Like
once it's above 1850 to 19, it's done.
Yeah, exactly. And you can even just use 1850 meme line, so hopium of maybe testing the EMA 100, and then confirm once you reclaim the monthly 9. It's like, yeah, that was the bottom, because the monthly 9's at like 19 flat, basically 18.955. So, and luckily for us, it's all clustered. So if you do reclaim it, it's a big zone, and it will not take a lot for this to go all the way up to 22. So going back here real fast, the dollar, yeah, it's looking interesting to me. It could reject here, could go down, go up. Wait for today. At least you'll get more follow through and volatility. We'll check the daily. Daily is giving you a volatility setup, so you should see something. Not very confident with these wicks here. Looks like distribution, but also look at it, you're barely hanging on to the EMA 100. So if today, which doesn't, it makes total sense, you're just dojing, forming dojis before this event. If you do get back above that $98.81 region, then you're looking at taking out potentially October 22nd's high, and that can be the start of maybe a daily uptrend forming, higher low, and you'd be targeting that $99.73, and that's your big zone. You ideally want this SMA 200 to get as close to this meme line as possible so you can get a reclaim. What you don't want is like it goes up, reclaims, hits this, and then rejects, because you haven't tested it. So that's why it'll be always a big spot, specifically on Forex at daily SMA 200. The closer it gets to the support zone, just the more easier it will be for bulls to reclaim. But you do have volatility. So volatility is primed to fire off very soon, maybe even today. 2 days still on a buy trigger technically, but hanging on to the cliffside edge. once you really take out October 16th low on the 2-day, this could then start looking like a 2-day downtrend with a lower high. But still, you see the OPM still could bounce, and you're just markets are waiting for FOMC. So that's what I'm watching. I quickly, just real fast, want to see what the euro looks like as well. Almost hit the one. Remember the $1, like 1.197 region, almost hit it. Still a major zone for me on the euro. And if I'm not mistaken, you still have potentially a quarterly volatility setup, which is pretty epic. But I mean, again, in 2 months, this will tell you, are we going to hold the EMA 100 or potentially go down and lose it? Losing this EMA 100 will confirm, to me, at least a local top. And at least go down to that 1.12. So not very far from that either. So, and you still have 2 months to go. Bulls just want this to be a throwback and an expansion out. Yeah, euro doesn't look like really much.
You're doing, if you connect the last 3 highs, put a 6-month chart. And then you go to the last 3 highs starting from January 2018. Yeah, connect them and you'll see. And then this is an SFP to the upside on a channel that's been on a downtrend since April 2008.
Yeah, because when we got to this point, that was a interesting thing for me. Here, you're just, again, that 1.19. It's like basically 120 is a major spot. And again, looking at the monthly, I'm just not surprised. This still could, like, even if it goes up, hits the monthly SMA 200 and then tops. That's why it's a major zone. You need to get back above the SMA 200 on the monthly. And if not, you're just kind of in chop city here. Now, if the monthly loses the monthly low in 2 days, okay, that'll be a great sign that you're potentially going to go down to 1.14. So real fast is daily volatility. Yeah, you even have a daily volatility set up. But still, you're pressing, and it's been rejecting the EMA 34, and you're still under that. So you're just no man's land on Forex. Is it a higher low? Is it a lower high? That's
it's being super fucky.
Yeah, but then,
I would
like,
just think
the 3 days, like, yeah, this is still bearish. It still is, and on the cusp of breaking out on volatility.
I would like to think myself like this: is Europe, Mexico, or any of those places doing better than the United States? No, they're not. Are they going to compete with us in the AI race or anything, or are they going to hire our services? They're going to hire our services. Do they need to sell to us in order for them to fucking thrive? Yeah. So what is it about the dollar that's worth less than the shit that it's the euro? Does that make sense? Or the shit that it's the peso? Nothing.
Yeah, nothing. So really, this is still under the weekly 9 too. And, bulls will look at this as bullish, but it'd be bullish if you're consolidating above the weekly 9. Look at how strong the weekly 9 was. It was easy money just playing the weekly 9.
Have you considered all the girl power that Claudia is bringing for the peso, though? The G-boss power?
I mean, you're right. You know what? I take it back. We know that she's Jewish. So money is something that is in her language. So, I'm out. The peso's going to thrive. It's going to do great. Going to kill it. And that's that. Period. Especially now that the U.S. is putting tariffs on their plants and everything, so they're making less money too and all that shit. Absolutely, they're about to thrive like a motherfucker. And by the way, I own companies in Mexico, like decent-sized companies. I want that to be the reality, but I know the reality, sadly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, because you can't just ignore what you see. A lot do, and then you'll get hurt. So really, I mean, euro is like one of the worst ones we just watched. The Forex pair is really not clear, but still bearish. You're still under the weekly 9, so just use that as your gauge. Once you lose the 21, or just use the mean line at 1.15691, there's 69 there. It's nice. you will then just have a breakdown occurring here. This could then start turning into the next major lower high. You just simply need to take out October 6th low. If you start taking that out, yeah, I keep seeing the 1.14 region coming up on euro. So just be aware of that. And this is a pretty big weekly volatility setup. So, and what, 3, 6, 7 sessions? It's pretty insane. Last 0% read you had on weekly volatility, just to put it in perspective, was 2020. So this is actually a pretty major volatility setup, which actually makes sense why you're getting pretty bad price action here. So just be very aware of that on the euro and the peso and the dollar. Today you'll see something. Volatility is coming today.
It is coming. Now, I'd like to take you boys back to this real quick. Just 1 second. Almost touched that 110,700. That Bitcoin.
Oh, let me see here.
We almost got it. At least you got the 9 already, but you're below the 9 by $100.
Okay, so yeah, the 4-hour did give that short trade. So, you know, again, that's why I like going into today. If you're trying to long, probably not the best time. The 4-hour though is playing into that EMA 100 with the mean line. So
yeah,
you do have a setup there if you were trying to be aggressive. I wouldn't recommend being aggressive, but maybe after FOMC, if you know things settle, perhaps. But that is on the table now. That is on the table.
Before and after, just set up your ideas, right? If it's going to come down to here, I'm going to long. If it's going to go up to here, basically, I'm going to short, right? Or here, whatever the fuck you want. And then your take profits are the other way around. That's literally what works on this shit.
Yeah, it's true.
So, I mean, and by the way, the 110, 700, I'm going to put it on the daily. It's much more clear. This could be the, I don't think this is going to be the place now because we got here before. But if this was the place to do the long, then we're going to miss out. Now, this turns into either the SMA 200 or the 107s.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's a long. And then on the short side would be either 117, 700. Well, you can say 116, but I'm not going to take 116. It's either 117 or the 121. Those are the extremes I'm going to play because I feel like if we get volatility between after the FOMC, there's a 24-hour period where everything moves to those directions. That's what I'll be on the lookout for.
That's clean.
Hope that
and
makes
it is
sense.
clean. It really is clean because we know this range well. So it has just been well respected, and even like losing 114 took you to 112. Now you're losing 112 and you're moving down. So
I'd really like for that scenario to happen where we get the bounce to 121 and then we dump to 95 and then go to 150 from there because that's what will print me the most.
Yes, me too. Right here to fucking here.
See, it
could be a highly lucrative month if that happens.
That would be nice because I do think 121 will reject, but it's like, does 116 even? Do we even get above 116? 116.5 maybe and takes the high out.
I just feel like staying around here would be too easy for every idiot. Like if you for example, if you get to 116 and dump, even bulls are going to be like, that's weak. But if you get past this with conviction and break the 117s, this is when you get all the retards, all the bulltards on CT to be like, this is it. This is absolutely it. We're going to new all-time highs. And then fuck you all right here.
And it lines up with the bull moon next week.
Also with my target for the dates that I have from the wicks, the wick theory, which can be appreciated here. To the 10th of November, to the 121st, and then around December 15th, be around 97K.
I like it. That's what will make me a decent amount, let's say. So
we're going to be like a billionaire. Calm down. Calm the fuck down, all right? Drake?
It's not that much. Not that much.
All right, well, you boys are done. Anything you'd like to add before you go and enjoy your beautiful day and probably eat amazing food while I fucking starve to death?
Nothing on my part. Good stream, boys.
Good stream.
Mazel tov.
Ah, Mazel Tov! Mazel Tov! Hey, I like the money, huh? Give me the gold. All right, boys. I'll see you later.
What's up, boys?
Buenas tardes and hasta luego from Cochiloco. Cochiloco heads back to Cancun in a few hours.
Adios, Cochiloco. Safe travels. Thank you, Alex, for everything.
Yeah, thank you, boys. I'll see you on the Academy stream tomorrow.
All righty. Thank you. Yeah, for class. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Buen recordatorio de Alex. Por cierto, lo que estaba platicando ahorita con ellos es, vieron Bitcoin literalmente ya vino a tomar esta parte del canal. Ahora, esto no entró mi orden acá en 110, 700. Y como ya venimos acá, honestamente lo voy a mover. Mi primera entrada va a ser el SMA 200 diario y mi segunda van a ser estos 107. Aquí yo esperaría, si ahorita nos da este movimiento a la baja, yo esperaría que esto nos lleve hasta los 121. ¿Ok? Aquí abajo, no hasta acá. No sé por qué hice esa línea así. Un segundo. Déjenme borro también todas las mierdas que tengo acá. Solamente para tenerla limpia. La tabla, ¿no? Porque el nepe lo tengo limpio. Entonces, si veo que va a haber movimiento a la baja, mis entradas están acá, ¿ok? Para entrar en long, para que quede claro. Y si veo que va a haber un movimiento a la alza, que ahorita se va así, mi entrada va a ser acá. 121. Bueno, yo voy a entrar en 120,900. Es donde tengo mi entrada. Y de acá esperaría yo el rechazo a la baja. ¿Ok? Entonces, no estoy prediciendo que esto va a ir, digo, aunque esto ya salió un poco parecido a lo que estaba pensando, como ni siquiera llegamos a eso, si de aquí se da la vuelta y esto sube acá a 121, voy a entrar acá. Si esto continúa para abajo y toca el SMA 200 y toca los 107,400, ahí es donde voy a entrar. Les digo, trading no se trata de entrar en estos lugares donde estás en medio del rango, se trata de usar el extremo en contra del trade. ¿Ok? Entonces, sube, apostamos para abajo, si baja, apostamos para arriba, sabiendo y entendiendo dónde tiene que rebotar. ¿Por qué 121, por ejemplo? ¿Por qué aquí y no en los 117? ¿Por qué no los 116? Aquí es donde entra un poco mi juego psicológico con ustedes, donde les digo, si aquí ves que Bitcoin sube acá y rechaza en los 117 y cae, hasta el güey más alcista se va a volver bajista. Pero si Bitcoin viene hasta acá, los 121, acá todo el mundo va a decir, güey, ve lo rápido y lo fuerte que nos llevamos todo esto, vamos a alto histórico. Y aquí es donde tienes la mayor oportunidad de cogerte a todos. ¿Por qué no 123? Porque 123 te daría, si rechaza, una gran cantidad de dinero en corto. Y no le gusta al mercado que ganes lo más posible. Entonces, psicológicamente este punto. Y ahora, si llegas a perder los 110, acá, 110, 700, todo el mundo se va a volver bajista y va a pensar que esto ya se va a ir a la verga y que vamos a ir a 98 o a 103. Entonces, 109 a 107 es el trade que nadie esperaría donde habría un rebote. Es simplemente usar mi análisis técnico con qué es lo que más jodería a todo el mundo mentalmente. ¿Ok? Vamos rápido a cerrar esto con el peso dólar. Lo voy a hacer con una tabla de 6 meses y quiero que vean esto. Lo voy a quitar, pero para todos, se los voy a poner en Discord para que lo tengan ahí en mi tab. Este nivel de los 19 pesos por dólar es donde una vez que reventemos a la alza, vas a ir a nuevos máximos históricos, a la parte alta de este canal, que son mínimo los 27 dólares. ¿Ok? Entonces, esta es una tabla de 6 meses. Van a notar varias cosas. Uno, esta es una tabla que bajista o alcista. Es una tabla alcista, ¿no? En cuanto a toda esta tabla se refiere, entramos en esta tendencia alcista en el 94. Entonces van 30 años, 31 años, porque es el 2025, desde que entramos en ella. Y hemos estado subiendo todo el tiempo. Llegamos al tope de acá, caemos al fondo de la tabla. Llegamos a la mitad del canal, caemos al fondo de la tabla. Vamos a la mitad del canal y rompemos a la alza, caemos a la mitad del canal, subimos un SFP, y de aquí caemos, vamos a la parte baja de la tabla. Ya fuimos a la parte baja de la tabla y podríamos volver a ir, ¿no? Con el extremo siendo esta línea a los 17.8. Mi última entrada en el peso, que es a los 18, todavía no me la da. Me dio muy cerca en los 18.19, 18.19, me falló por 19 centavos, pero todavía no me deja entrar ahí, todavía la tengo puesta. Y ahora tengo más pesos para poder agregarle a esto para acumular. Ahora, dentro de esta tabla de 6 meses, efectivamente, desde acá tienes este alto que es más bajo y tienes este alto que es más bajo y tienes este bajo más bajo. Pero ahora, si lo queremos ajustar un poco, este bajo ahora tiene este alto y este siendo un bajo más alto. Entonces, estamos en un periodo de indecisión gigante. Lo que quiero que noten es en la de 6 meses, que es como debes de ver Forex, en mi opinión, porque se tarda un chingo en estos movimientos, ¿no? No es algo que pase luego. Tienes acá el setup de volatilidad a la alza. ¿Y qué es lo que ha ocurrido? El movimiento ha sido alcista en vez de bajista. Entonces, yo esperaría que esta volatilidad continúe expandiendo y nos lleve mínimo a la media del canal a los 22. Una vez que estemos por encima de 19 pesos por dólar, esto va a reventar a la alza con muchísima fuerza. Tienes el promedio del 9 justo acá. Y esto querría decir que fue un SFP, este movimiento a la baja. Y cuando tienes un SFP, te da el movimiento contrario con mucha fuerza. Y eso es lo que te debería llevar a tus 27. Para la gente que está esperando que esto pase de la noche a la mañana, les he dicho desde el principio de año que estoy esperando que el peso dólar fondee junto con el euro, etcétera, en contra del dólar. Último trimestre de este año, primer trimestre el que sigue. Y ahora, si volteamos a ver al dólar, tenemos un poco de lo mismo. Tendencia alcista desde el 2007 y simplemente estamos en la parte baja del canal. Una vez que reventemos los 98.9, que estamos a nada, es el SMA, el promedio del 100, el EMA 100, y esta línea meme, debemos de darnos un recorrido hasta los 102. Y una vez que rompas los 102 en el Dixie a la alza, esto va a ser todo. ¿Por qué digo que el dólar se va a volver más fuerte y que esto nos está engañando un poco? Porque ya el dólar efectivamente vale más. Mucha gente dirá, no mames, ¿de qué estás hablando? Se está cayendo. Pero con los mismos $100,000 puedes comprar más coches, puedes comprar más muebles, puedes comprar, bueno, casas, no sé dónde vendan casas de $100,000. Bueno, sí hay, pero Dios los bendiga. Te alcanza más para tener casas, te alcanza más para coches, te alcanza más para productos de cualquier tipo. Hay descuentos en ropa, hay descuento en todo, lo que está diciendo que el dólar se está fortificando y efectivamente esta tabla está enseñándote una divergencia en ello. Y por ende, ver la realidad es súper importante en vez de simplemente escuchar lo que nos dicen las noticias que creamos que quieran que pensemos. La otra cosa que les dije es, el euro está haciendo un SFP. Tienes este máximo del 2018, tienes este máximo del 2021 y ahora tienes este máximo. Una vez que pierdas los 1.16 a la baja, es 1.16 a la baja, vas a mínimo venir al 1.09. Y de ahí, si llegas a perder el 1.08, vas a venir a hacer un nuevo mínimo en el euro por acá en los 90 centavos por dólar. ¿Ok? Ahora, del otro lado, lo único que tienes que hacer es reventar el 1.20, reventar el 1.23 y después el 1.25 y esto te debería llevar ya, este fue el fondo del euro y pues, güey, Europa le va a ir mejor que a Estados Unidos por alguna razón o también a México, que no tiene sentido. A mí me encantaría que a México le fuera mejor que a Estados Unidos. Tengo empresas bastante decentemente grandes en México para decir que me gustaría que México reventara, pero es lo mismo por lo que simplemente estoy viendo todo. No hay manera alguna de que el peso vaya a ganarle terreno al dólar y el dólar caiga. Esto puede ser temporal, puede ser un huicazo, puede ser una eliminación. Una última jugada de esto, y se los voy a poner acá, sería que esto caiga hasta donde está el promedio del 34 en los 17, haciendo un bajo más alto y acá ya reviente a la alza. Esa podría ser una jugada. O puede ser que ya lo agarramos, este fue el mínimo, este fue el siguiente mínimo y vamos para arriba. Cualquiera de las dos opciones es lo que tiene más a llevarte este mínimo en los 16.2 por dólar y va a la baja. Entonces, si estamos volteando a ver diferentes temporalidades, por ejemplo, la de 2 semanas, podemos ver que tenemos un setup de volatilidad preparándose. Si volteamos a ver a la mensual, vemos que la volatilidad está empezando a expandir y nos va a decir a fin de este mes, ante esta vela verde, entonces todavía faltan 2 días y 4 horas para ver si va a validarse o no. Y esto es un bajo más alto que este y esto es un bajo más alto que este. Y esto nos debería de llevar mínimo a la media en los 22 y de ahí para arriba a los 27 si continúa en ese momento. También tienes la semanal, puedes ver los setups de volatilidad que te está dando. Eso quiere decir que viene un movimiento y también en la diaria has tenido desde octubre, desde septiembre en realidad, volatilidad nula en el peso dólar y eso nos dice que viene un movimiento agresivo. Entonces, aquí tienes de dos sopas, como con todo lo demás en el mercado de Estados Unidos que tienen todos estos movimientos. Va a ser bajista o alcista, carnal. Y aquí simplemente usando la lógica, una vez más, ¿por qué a Estados Unidos le va a ir peor que a Europa, que a México, que a todos ellos? Cuando tenemos empresas como Nvidia que valen 5 trillones de dólares, que es literalmente el doble de lo que Canadá ingresa anualmente. O sea, ¿cómo? ¿No? Solamente con Nvidia. Apple vale 4 trillones de dólares. 3 empresas nuestras valen todo lo que vale Europa. Y ahora van a decir, pero es que en Estados Unidos imprimen dinero infinito y en Europa no. En México no. No tienen deuda internacional, no tienen deuda de diferentes formas. Entonces quiero que pongan atención a eso. Lo único que tiene que hacer el peso para volverse alcista es primero subirse por encima de los 18.5, por encima de los 18.5, tomar los 19, y una vez que estés por encima de los 19 vas a 22 pesos por dólar. A la baja, lo único que tienes que hacer es llevarte lo que les había contado, no estos 18 acá. Tienes que llevarte el 10, no, eran 17.5 primero y de ahí 16.5 para que sea bajista el movimiento y que te vaya a ser rico. Que me encantaría verlo de nuevo. Ahora sí que gano de los dos lugares porque estoy en los dos lugares. Es simplemente hacer un cash out en el momento correcto. Sé que no todo el mundo tiene esa bendición, si lo queremos ver así, pero pues es la puta realidad. Pero para mí, estando en los dos mercados, que de nuevo preferiría yo personalmente que el peso se vuelva más fuerte que el dólar, que la economía mexicana reviente a la alza, etcétera, por diferentes razones, ¿no? Que pues no, por más que lo quiera, no lo veo. No lo veo. Es la misma historia de siempre. Volteo, quito todo el ruido, pongo mi tabla de 6 meses y veo esto. No hay nada que me diga que esto sea bajista. Y esto lleva desde 1994, con un setup de volatilidad a la alza en este momento, haciendo simplemente un bajo más alto. Tocaste por primera vez el promedio del 34, nunca en la historia lo habías tocado, y eso te debería decir que esto fue suficiente para tener el rebote al lado contrario. Tuviste un SFP acá y ahora vas para arriba. Y si sí, pues va a tocar lo que les estoy diciendo y no más. Para acá, Eder, me habías pedido que viera Tesla. Tesla es de las fáciles. Esta sí la entiende el tío Salo. Entonces te la voy a poner por acá. Dame un segundito. Prendo esta chingadera. Listo. Ok. Tesla vieron con todo este movimiento a la alza, el movimiento de volatilidad fue engañoso. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Si volteamos a ver a Tesla, y lo voy a poner rápido en la de 2 semanas para que lo puedas ver mejor. Tenemos este máximo conectando con este máximo y aquí justamente fuimos ayer y hoy a retestear esa zona y no la pudimos romper. Lo puedes ver acá perfectamente. No, ¿por qué chingados tenía esto acá? Ahí está. Puedes ver que no lo reventamos, estamos justamente acá. No me sorprendería ver un alto histórico de Tesla, lo que a mí todavía me da más confirmación de que esto no va a reventar a la alza y continuar simplemente a la alza. Y quiero recordarles, Tesla no es Nvidia ni ellos. Tesla está creando su propio producto de inteligencia artificial usando los chips de Nvidia y todos AMD y todos estos güeyes. Por ende, no es lo mismo. Esta jugada, el hecho que haya hecho esta gatada de ayer a hoy, la volatilidad, porque le estaba diciendo a todo el mundo que se iba a máximos históricos, etcétera. ¿Puede Tesla irse a máximos históricos? Sí. La cosa es, no los va a aguantar y para mí Tesla lo que va a hacer es rechazar. No solamente porque vendí mis acciones de Tesla, se los digo, pero porque va a tener los peores cuartos de toda la historia, son los que siguen en la historia de Tesla. Están viendo los descuentos. Les prometí que iba a haber más descuentos desde que salieron. Y ahora los coches, los leases están más baratos que con los incentivos. Y además no tienes que calificar para los incentivos. Yo no califico en varios porque gano más de lo máximo que puedes ganar. Y ahora califico y puedo ahora porque todo el mundo califica, son descuentos. Te lo puedes llevar más barato. Y eso no va a ser bueno para los resultados de la empresa. Entonces, ¿por qué estamos pompeando en este momento? Lo que tienes que hacer es poder romper esta zona de los 468, 469, llevarte este máximo en los 471, ponle tú, y eso te va a llevar a retestear máximos históricos en 480. Y eso te podría llevar rápido para arriba, pero después para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque lo único que estamos esperando acá es que le paguemos a Elon Musk en lo que todo el mundo está contento para después comer verga como debe de, como lo está haciendo. ¿Quién? Lucid, que me dijeron, no, es que yo quiero invertir más en Lucid y no podía entrar, ¿te acuerdas, mi Ramón? Y te dije, espérate, carnal, espérate, ya tocamos los 17.5 y déjenme les digo algo, esto que parece que va a aguantar, no va a aguantar. Nos va a venir a rechazar en los 20 y vamos para abajo. ¿Qué tan abajo? Ahí es lo que tenemos que ver y tenemos que ver el sentimiento y captar dónde estamos parados en esta jugada. Pero por ahora está funcionando perfecto. Es más, esta línea meme, no sé de dónde viene, pero podríamos venir a retestear hasta los 20.55 y continuar la tendencia bajista que llevábamos desde acá atrás hace ya más de un año. Entonces, todavía tienes más. Lo mismo con Rivian. Rivian te estaba dando un setup de volatilidad, acaba de dar un movimiento potente a la alza el día de hoy. Adivinen qué nos expandió con él, en la volatilidad. Y eso me dice, güey, aquí hay gato encerrado, aquí hay algo que está jugando, que le está haciendo entender a la gente que esto va a explotar al alza. No tiene por qué Rivian, no tiene por qué Tesla, no tiene por qué Lucid, que son cosas que se están vendiendo menos y menos y menos ya después de que usaste toda la demanda por adelantado, subir. No tienen por qué, tienen simplemente que bajar. Y es todo lo que les tengo que compartir el día de hoy. Ahora, puede estar completamente mal en todo, por eso es importante que ustedes hagan sus análisis y no nos crean a nosotros. Yo diría, me considero un Paco por hablar con ustedes todo el tiempo, pero no le repito nada a nadie. Les estoy dando literalmente mi análisis puro y duro, pensado desde acá, traído desde arriba y bajado para ustedes. Y no quiere decir que sea mejor que los demás, pero las cosas que me apasionan, las cosas que sigo, y es por eso que no me meto en tantas acciones, por eso no recomiendo mucho ir con todos estos gurús que te venden qué acción comprar, que viene un nuevo IPO y todas estas cosas, porque, güey, es muy difícil saber a dónde va todo, a menos de que estés enfocado por completo y lo entiendas muy bien. Y para mí esos son las inversiones que me gustan. Me gusta Tesla, me gusta Lucid, me gusta Rivian, porque las entiendo perfectamente a dónde van. Yo estuve ahí para el principio del coche eléctrico y lo mismo con el desarrollo del hipercoche eléctrico y lo que sigue para ellos. Me he sentado con la gente más importante de esto. Y también otra cosa es, me gusta muchísimo lo sensibles que son a incentivos, a imprimir dinero, etcétera. Y si algo se recupera rápido, son estas cosas comparado con los demás. Y esto es lo que nos daría un fondo primero y una recuperación primero, antes de lo demás que estamos viendo. De inteligencia artificial se los digo, mi sentimiento es Nvidia, AMD, todos ellos. Si Jeff Bezos te está diciendo que es una burbuja y que va a caer y que todo el mundo continúa, güey, han dicho esto desde el 2022. He estado aquí viéndolo desde el 2022 y yo lo decía antes también, pero no hay nada que nos diga que tengan que frenar las ventas de chipsets a estas empresas gigantescas. Por más que les esté yendo de la verga, recuerden, el sistema financiero funciona bastante sencillo. Tiene un objetivo de poder hacer que las empresas enormes absorban todas las chicas y medianas. Como lo hemos dicho, ¿no? Como la película de Sylvester Stallone, donde todos los restaurantes se vuelven Taco Bells. Amazon vendía libros en línea. ¿A qué se dedican hoy? A 1000 cosas. Google era un buscador en línea. ¿A qué se dedica hoy? A 1000 cosas. Meta tenía una paginita en línea. Ahora que tiene todas las páginas de redes sociales y WhatsApp, etcétera. Tesla solamente vendía coches y ahí viene con inteligencia artificial, robots y otros productos. Eso es el objetivo de todo esto. ¿Y por qué se los digo? Porque todas estas empresas grandes son básicamente de un fondo, 2, 3 fondos gigantescos. Y lo que están haciendo que todas las condiciones económicas se aprieten para todo el mundo, para que las empresas grandes puedan, aunque estén apretadas, subsistir porque ellos tienen fondeo de miles de millones de dólares y pueden operar con margen negativo por años, en lo que tu papá y tu mamá con su empresa no pueden hacer lo mismo. Y por ende se los va a llevar la verga y estos güeyes o los van a absorber, los van a bancarrotear, como lo hace Jeff Bezos con Amazon a través de sus Amazon Originals, que si tienes una gorra que se vende de no mames y has vendido millones de dólares con ella, lo que hace Jeff Bezos es notarlo, te dice qué chido, te copia la gorra, dice que es un Amazon Original, le manda un correo a toda la gente que compró tu gorra donde tú no tienes ese poder y la ofrece por 20% menos. Ahora, si Jeff Bezos la puede hacer por menos, bien, le va a salir el negocio, pero si Jeff Bezos no puede, lo que va a hacer, la va a vender por 20% menos hasta que te vayas a la bancarrota tú y de ahí ya le puedes subir el precio una vez que tenga todos tus clientes. Eso es lo que están haciendo en todo. No es tan difícil de ver y es en lo que me estoy enfocando. Y por eso tengo pocas jugadas enfocadas, jugadas listas. Y le recomiendo a todos ustedes hacer lo mismo. No diversificarse tanto como todo el mundo les dice. Diversificarse sí, pero entender que estar en 1,000,000 de jugadas también te puede hacer perder dinero rápido, porque si no confías plenamente en algo, vas a cometer errores mentales donde Si el precio de algo baja más de lo que pensabas que podía bajar, te vas a salir y vas a perder y luego te lo van a subir. O si sigues metiéndole algo, como la gente que le metió a Lucid. Toda la gente que le metió a Lucid, ¿no? En estas jugadas. ¿Por cuánto tiempo? Voy a ponerla mensual, que no lleva tanto tiempo vendiendo. Toda la gente que ha invertido en Lucid, nosotros invertimos debajo de esta línea. ¿Ok? Aquí abajo. Solo nosotros estamos ganando. Toda la gente que compró Lucid por años y años y años, desde el 2020, ha estado perdiendo un chingo de dinero. Y de haber metido $100,000, tienen como $2,000, $3,000. Es lo que ha caído esto. Entonces, por eso es importante medirse en lo que están haciendo. Porque si solamente se trata de meterle a todo lo que sale nuevo, etcétera, por hype y porque las noticias, ya vieron lo que Jeff Bezos les hizo. Están viendo lo que Donald Trump y todos ellos les están diciendo del dólar, que el dólar va a caer, que Bitcoin va a subir y gracias a Bitcoin vamos a poder tener esto. Y también la gente que te dice que van a colateralizar el dólar americano con Bitcoin, esa gente merece un espacio o en una caja de retrasados mentales, ¿no? Porque si nos salimos del campo del oro y el oro seguimos minando y no sabemos cuánto oro hay exactamente en el mundo, ¿no? Y no podemos expandir nuestra masa monetaria tan rápido como sacamos el oro. Bitcoin es más fijo que el oro. ¿Por qué puta madre el gobierno diría, voy a dejar de expandir voy a dejar de crear dinero gratis para poder todo así fijo en Bitcoin? También eso es una mamada. Si te están diciendo eso, simplemente pon atención y verás, va a llegar el momento. No todo pasa el mismo día, tienes que tener paciencia. Algo aquí está jugando, podemos verlo en todos los setups de volatilidad. Y si algo pasa, que por cierto, están empezando a inventar 1000 mamadas. Ahorita están diciéndote los manufactureros de coches que, güey, hay problemas con los chips, vamos a tener que hacer menos coches, ya que no se están vendiendo los coches. Si empiezan a hacer esas gatadas, sus ventas van a ser peores, los precios no van a bajar y la gente va a estar más en la mierda. Y esto efectivamente lo único que está causando es que vivamos en una población más como la de China, donde están la gente que tiene miles de millones de dólares para comprar Bugattis y todo eso, y los demás que tienen una vida decente pero no tienen nada. Y es más o menos lo que parece a dónde vamos. Y si esto llega a ser el caso, se va a extender esto por otros 2 años, tal cual está, tíos. Tal cual está. Entonces, lo mejor que nos podrían dar es un evento que ellos fabriquen para decir, ¡ah! Se rompió todo, hubo una revolución, o ya saben que todo es fabricado por ellos, entonces tenemos que esperar. Y nos gustaría ver ese evento, que es lo que las tablas nos dicen, que más probablemente veamos un evento de algo que ocurra que no estábamos esperando, que vino de la nada, para poder destruir un chingo de crédito, desaparecer un chingo de dinero del sistema y rebotar con fuerza, acuerda lo que estamos viendo. Y si no, vamos a ir a una sociedad de estilo China o México, donde solamente hay gente que tiene dinero y gente que no tiene nada. Punto. Es a donde iría Estados Unidos y el resto del mundo obviamente se contagiaría a otro nivel y se los llevaría más a la verga. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. Vamos a continuar. Y ahora esto no es para, si esto te está espantando, si esto te da ansiedad, etcétera, no veas estos videos, te lo recomiendo para nada. No quiero que estés en ese estado mental. Quiero que simplemente sepas que todo esto son oportunidades para todos nosotros. Y siempre y cuando sepas lo que está pasando, vas a tener una oportunidad de salir adelante más rápido y mejor que los demás que no entienden estas cosas tan sencillas y básicas, que suenan complejas, pero no lo son. Si eliminas todo el ruido de todo lo que estás viendo y escuchando, una vez más, volteas y ves todos los descuentos que estamos viviendo en Estados Unidos, te das cuenta que el show de inflación es algo que te están intentando vender. Y la pregunta es, ¿por qué? Te mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho. Esta semana no hay nadie me preguntó. Estoy y me voy a ir de vacaciones este fin de semana. Mañana tenemos clase con todos los miembros de Elite Trading Academy. No se la pierdan, 7 de la mañana, hora de Los Ángeles. Tenemos clase con ustedes. El viernes tenemos sesión de trading también. Pero no hay nadie me preguntó, no hay lecturas de la Biblia esta semana. Estoy haciendo ayuno no intermitente. Ya llevo 3 días. Desde el domingo en la tarde no como. Entonces ya este es mi tercer día. Hoy sería mi tercer día en la tarde para que lo tengan y lo voy a hacer hasta el viernes. Me siento ya hoy muy bien. También ayer me sentía bien, solamente tenía hambre, pero hoy ya empieza a irse el hambre, hice ejercicio, estoy yendo a caminar, etcétera. Solamente lo estoy contando porque estoy viejo. Siento que lo único que tengo que ofrecer en este planeta ya para ustedes son todas las experiencias de todas las vidas que he vivido en una sola vida. Y de todas las cosas que he aprendido y de las que aprendo, las que me benefician. Y es más como a lo que le quiero tirar. No me interesa para nada vistas, si quisiera hacer esto por vistas, voy a hacerlo de los coches todos los días. Es la cosa más pendeja y fácil del mundo. Y no me interesa. Lo único que tengo aquí para ustedes es compartirles para que ustedes tengan una mejor vida también, puedan tomar todo a la ligera, puedan divertirse. Saben que si nos equivocamos no hay pedo, podemos voltear a ver, recuperarnos y continuar para arriba. De eso se trata este pedo. Y es todo lo que quiero compartir con ustedes todo el tiempo. Entonces también no creo contenido cuando no me siento al 100% y es parte de por qué no quiero hacer nada. Ahorita esto es bastante fácil, solamente estoy viendo tablas y ya, pero ser creativo cuesta trabajo, aunque tal vez entre hoy y mañana me aviente el video de Tesla de hablar de los robots. Se me hace un tema interesante. Pero tengo que estar ahí. Les mando un abrazo, gracias por entender todas las pendejadas que les digo, pórtense bien. Y si no me invitan, no sean culeros. Oye, Almita, tráete unas